cannot believe what he's done. It's probably one of the worst balls that Graham van Buren's bowled. It was short, it was wide, it was asking to be hit. But Hurst just a little bit late on it, and he's carved it straight into the hands of Zaman Akhtar at backward point, and that maybe just redresses, I should say, the balance again for Gloucestershire. He's cutting a disconsolate figure as he walks off, is Matty Hurst, because he really he looked as if yesterday evening he was walking off and was rightly thoroughly proud of the knock that he'd played. And it's a funny thing how you can walk off with such pride on 105, scoring one more run, and then you walk off disconsolate for 106. A strange start to the day, but a wicket in the first over. 292 for 7, Lancashire. Good morning to Scott Reed.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Wonderful, thank you.
Unlike Matthew Hurst.
No,
yes.
No, he's not wonderful.
No, that was some trudge off, wasn't it, unfortunately, for Matty Hurst. I think your description was lovely, how you can have such wonderful emotions at the end of play last night, walking off with a huge smile, proud as punch, having reached his second century of his career. And then, even though he's added to it,
yeah.
he will be feeling absolutely distraught that he's not been able to go on and try and make it into a big score. The new batter's Jack Blathwick, albeit it's Chris Green on strike, and that's flashed away as Zaman Akhtar comes in from the Chapel end down towards third man for a single for Chris Green. So yes, yeah, a contrast of emotions in the space of less than 24 hours.
You know, nothing really changes a huge amount, but everything changes, and it was a dismissal that, you know, he will not be able to believe what he's done there. No. It was the softest of the soft.
292 for 7. There is Blathwick waiting, and that's up off his toes, playing it late and steering it down towards third man. He wanted to come back for 2, but there isn't a chance of a second there. Throw coming in from the third man boundary, so Blathwick gets his first run, and Lancashire move to 293 for 7.
Are we at all surprised that Blathwick has come out ahead of Tom Hartley? That maybe says it all.
That's defended by Green towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Totally indifferent about it.
Not. I think that's pretty flexible. That, yeah. Interchangeable, okay. Probably. Hartley and Blathwick, both good batters.
Yeah.
Lower order batters, definitely. I think you could make a reasonable case for either.
It's a strong number 10 for sure, is Tom Hartley.
Yes. 294 for 7. Here's Akhtar for Gloucestershire, in and bowls and defended by Green towards mid-off, and there's no run. Yes, unfortunately, I was looking forward to saying how much I enjoyed chatting to Matthew Hurst last night and hearing his tales of his emotions and the way he felt really quite anxious compared to the first time he got his first-class century, and how much he was really hoping to try and kick on and make it a big score today. As Akhtar comes in and bowls again to Green, it's chopped away through the offside. That'll be 4. It's Miles Hammond inside the position at cover point, but went low to his right and out towards the boundary for 4 to Green, and I think he moves to 34 with that, and scored to 298 for 7. So as much as it would feel immensely disappointing, he would last night, I'm sure, would have had a great sense of pride in his performance and reaching 3 figures. But an early breakthrough for Gloucestershire. Lancashire 7 down, 2-9 8, I think it is, for 7-1, so that's all up to date. Akhtar bowls again to Green. It's off the back foot, and that's drilled away for 4 more, and that'll bring up 300 for Lancashire. So back-to-back boundaries for Lancashire to end the over. Green to 38, and the score now to 302 for 7.
I spoke to Zaman Akhtar yesterday, and he mentioned that he hadn't had a lot of cricket recently in terms of just keeping on coming back, because of course one of the big stories yesterday, Marchant de Lange only able to bowl 5 overs and having clearly a tweak only 2 overs in. Did bowl a 3-over spell after lunch, but was not able to bowl any more. Ajit Singh Dale getting through 19 overs, Zaman Akhtar getting through 19 overs, but Akhtar did mention as Van Buren bowls to Blatherwick, who is forward and playing that one gently in defence. Oh, we're getting some delayed applause for the 300 because it's now only just gone up on the board. It brought up the 300 with a defensive shot that went 2 yards. Van Buren in, Blatherwick forward looking to drive. He won't get a run to mid-off as Todd Murphy has the ball just ricochet off his hands and stares down at the ground as if to say, what did you do that to me for? Van Buren giving me absolutely no time to continue as that's been whacked straight up in the air. This should be the 2nd wicket of the morning. Ollie Price underneath it and takes it. So Blatherwick goes for 1 and Graham Van Buren now has 3 wickets. Got rid of Bohannon yesterday, tempted him down the pitch, charging past one. He's forced Hurst to cut the ball to backward point, and then Blatherwick didn't really use his feet. Couldn't get to the pitch of it, really. Couldn't make the adjustment given that it wasn't really right there in the slot, and has just hoiked it straight up in the air and caught running back at short extra cover by Ollie Price. Lancashire 302 for 8.
Yes, so a lively start today too. I mean, that was made the first day, I thought, so interesting. It was a really good day of Championship cricket yesterday, wasn't it? I mean, probably the bulk of the day belonging to Gloucestershire, and then Lancashire were able to drag it back late on last night. But I think from what we've seen so far, and even without the 2 early wickets, it feels like over the next 2 or 3 days we're going to build up to a really good game of cricket here. Yeah,
I certainly hope so, and it would be fairly typical of the 4-day games that we get on this ground if it were to do so. But Lancashire have certainly kept the game moving this morning by losing a couple of wickets. That was the one thing that you thought maybe a bit about yesterday, in that it was a really absorbing day. It was, for the most part, a very even day, I thought, but you felt as though the game maybe had to do quite a bit of moving as Van Buren just drags it down a little bit first ball. Hartley pulls, but straight to Murphy at mid-on, so he's missed out on an opportunity to get off the mark first ball, possibly having seen a couple of wickets fall. He thought, well, I better not hit this in the air. Van Buren over the wicket to the left-handed Hartley, who plays this softly out to Bancroft at extra cover. He'll be feeling, I'm sure, pretty pleased with the decision to have opened the bowling with Graham Van Buren. He's bowling again, Hartley back and across and defending back to the bowler. End of the over, by the way, as the board's just got a little bit stuck, and actually that's one thing. I don't think we had any of that yesterday at all. It does occasionally, with Wi-Fi being the way it is, have a little moment to ponder things, but that was a wicket maiden from Graham Van Buren. 14 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 45. He continues his wicket-taking tear over the last few games, and Lancashire are 302 for 8.
Got wickets in the game at Old Trafford too, didn't he?
Yes, and it was Hartley, wasn't it, who ended up defying Gloucestershire, as it looked as though they might just push for that victory. And
yes,
Hartley came in, certainly not at number 10, it was more like 8, I think. Hartley it was who played the innings that secured the draw.
Here's Akhtar bowling to Green. It's driven firmly to Van Buren at mid-off. There's no addition to the score, 302 for 8. Yes, he made 37, but he batted some time, didn't he, Tom Hartley?
Yeah, I reckon it was probably over 100 deliveries.
Lancashire finished 8 down. Tried to force a win on that fourth and final day, but wasn't to be for Gloucestershire. Akhtar bowls again to Green. That's off the back foot and run away through the offside towards the cover boundary, bobbling and bouncing its way towards the rope. And Green hurries back for 2 more, so 304 for 8. Green moves on to 40 with that. So wickets of Matthew Hurst in the first over of the day, and then Jack Blatherwick looking to hit out. Akhtar in bowls to Green. It's a lovely shot, straight drive down the ground. A good tumbling stop by Van Buren coming round from mid-off to his right-hand side. Tumbling low down to his right, fields the ball, denies Green the chance of a run. Score remains on 304 for 8.
117 deliveries it was for Hartley's 37, batted for just over 2 hours.
There's Akhtar into Green. He's turned into the onside. He's worked out off the back foot, up off his toes, out towards mid-wicket. Went through for 1. Wasn't a chance to come back for 2. Singdale and Charlesworth coming round from mid-on and square leg to cut the chance of the second out of the equation. So just 1. That's 305 for 8. And the 95th over. Slightly extended day today because, is it 5 overs we lost?
Yes.
Today, okay.
So I should say, I didn't mention this, remiss of me. Lunch 1:10 tea 4 o'clock.
Akhtar to Hartley. That's a sharp delivery, which Hartley in the end bends his knees and gets underneath it, but dug in by Akhtar.
Yeah, that was another brutish delivery, similar to the one that he removed Balderson with, just in the end having to try and fend it off as it was aimed right at his, I guess, front shoulder, but he'd opened up a bit and then just caught the bat and was caught behind. That was the 4th wicket for Akhtar. 305
for 8. In and bowls to Hartley. Kind of down towards third man for a single. Hartley off the mark with that. And he keeps the strike with that as well. 306 for 8 at the end of the over. Green on 41 and Hartley on 1.
Yeah, in amongst that last wicket taking and fairly rapid fire over from Graham Van Buren, I did start the point about Akhtar coming back for spell after spell, and you know, it may be, I don't know, because I've never bowled a ball probably quicker than about 50 miles an hour in my life, but it might be one thing to bowl 19 overs in a day, but then how do you come back the next day? As Van Buren bowls to Hartley, and there's a studied defence as the ball rolls gently back down the middle of the pitch. Van Buren is ensuring that he doesn't wander all over the middle of the surface. Not that anybody's going to be bowling there. Van Buren in, cut and a miss from Hartley. Skiddy delivery from Van Buren from over the wicket. Hartley tried to cut it late, which actually was almost the problem that Hurst had. Couldn't cut it out of the keeper's gloves. Back this time, flicking to Ollie Price at short mid-wicket. Again, there's no run. 3 for 36 it was for Van Buren in 21 overs in that second innings at Old Trafford. As he's back is Hartley and nudging this one to extra cover. And you sort of got the impression that Hartley was just not going to get out to the fellow left-arm spinner. But also, as Van Buren bowls, on the back foot and stroked away to short mid-wicket. Again, there's no run. Hartley just actually looked more so than some of the other left-handers who were trying to play Van Buren out of the rough. Hartley looked as though he knew what was coming and how to deal with it. This is down the leg side, and Hartley tries to glance it. There is no leg slip, so he wasn't in too much danger there. The only danger was maybe he would just overbalance a bit, and Bracey held the ball to the stumps, but he stayed put. But it's another maiden from Van Buren, whose economy rarely is in the threes. But he's certainly doing something about that this morning. 3 for 45 from 15. Lancashire to 306 for 8. Have you recovered after the evening's frivolity?
Yes, yeah, no, it was very, very, very nice. I don't think I was much assistance, in truth.
I don't think I was either. The barbecue and quiz.
Akhtar in and bowling to Green. It's driven off the front foot firmly, but straight to cover, and there's no run.
Well, actually, it's more like the hog roast.
Hog roast, yeah.
And quiz.
But it was enjoyable.
The hog roast certainly was.
I thought I love a quiz.
And the quiz. Oh no! Don't get me wrong. The quiz is becoming a Cheltenham institution.
Is it? Oh well, in that case, it's even more of a pleasure to be part of it last night than if it's such an institution. 306 for 8. Akhtar bowls to Green, fires in the Yorker, and Green brings the bat down. Squirts it out towards mid-wicket for a single. Takes him to 42. 307 for 8.
I've got to say, I never imagined that, first of all, a collective noun for unicorns would exist. Never mind that I would be asked what that collective noun was.
No. I often see those questions on general knowledge quizzes. Akhtar bowls to Hartley. It's defended, and there's no run. Which
apparently did start from this collective nouns round. And I should say we were given the animals to fit the collective noun too. We weren't being asked to come up with this from the top of our heads.
No, that would.
Otherwise, that could have been really entertaining.
It would have been quite embarrassing, that, wouldn't it? Really. At least you could, just randomly guess. 307 for 8. Hartley off the back foot plays the ball out towards the offside, and there's no run.
Apparently, it started because of the discussion about ladybirds, and there are just an insane amount of ladybirds about. And that was where the idea for this round took shape in Phil the Question Master's head.
In comes Akhtar. Change of line from around the wicket this time. Cut away by Hartley. Charlesworth's at backward point, and there's no run.
So the loveliness of ladybirds.
Right. Which I didn't know was a thing.
No, I must say I must have missed that particular part where Tom's namesake was talking about that.
307 for 8. Tom Hartley waits as Akhtar is in, bowl. Jabbed away towards the offside. Bouncing out towards Singdale, who's at kind of wide mid-off. And there's no addition to the score. Just a single coming off the over. 97 gone of Lancashire's first innings. 307 for 8.
But in case anybody cared at all, it's a blessing of unicorns.
A blessing, yes. Again, wasn't aware of that.
You weren't aware that it was a blessing, or yes?
Didn't have a clue, no.
Who's come up with that?
Blessing of unicorns.
Who's come up with a collective noun for unicorns? Going back, Green, new over from Buren, forced down to deep mid-on, and Green adds another run. Oh dear, the scoreboard's got well and truly stuck now. 308 for 8, I think it will be. Van Buren's conceded a run. Green is looking in a pretty ominous touch this morning. Van Buren is into Hartley, who swats this one along the ground to pretty much long on. Todd Murphy. So Hartley picks up his second run. And Green has just come out and played some really authoritative shots through the offside, particularly off Actor, as he drives off Van Buren. Van Buren thinks that he maybe just did him a little bit in the flight there, but not enough that he doesn't still drive it through the covers for one more run. And there's going to be a bit of a reshuffle, and this is where, so Marchand de Lange is not on the field, and the substitute at mid-off, despite the fact that he has retired from professional cricket, is Tom Smith. Van Buren bowls, oh again, Hartley's tried to cut that one and missed it, but no edge through to Bracey. That one bounced a bit more. That wasn't skiddiness, that was bounce that did Hartley that time. But yeah, Tom Smith at mid-off as Hartley drives, thumps that one through the covers, but oh, there's a missed field from Phillips, and they're going to come through for a second run on it. He had a moment there where I think he thought that the ball had burst through his hands and crossed the boundary rope, but not quite. But it is one extra run to the total, 312 for 8. Van Buren to Hartley. He reaches forward and keeps that one out well to extra cover. So end of a decent over there for Lancashire, with runs coming, and 312 for 8 is the score. So Tom Smith played his last game in the T20 against Somerset, last game of the group stages there, and bowled very well actually. It was 1 for 29, I think, his figures in his final match, but he did also end up causing a piece of commentary to somewhat go viral, as any county championship commentary can. Tom Smith, when he came out in the reverse fixture and was wearing Dom Goodman's shirt.
Right.
So he's out there again, and it looks like quite a big shirt to me. That the sleeves are encroaching on not just his wrist, but halfway across his hand. So I'm thinking that is Marchand de Lange's shirt that he's got on, but I've not seen the number.
People's clothes.
Yeah,
right. Very good.
Well, because he's retired from Red Ball cricket before this season, so it was only T20 that he hadn't retired from.
Change of bowling. It's Todd Murphy in, the off spinner. That's driven to mid-off, where Smith fields, and there's no run.
I mean, he's not lost anything in the field, really, Tom Smith, but I'd imagine it's not the easiest fielding in a shirt that's way too big for you.
Forward goes Green, comes off the inner half of the bat and deflects away down behind square on the leg side, and they hurry through for a single. Throw comes in by Singdale towards the bowler's end. Green does get one, moves to 45. The score moves on to 313 for 8.
Sort of rivals, I think, Green and Murphy in just about everything in Australia. I think it's New South Wales versus Victoria, although Todd Murphy grew up, as mentioned yesterday, on the Murray River. I believe he was born on the Victorian side, but grew up on the New South Wales side, if I remember rightly. Right. And in terms of the Big Bash, Todd Murphy is sixes, and Chris Green is thunder. So intense rivalry, I'm sure.
Well, and you can feel that coming off the two. Yeah,
exactly. You could really feel it when Chris Green went over to pick that ball up for Todd Murphy, so he didn't have to.
Yeah, it's quite spicy. 313 for 8. There's a leg slip and a slip in place. Hartley's the batter as Murphy comes in and bowls. Hartley off the back foot, muscles it out towards the leg side. It's in front of square, and it's 4 runs actually. I think it's Singdale on that square leg boundary. It went maybe 15 yards or so to his right. 4 to Hartley. So he moves on to 8 with that, and it's 317 for 8 now.
We didn't mention flanges
No, it did get a mention a few times last night. As Murphy bowls, forward goes Hartley to defend, and there's no run.
Yes, that was one of the other ones that I'd
And what was
noted
that?
down.
Remind me what that one was.
Well, I think it was a flange of baboons.
Ah, that was it. Right, okay. Very good. 317 for 8. In and balls, forward goes Hartley, defends again, and there's no run. Again, that was one I'd not heard of, which won't be a huge surprise to most people. Yes.
Now, we had an intense debate about the one for Tigers, which turned
that,
out to be an ambush of Tigers.
Which you ruled out quite early on. Forward goes Hartley, defends, and there's no run.
Because I thought that Tigers hunted alone. So why should a collective noun for Tigers be an ambush? Because they don't ambush collectively.
End of the over, 317 for 8.
I could understand an ambush of leopards or something like that, that do hunt as a pack, but I didn't. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe tigers do hunt as a pack. I didn't think they did, though. I thought they were fairly solitary beings.
Can't you ambush just on your own?
Yes, but then it's not a collective noun, is it? There needs to be more than one of them to be a collective noun.
Yes.
So that,
Well, you don't believe that?
That's dodgy. That.
Do you think that's dodgy? You think that's a
dodgy one?
All right, okay.
I mean, a blessing of unicorns.
Well, if that's the level
dodgy
we're at,
for many reasons. So perhaps that
that's true.
That shows that maybe there's a level that you can't take this to. There's a change of bowling at the college lawn end, and we have, I think, just a little fine sprinkling of rain, but I would be shocked if it causes any sort of an interruption, because it's barely noticeable, and the umpires certainly don't look at all interested in trying to call a halt to proceedings, and it's actually fairly bright, and there are a few patches of blue overhead, but it's Ajit Singh Dale for the first time on day 2 in now to green, and this is played away out to mid wickets just defensively, and there is no run. So this is the 100th over of this Lancashire innings. What I think was one of the things you mentioned that Matty Hurst said in his interview, that it didn't feel the easiest to score on when the bowling was good. So I think the moral of the story is bowl well. As Green is in, and Singh Dale is in to green, and this is played back to Singh Dale. There's no run.
Have you got that list from last night still with you? What could the collective noun for cats was quite an interesting one. I'd never heard of that.
I didn't make a note of that one.
You think at some stage you may have come across this?
Clowder.
That was it.
Clowder of cats.
Never heard of that.
This is actually really nicely played by Green. This next delivery, right out of the middle of the bat, even though it was pretty much just a defensive push, but he's hit it straight to mid-off. But he seems to be seeing the ball very well this morning, does Chris Green. He looks actually in better touch than he did yesterday. He didn't look in bad touch yesterday either. Doing a little dance at the crease, just noticed a little speck of dust which needs to be removed. And the pitch, and Singh Dale in turn once more, and this is steered out into the covers where Hammond fields.
Yeah, so we had that was one round. Then we had to identify names from TV shows. That was
family names. That round, I was hopeless on that. By the time we'd got there, because this is always the issue, they have these rounds that are there to be done generally in a dull moment. Yes. Yeah. And everybody's already filled out most of the things that I know by the time I get there after having done my duties. Singh Dale in now, a little bit shorter of a length, but Green still not really fully back into his crease to defend into the onside.
Well, I was straight in with that round as soon as I sat down. Got one straight away. Dingles. Emmerdale.
Right.
That one.
Did you end up getting the Coronation Street question?
I got the Neighbours. That was Robinson, family name from Neighbours.
Oh yes, okay, that one I didn't even see that one.
Oh, okay.
I assume because you'd already filled it out.
I was straight in there with that, yeah.
Last ball of the over, Singdale to green, and he's taking a hopeful step down the pitch, having played it too firmly to mid-on for a single. Phillips fields, and so it's a maiden over for Singdale, and he's come back over Lancashire to 317 for 8, so 10 overs remain for bonus points. So I think we can pretty much rule out anything other than the third one for Lancashire, and Gloucestershire will need 1 wicket in those 10 overs to secure a third bowling point, and who knows how important each point might be in a tight promotion race.
Well, if you speak to our colleague and friend Dave Fletcher, who covers Derbyshire, he says they make absolutely no difference in the end table.
It's particularly curious given the fact that the only reason that Derbyshire are in second place are because of bonus points.
He's gone through like the last 10 years or something, hasn't he, of league tables and worked it out, and apparently it makes no difference. Comes Murphy in and bowls, swept by Hartley. Out to, and a misfield, 4 for Hartley.
Coming, I'm afraid.
Swept out towards deep square leg, and well, it was a misfield on the boundary there by Singdale. So a bonus boundary and 4 more for Hartley.
I've got quite a good view of it along the line of the shot from our position here, and it just never really looked as if he'd quite come to grips with the spin of the ball.
Here comes Murphy, bowls, pushed away by Hartley into the offside, and there's no addition to the score, fielded by Cameron Bancroft. And Gloucestershire's a skipper. There's a cover. There's a mid-off and a mid-on. There's also a short straight mid-wicket. There's a deep square leg. Slip and a leg slip. Backward point. Hartley, tall left-hander, reaching, striding forward and just tapping the ball in towards the offside. And there's no run.
I think the only family I ended up adding were the Dunphys from Modern Family.
Okay, no, I don't have got that one. The table next to us, as Murphy comes in and bowls, forward again by Hartley in defence, and there's no run. They got every question right on that round. There's like 30 options.
Full of people in suits. I mean, people in suits don't know anything. How on earth do they manage that?
They got every one correct.
It's included Nick, the Gloucestershire treasurer.
As Murphy bowls, going back and playing late this time, Hartley. Just trying to run it down through backward point, but there's no addition again to the score, 321 for 8. Hartley on 12.
All been in hospitality all day.
Yeah, I think that was probably the key, isn't it?
Suspect.
Yeah.
In their finery and getting quiz questions right about TV families. Something's off there.
This will be a single for Hartley. Punch through mid-off for 1. Going back. And steering it to the left of Bancroft, who's in that position, that kind of short, straight cover. And Hartley gets 1 and keeps the strike as well, so he's on to 13. It's the end of the over. Lancashire 322 for 8.
Anyway, I do feel at least pleased with the fact that I got the one question which was definitely aimed more, not that I am of that generation, but more towards the generation Z.
What was this question?
Oh, it was. I mean, it's basically the easiest question you could ask somebody who's under the age of about 26.
Just when you came running back from the bar saying, "We got that one. I know this one. I know this one."
It wasn't that one.
All right.
It wasn't that one. No, that was. I'm afraid more my era than than that one.
Right.
But no, this was the Brat Summer question.
Oh, I didn't understand that question.
Nobody.
No. Brat Summer.
Nobody in sight of me had any idea what this was about. I thought, good grief, I didn't think everybody was that old. Here comes Singdale, past the umpire now, bowling to Hartley, who turns the wrists on it, but can't get it past the bowler. There's no run. Yes. I mean, it's actually...
You might have been the only person in the room that got that one.
Maybe, but then the thing is that if I were with somebody who were, say 5 or 6 years younger than me, they would they would take issue with that question anyway as being aimed at them, because on account of it being so easy. Singdale bowls, and this is controlled outer part of the bat from Hartley, keeps it down wide of the slip cord and down to Tom Smith, yes, C17, think Zaman Actor. No, it's Tom Smith down at deep third, so it's Actor's shirt he's got on rather than De Lange's. 322 for 8. So there are 2 Zaman Actors out there. There's only 2 Zaman Actors. Hartley has 14 now. Green now back on strike on 45. Waxes bat into the ground. Actually, the face of the bat faces him as he does that. It's just what he does. And forward he goes. Runs this one to mid-off. And again, there is no run. But I mean, that's basically, I don't know. Trying to think of an equivalent, really, in terms of generations. I mean, name basically what's the most recognisable song from the 90s or the 80s or something, or artist or album or whatever. That's basically what that question is to people who are just that little bit younger than I am. Singdale in now, and a full ball is whipped away, but straight to mid-on again. Even the dot deliveries from Green, he seems to be knocking the cover off them.
Yes, he's quite a stylish way about him, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got the measure of, seems to have the measure of the surface as well. And despite the fact that Gloucestershire have grabbed 2 crucial early wickets, Graham van Buren removing Hurst for 106 in the first over of the morning to the last ball of the first over, and then Jack Blatherwick coming and going very quickly for a 4-ball 1. Singdale to Green, who turns this one to mid-on again, and no run there. But despite the fact that those 2 wickets have fallen, Hartley and Green are not immediately giving off the air that they're wanting to go anywhere, so they continue to build this Lancashire score up. Just the skipper to come, J.M. Anderson. But Gloucestershire will be frustrated by this partnership, whilst knowing that Tom Hartley is very much not a number 10. When you're that close to getting through a side, it starts to get frustrating, especially as the bonus point is there to be accrued. There's a wonderful shot from Green, undriven for 4. He's been threatening to do that several times as Green, and he's just got it a little bit too wide, but that one was straight of mid-on. And 327 for 8. Green is on to 49. 4 4s and a 6, but actually most of them have come, I think today, went for quite a while before he hit his first boundary. It was really quite a circumspect start to his innings because they were under such pressure when Green came to the crease at 209 for 6, but certainly in a much better position now at 323 for, no, 327 for 8. That will be at the end of the over once the board catches up.
Yes, it was pretty quick yesterday, the board. It's not had its morning coffee from Jack's, which was excellent. As Murphy's in to Hartley, playing forward in defence, and there's no run.
Was Mr. Dent there today?
I think there was definitely family members. It's a family affair, this, isn't it? There's the organising of this coffee van.
Mr. Dent was there on Sunday.
Excellent.
Yes, as you say, it's a collective operation.
Driven by Hartley through mid-off for a single. 328 for 8. Hartley moves on to 15. There was one cricket, well, there was 2 cricket. No, one cricketing round, but split into kind of 2 parts, wasn't it?
Yes.
It's a 2-part question.
Yes, there's always one of the sheets is nearly always, well, I say nearly always, every time I've been there, it's been name a cricketing side from some game.
Green, playing a miss, taken by Bracey.
It's my 3rd year there. We've had name the 1973 Gillette Cup winning side for Gloucestershire, name the players, all of the players who took part in the one-day runs.
Single for Green, played through mid-on, and he's played very nicely and has reached a half-century as well. He's 50 coming off 87 deliveries. He's such a stylish way about him, Chris Green. He's played some very, very handsome-looking shots through the course of this 50 not out. Lancashire move on to 329 for 8. Murphy to Hartley. Just dropped out through the offside. Phillips coming from behind square from kind of backward point to field.
It was a wonderfully Australian.
It was.
Not now.
It was.
Green.
Yeah. Nice little Aussie twang as he sent Hartley back as they thought about trying to sneak a run. 329 for 8. Murphy to Hartley. Punch down the ground, but for no run. The end of the over, it is. Yeah, 2 coming off it, and including that single to bring Green his 50. So coming off, mentioned the deliveries faced 80. I think I may have said 80, 86, but my eyes are dodgy. I think it's actually 88 on the board there, but definitely 4 4s and a 6 in that 50 for Chris Green. 329 for 8 Lancashire.
Yes, yeah, it was 88 in the end. Yes, of course, it was 2 years ago. It was 73 and 2015. There were 2 sides that you had to name, and then last year it was every player that took part in that run of one-day trophy successes that Gloucestershire had.
That feels like a
there were some
question.
There were some names there that I was quite pleased with. Well, I was annoyed at not getting Rob Cunliffe. I forgot him. In terms of ones that Adrian Thomas, a statistician supplier for Gloucestershire, as Singdale is in short ball. Oh, he's played that incredibly. He's going to get 4 for it between backward square and long leg. Break off from that thought for a moment, because he's basically played a duck hook there as Green and helped it round the corner for 4 to a ball that I didn't think he was initially really thinking about playing that shot to. It looks as if he was preparing to play it, then half pulling out of it, but then actually just went through with it, and he's hit it beautifully.
Yeah, managed to kind of control it and pull it down, didn't he, to the ground, even though he's trying to duck underneath it. He's top edged it, he's managed to control it and pull it down into the ground and get 4 for it.
Triple Nelson for 8 Lancashires. Green has 54. Continuing to look rather ominous, considering he's coming off a century against Derbyshire, was it?
That's right.
Chesterfield, yeah. Is that a feeling
that was his first.
Push that a little bit.
Century in first-class cricket. Only his 2nd century in his career, and the other century came playing for Lancashire as well.
Here comes Singdale now to Green, edged and wide of slip, and down to the boundary for 4 more. So the first, I think, false shot of the day from Green. I think it may have bounced short of Bancroft anyway. It was certainly wide of him, so no chance of a catch, but outside edge found, flashed away, and I think that was a good 3 feet short of Bancroft and wide of him anyway. So 337 for 8. Green up to 58 now. Back-to-back boundaries. Singdale bowls another short ball. There's a swat and a miss from Green down the leg side. Yes, Mike Caudron was the name that I came up with that Tommy had decided that he was going to buy. I think it was a chocolate bar for whoever got a couple of names. I'm still waiting for the chocolate bar, Tommy. Still haven't got it. Although, speaking of chocolate bars, I see that they have arrived to the left of us for our lunch. We have more than chocolate bars, but they are there. Singdale in, another shorter ball, that's knocked away, and there's a fielder. In fact, they're fighting each other to field the ball, Tom Smith and Zaman Akhtar. In fact, both Zaman Akhtars there. No, it's not. It's Murphy out there, isn't it? It's a long leg. But 1 run taken, 338 for 8, so Singdale looking to bang it in to green with 3 fielders back deep on the onside, square leg just in front of square, and then 2 further back there expecting him to take it on. And it looks as though it's going to be a similar attempt at trying to deliver a barrage to Hartley now as well. Over the wicket goes Singdale, but it's a bluff because it's a full ball and it's played on the bounce back to the bowler. But yes, this year's cricketing part of the quiz was name the 2 11s that played in the final of both of England's men's T20 World Cup wins. Although, of course, the first one wasn't technically the T20 World Cup because it was still called the World 2020 then, I think. But anyway, it's the same tournament. Singdale back of a length, digs it in, but Hartley allows it to pass through harmlessly enough wide of him. So end of the over, and 338 for 8 the Lancashire score. So they've added 48 runs this morning for the loss of 2 wickets, but the 2 wickets came early, and this is another partnership that's just developing to a stage where Lancashire have been able to put together enough of these partnerships. And of course there was a bigger one between Green and Hurst yesterday evening, but they've been able to put together enough partnerships that they are building this total up. And Gloucestershire, as the first hour, still within it, but really would want to wrap this up and get batting.
As Murphy sets off and bowls to Green. Defender back towards him, there's no run. The partnerships 28, 47, 31, 36, 18, 49, 83, which was Hurst and Green. And now this one is worth 36 between Green and Hartley. Murphy in and bowling. Forward again goes Green. And defends. Pushing the ball out towards Ollie Price at cover. And there's no run. 338 for 8. So Green on 59. Murphy in and bowls. And Green defends again. And there's no run. So yeah, the biggest partnership of the innings was the Hurst-Green one, but because you've got into positions where they had kind of partnerships starting to become established. And Gloucestershire able to keep chipping away at wicket through the course of that opening day. Again, Green watchful off the back foot and defending. He's got right forward in defence, and he's also kind of skipped back, played it later in defence. And he's busy in the crease, Green, using his feet, putting together a very important innings here. He's on the sweep and he's getting 6 up towards our balcony, and it's thumping in the front of the pavilion out towards the deep mid wicket boundary for 6 for Green, his second 6 of his innings, and he moves on to 63.
It's a firm strike. It's a short boundary to the pavilion, not quite as short as it was for the T20, but certainly Green would be eyeing that up.
And he goes again, second on the spin. That's even bigger from Green. It's to the left of the pavilion as we sit looking over from square on. And back-to-back sixes pushing Lancashire towards that third batting bonus point.
That will be it.
The scoreboard hasn't updated. They're at 350. That 6 does bring them to 350. So they've got to the third batting bonus point. 350 for 8. And Green is now 71 not out.
Well, perhaps they are fancying the 400. Go on the charge. 50 in 5 overs. The mood that Green's been in, you'd think he'd believe that he could get there. Well, started off very well this morning for Gloucestershire, but they really did buy those 2 wickets. There doesn't seem to be a great deal in the surface. There's just enough that the occasional false shot, I think, will be punished, but we do have the Kookaburra ball. I don't think there's a massive amount in the surface, and I think Green and Hartley have come out and applied themselves in the same way that Green did with Hurst, and that's shown that there are plenty of runs out there. And Gloucestershire are going to, I think, maybe risk a few more runs being conceded to continue to try and bowl short at Hartley. There's a fielder on the 45 in Hammond who is waiting maybe for the fend off. There's a gully, no slip. Fielder's back at deep square, fine leg and deep third. Singdale tries a Yorker, which is dug out well by Hartley to mid-off. So in terms of the World Cup winning sides,
it was 2010 and 2022, wasn't it?
Yes, we got 18 out of 22. I was a little bit disappointed, but then, you know,
I was delighted with that return.
Well,
you had very high expectations.
I think two of our guesses were fair enough. There were two guesses, one for each team, that were not good ones. Singdale in a shorter ball, Hartley pulls. How's he got it there? He's pulled it to mid-on. And then it was one of those where I was looking where Hartley was looking, hoping for some sort of a steer as to where the ball had gone, and he had no idea where it had gone. For a moment I wasn't sure either, and it was picked up at mid-on. He was looking to help it away behind square, and it's gone very much in front of square. Yes, for the 2022 side, Jason Roy was a bad guess. I should have remembered. At least we averted the Johnny Bairstow disaster.
Yeah, that was on the list, wasn't it?
That was on the list. That had to be crossed off.
Yeah, that got crossed off.
Had his golfing misdemeanour. Singdale shorter ball. Hartley ducks underneath it. And of course, I'd forgotten that Jason Roy's form dip had come then. I thought it was a little bit later than that.
Yeah, we had Roy and Hales opening the batting, didn't we?
Yeah, well, that was why, because I was trying to, you know, we had the conversation, didn't we, of Hales, Roy, Butler, and in my mind, all of them were opening the batting, so that should have been a bit of a red flag that something was wrong, and obviously we knew that both Hales and Butler were there. Singdale charges in round the wicket to Hartley. It's another short ball pulled in the air over mid-wicket, and Charlesworth can't get there from deep square either, so another boundary. Hartley on to 19, 354 for 8. I don't think Singdale was too far off with that one, but you're just relying on the ball going to hand, and quite often with this strategy, if it doesn't go to hand, it's probably going to be a boundary, because Hartley happy to take it on, and the 50 partnership with that 4 has come up between Green and Hartley. Green's had 33 of the runs that have been scored. There's only been one wide in this innings, by the way, in terms of extras.
That was the that was kind of that
was Miles Hammond.
Miles Hammond, wasn't he? Just coming into right before the new ball was taken.
It's the first ball he sent
he
down.
Was, yeah.
Richard Illingworth almost apologetically signalled wide for, as though he didn't really want to incline the arms too much. Singdale in now, and the field's changed a little bit. It's more for fuller pitched bowling. This is defended into the covers. This umbrella is wobbling about rather concerningly, considering only a few years ago one of these umbrellas went flying forward into the stand in front of us.
Oh goodness, right, okay.
I think,
keep a hold of that.
Get off me donuts.
I think
that that it's okay. The Wasp has returned.
Oh, well, what are you talking about?
Singdale in now, and Hartley thumps that one on a back foot drive on the bounce, and it's fielded at extra cover, so no run. And Gloucestershire continue to be frustrated. They picked up at Cardiff their 3rd bowling point in the last over of the 110. They're threatening to leave it late again here, as they've only got 4 more overs to secure this bonus point. Joe Phillips has just wandered off the field, maybe to remove his shin pads, and Archie Bailey has come out onto the field at square leg, but Tom Smith still there at mid-off, as Marchant de Lange has not taken to the field, and well, I think it was fairly clear from the fact that de Lange hadn't taken to the field that he wasn't going to play any part bowling in this innings. He may well need a runner as and when the time comes for him to bat.
Do we know what the issue is? Is it hamstring that we thought?
Hamstring, yes, okay. I believe so. As if watching Marchant de Lange bat isn't entertaining enough. We could have the aspect of the runner when the time comes. So that's something for everybody to look forward to.
Change of bowling with Graham Van Buren replacing Todd Murphy from the College Chapel end of the ground. Forward and defence goes Green, pushes it back to Van Buren, and there's no run.
It's probably not a bad idea, just ball turning away from Green with that slog sweep to the shorter boundary.
Played up towards mid-on by Green. There's no addition to the score. Yes, back-to-back sixes in the previous over, pushing Lancashire to that 350 mark, forcing a change. That's cut out towards the offside, and that's going to be 4 for Green. Late cut out towards deep backward point. And Green is now 76 not out. Lancashire 358 for 8. He resumed on 28 this morning, Chris Green. 28 to 76. In less than an hour of batting, that's forced away through the offside by Green for a single. The score moves on to 359, I
think so.
That might be Green actually to 76 with that. And that single brings Hartley back on strike. And changing the field here so that with Hartley bringing up long off, they've got a long on. Long off coming up. There's a deep mid-wicket. There's a deep backward square leg. There's a short fine leg. And short cover, short mid-wicket. And that's hammered away through the offside. Charlesworth is on the point boundary, so he'll swing away to his left to field. And Hartley gets a single and moves on to 20, and the score moves on to 360 for 8. To bring Green back on strike, so again things change with left hand, right hand batting here. Green is lunging into it and pushing away, but gathered by Ollie Price at extra cover, and there's no run, but again a productive over for Lancashire. 6 coming off it. 360 for 8. Chris Green's on 76. Tom Hartley, he's unbeaten on 20, and the partnership is worth 58. So the second time Lancashire put together a partnership that's gone beyond 50. Every partnership so far has gone into double figures. 4 wickets for Akhtar, 3 for Van Buren, and 1 for Todd Murphy.
I think you need some of those flip down shades instead of this business of propping the sunglasses on your forehead.
What a flip down shades?
Well, you know, the ones that you attach to the top of your glasses.
Oh, I have some of them when I'm wearing glasses.
Yeah,
but I'm not wearing my glasses.
Wearing
I just put my sunglasses on.
Yeah, so you can't do that.
Oh.
You have to get some fake lenses.
I'm leaving you for a bit.
All right. Bye-bye. Change of bowling. Akhtar returns. Still looking for that 5th wicket into Hartley. Steers it to backward point. Green's come a distance down at the non-striker's end, but he's got time to get back. Then, for some reason, he seems to think there's an overthrow, which, given that the ball is rested in the hands of Van Buren at mid-off, would probably not be a great idea. He hit the stumps direct yesterday, did Van Buren. Looked very close to running out Matty Hurst. So possibly not the man to take on. Akhtar over the wicket, bowls a short ball, it's pulled in the air and he's lobbed it right between the two fielders at mid-wicket. It looked as though he'd really miscued that one off his bat, did Hartley, but he just got it over the head of Bancroft, who is at mid-wicket in the ring, as it were, and it fell well short of Ollie Price out at deep mid-wicket. But Hartley continues to take that short ball on, and that's twice now that he's just cleared that fielder at mid-wicket. 361 for 8 as the partnership grows, and Gloucestershire try and figure out a way to at least make Chris Green look slightly uncomfortable. They've got the two bowlers now in tandem who've taken 7 out of the 8 wickets that have fallen in this innings. Actor into Green, it's a short ball, he ducks underneath it, but to be honest, he was almost on his way up as the ball went past him. I think it, again, we're square of the wicket, but I'm assuming that ball's gone a long way down his leg side. It didn't look as if it was a wide for height. In fact, it's not even been signalled as one of the allotted bounces for the over by umpire Treadwell. But wasn't a particularly threatening bumper. Actor is signalling to Murphy, I think, who was fielding at long leg, just to come in a few steps off the boundary, seemingly. Still those 3 fielders back on that leg side boundary as Actor bowls. Back of a length delivery, but not really a short one. Green plays the ball out into the covers, and there is no run. So that, yes, going back to these World Cup winning 11s, Jason Roy was a bad guess for 22.
Yeah.
And I won't name where the guess came from. As Actors round the wicket now to Green, there's a slight flinching duck that time. A short ball is signalled as one of the bounces there for the over. But yeah, I was a bit doubtful about Ian Bell, I've got to say, because the whole point of that squad was that it was out of the box, wasn't it? You know, you had Michael Yardy, you had Ryan Sidebottom as the left armour. They tried playing it conventionally, T20 cricket, and it wasn't really working. As this is defended by Green. Back to Actor, who tries to flick it up with his foot, but is not particularly successful that time. End of the over, 361 for 8. There are only 2 overs left of the 110, or a point will go a-begging for Gloucestershire. But yeah, you know, you had Collingwood in there, but Collingwood was filling that middle order role of ticking it along, and
he's captain, wasn't he?
Yes, well, he was sort of manufacturing the middle overs in the way that doesn't really happen too much anymore. But he was, you know, he was the one that the Dashers played around.
The glue.
You know,
he was the glue. The glue that held it all together.
Peacevetters and Lums that they picked.
Lum
for that
was
one.
a great shot.
Well, I just remember, because that was the opening partnership that it was, again, like the Sidebottom Yardy type selections. It was a bit out of the box, but it was, you know, it was getting people who knew how to play T20 cricket.
Van Buren balls to Hartley off the back foot and slapped down the ground through mid-on for a single. Hartley moves on to 22, 362 for 8.
I think I'm less displeased with my Bopara guess, because Bopara was part of that squad. He just didn't play in the final. And the similar thing for our guess of Tamal Mills for 2022. He was in the squad.
Green plays it back to Van Buren, and there's no run.
So I'm a bit less bothered by those two.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jason Roy and Ian Bell with that. Yeah, should have thought those through.
Van Buren to Green, driven into the offside. There's no run. Was Bell in the squad or not? Was he not even in the squad?
In the squad, I don't think. No. There's a man who's standing out in the middle at the moment who was in the squad.
Yes. There's Green plays it away again, but can't find a way past Ollie Price, who's gone low down to his left, short straight cover, and there's no addition to the score.
In fact,
remains on 76.
There's a few people involved in this game who were part of those squads, one of whom was a correct answer.
Van Buren to Green. Again, there's no run.
2 members of the Lancashire side were part of the squads. And then the man with the umpiring hat on, James Treadwell, he was in that squad for 2010, as was James Anderson. But Phil Salt was, I'm pretty sure he was the replacement for David Milan, who got injured at the end of the group stage for England. Salt came into the side, and I don't think he was required to bat in either the semi-final or the final.
Van Buren around the wicket. Oh, that comes off the inner half of the bat. And Green, to his relief, sees the ball disappear along the ground towards Singdale. And there's no run, but maybe a wee bit of good fortune going in the way of Chris Green. End of the over, just a single coming off it. He's absolutely rapid, isn't he, Van Buren? And again, he rattles through another over pretty quickly. 362 for 8 at the end of the over. What have we had now? 109? Yep, 109 overs, so one
over left for the wicket for Gloucestershire. Going to have to do it again at the last. No, Salt batted at 3. Of course he did, because he was the direct replacement for Milan, who had been batting at 3. So yeah, Salt made 10 in that 2022 final. Of course, they dominated that semi-final to such an extent that even though Salt would have been due in at 3 then, he didn't get to bat. Extraordinary partnership between Butler and Hales. Actor to Hartley, who taps that one to backward point. There's no run. And in terms of perhaps what Lancashire might be thinking about trying to actually deny Gloucestershire this point in a way, in terms of the fact that any point that Lancashire deny Gloucestershire is a point they can make up in the table. So I don't think they'd be too willing just to give this away, but Gloucestershire have set the short pitched ploy, that's the one, looking for that wicket, but they're only going to concede another boundary as that's been cut away. Was slightly in the air, but behind backward point. Murphy, no chance of getting there. And down to the boundary, it's 4 more runs, and it's 366 for 8. I did sort of think, what was it, 290 for 6 at the start of the day. Sort of had 350 in mind, maybe as a number that was realistic, and if Gloucestershire could keep Lancashire to about 350, I don't think they'd be too disappointed. But this partnership continues to take it closer to 400. Short ball and ducked underneath, and Chris Green. He's either hoping to hitch a ride somewhere, or he's thrilled with the fact that Tom Hartley's decided to duck underneath that one. It's as though he has decided that, whether because of the point or just because Hartley has looked like getting out to that shot, that the best form of combating this attack from Gloucestershire is just to have nothing to do with it. Actor in now, bowls to Hartley, who is looking for a quick single to point but won't get it. And so I think there are now only 2 deliveries left in this 110 overs. Lancashire 3 batting points, Gloucestershire 2 bowling points. Now the question is, can we remember the names that we missed? I think I can remember 3 of them. We missed Brooke, and you.
I didn't.
You.
No, I didn't.
As Actor bowls, shorter delivery, and Hartley sort of sways out of the way of that. So we've come down to the last delivery of the 110. You, the Lancashire commentator.
It's not true, this. I said, I think Liam Livingston played.
But you didn't put it down, did you?
Well, because you had the pen and you seemed very convinced that what you were saying was right.
You could have easily replaced one of the names that we put down with Liam Livingston.
I pushed forward Liam Livingston. I'm sure Livy played in that final.
Actor bowls, another short ball, and Hartley ducks it again. So that is the end of the 110th over, and Actor been hunting for that 5th wicket this morning, but has not found it, and it's only Graham van Buren who has had success for Gloucestershire. Hurst in the first over for 106, Blatherwick out for a single, but Green and Hartley have taken Lancashire to this point at 366 for 8, and if there was a little bit of doubt about Lancashire being maybe just on top after the first day, I think it's pretty clear that they are in the ascendancy now. I'm just noticing all of this lunch fare disappearing away to our left, so I think we probably better reserve it before anybody else decides they want to get their hands on it. The last packet of crisps has gone, so we're just left with the 2 chocolate bars. Let me go and grab them.
Okay. Drinks are being ferried out for Chris Green and for Tom Hartley. Miles Hammond had at least momentarily donned the wicket-keeping gloves and the wicket-keeping helmet, and I think was quite keen to give it a go because James Bracey had left the field, but sadly to Miles Hammond's, I'm sure, great disappointment, Bracey's returned in time to snaffle the gloves back off Hammond and resume his responsibilities.
You're not putting buys on my record.
But he was in place, Miles Hammond. Gloves on, helmet on, I'm good to go. And then Bracey's come back out. 366 for 8. Here is Van Buren into to Chris Green. It's off the back foot and punched away through extra cover for a single. They've relocated Ollie Price out towards that boundary in front of the one of I think 11 marquees that are around the ground. It's like Marquee Central at the Cheltenham Festival, sponsored by the Marquee. 367 for 8. There's Van Buren's bowling, defended by Hartley, and there's no run, but they're all nice and busy again today, which is excellent to see.
Yes, and I should correct something I said yesterday. One of the many things I would have got wrong. Exiles Day is day 2 of the Middlesex game, not day 1.
Right. 367 for 8. Van Buren bowls to Hartley. He'll take a single here, just dabbed gently and cautiously through point. Moves on to 27, 368 for 8. The bunting's still up, isn't it, today as well? It's still flapping over in the breeze. It's dotted all around the edge of the marquees. Van Buren bowls, Green off the front foot and defends. And there's no run. And lots of kind of pastel coloured shirts in the marquees. Lots of whites and pale blues and pale pinks for those inside the hospitality tents today. It's driven by Green through mid-off for a single. Takes him to 78. 369 for 8. Maybe Tom Hartley back on strike.
It's just in comparison to the days that we've been having, but it does just feel a little bit of a chill in the air today. It's not too bad, but
it's lovely. There's Van Buren bowling to Hartley. That's turned in towards the onside by Hartley for 1 run. Hartley moves on to 28. And the score to 369 for 8. I think it's quite mild today.
You think it's quite mild, but it's also blindingly bright out there.
It is.
With the sun firmly behind clouds.
It is quite a bright day. It's a mild day.
It's really not that bright
a nice,
today.
Warm, gentle breeze from time to time. Beautiful. That was the end of the over. 370 for 8.
You lanky lot are the only people on the balcony who've got sunglasses on. You and the and the photographer's having to look through his lens with sunglasses as well.
Us lanky lot.
Yeah, you lot.
Well, it's lovely. I should put my shorts on.
Please don't. Certainly not on the balcony anyway. You can find somewhere else to change. Here comes actor bowling to Hartley, who fends that off. Oh, there's a big mix-up here, and they'll just about sort it out as there was a run-out opportunity for the substitute fielder, Archie Bailey, at point. But actually, in the end, it wasn't an opportunity because Hartley did get back, but he fended that one off, and then I don't think really was in much of a frame of mind to think too much about a single. And then I think Green took a few steps down, and then there was a shall we, shan't we? But in the end, the spin twins have sorted it out. They've reconciled their differences. In comes Actor round the wicket. And Hartley turns this one into the onside. Bancroft picks up at mid-wicket, certainly getting the sense that, especially missing out on that 9th wicket, I think Gloucestershire are starting to look a little bit like a side that just really want to be off the field now. Bancroft is doing some pointing about. He's not a demonstrative captain by any means, really, Bancroft, but he's just waving his troops about, setting slightly different field. It looks as though the short pitch stuff is going to continue because Joe Phillips has come back out and he's got a helmet on as well. Ollie Price at deep square, and then those two fielders again on the boundary behind square. Short ball controlled well by Hartley, but he does pick out the squarer of those two fielders on the boundary. It's a smart pickup from Ben Charlesworth on 2 bounces, because no bounce is easy on this hard outfield. Just a single for Hartley. Lancashire 371 for 8. It would really start to feel Gloucestershire, if they can't keep Lancashire to under 400, that got a lot of work to do. At least it might feel slightly better whilst there's a 3 to start the score. How many of these two put on now? They've put on 69. Still the short leg for Green. Actor into his 25th over of the innings. Bowls a shorter ball, and that's well on its way down by the time it nestles in the gloves of Bracey. And really, Singdale and Actor, a lot of work has been asked of them, and that adds also to a little bit of the pressure for Gloucestershire to score well in their second innings as well. Never mind just the game situation, but Actor and Singdale need to be able to put their feet up for the rest of today, and ideally, from Gloucestershire's point of view, into probably tomorrow as well. Actor goes in and bowls to Green. That doesn't get up a huge amount, and Green, having hopped back expecting a shorter delivery, then has to just lunge down and defend it to mid-on. Yeah, with Gloucestershire a bowler light. No, Delanga not taken to the field today. He was out there for most of yesterday, didn't he? But he only bowled 5 overs in the end on the first day. Gave it a bit of a go, didn't he, after lunch, which took us a little bit by surprise, because he looked like he was struggling when he was bowling at lunch. All of the body language and the chat between him and the physio looked like it was, you're done. It's always been hit there as Green was dug in back of a length, and strikes Green somewhere on the upper body. I think loops out to slip, but he's bowled a few deliveries just dug in there. It's what he's got the ability to do, Actor. It's one of the reasons why the England Lions have come calling a few times, because he's slippery, is Actor, and he's got quite a high release as well. It's quite different from Singdale, who's the quicker in terms of speed, but Actor possibly be the one to generate extra bounce if there's any to be had, and that really did catch Green. Try and see exactly where it hit him, but I don't think it was on the glove or anything. There were those shouts of catch, but anyway. Van Buren to Hartley.
A single fin there, off the back foot, punch through mid-on. It would appear from what we've watched yesterday that there's been more bounce from the bowling from the Chapel end of the ground rather than the College lawn end of the ground. And actors there got that one to lift from the end where there wasn't. It didn't appear, at least, to be that much in the wicket yesterday. Well, that one did bounce. Van Buren to Green, carved away through the offside, up towards deep backward point. Green hurries through for one. Lancashire move on to 373 for 8. Green moves on to 79.
If somebody's going to bang it in short for Lancashire, I guess it's probably got to be Blatherwick, doesn't it, really?
Yeah.
Balderson and Anderson, the other two seam bowlers.
Green. Sorry, it's Hartley playing a missing. Through to the keeper, and there's no run. Yeah, 3 seamers at Lancashire have picked with Balderson, Anderson and Blatherwick, and then Hartley, Green and Wells.
Does sound like something for a nonsense rhyme, that.
Forward goes Hartley, just dabs it back to Van Buren, there's no run.
Balderson, Anderson and Blatherwick.
373 for 8, Lancashire. Tom Hartley on 30. Here's Van Buren, left arm spin, bowling forward again. To defend. Finds Phillips at extra cover, there's no run. 2 mid-wickets and a deep mid-wicket and a long on and a deep backward square leg. Van Buren politely asking the question towards the umpire. James Treadwell says that's not out. End of the over. Lancashire 373 for 8. Lunch has been pushed back. I think it's 1:10.
Yes,
their lunch was today, because we're making up a little bit of time, but we've had a pretty lively morning session. Those 2 early wickets. Hurst in the first over, Blatherwick in the second over. But then there's been a pretty powerful partnership put together, which has so far worth 71 runs for Lancashire. 373 for 8.
Wello. That's windy.
Yeah. It's a bit.
God, where's that kicked up from? Just, it's not been much of a breeze all game so far. Anyway, they continue to search Gloucestershire just about everywhere. They've tried all the bowlers that they've got at their disposal, and one of them isn't at Gloucestershire's disposal. And I think they've tried them from both ends this morning as well, because Murphy's going to have a go from the College lawn end into Green, fires it in quickly, it's driven out into the covers. Juggling stop by Ollie Price there will keep it to a dot delivery. But really it's only wickets at this stage that will improve Gloucestershire's mood. There are quite a lot of teapots on display out there as Murphy bowls. Another quicker delivery fired in. It's as though he thinks Green is now itching to try and get after him. So far, he's not really. There's just another defensive shot, but is he going to really float one up there and fired it in? No, it's another quick delivery, isn't it? Well, brief inquiry from keeper and bowler about LBW as Green tries to reverse sweep. Murphy actually seemed to be a bit more serious about that than I think everybody else. It looks to have struck him quite a long way outside off stump. Murphy into Green, who's forward and steering it defensively into the onside. There's no real hurry from a Lancashire perspective, seemingly. The danger is that you then, as Murphy bowls, Green forward and defending again into the offside, the only danger is that And I don't think it's a huge danger at this stage, because Lancashire will be thinking about bowling Gloucestershire out cheaply, but because you're the side batting third, that's then time that you haven't got to set the game up for how you want in the second innings. It creates that situation where you almost don't even need to get a lead as the side batting second, because as Murphy bowls, quick delivery which Green keeps out again, so it's a maiden over from Murphy. He's got through 32 overs of work, 5 maidens, 1 for 77. Possibly was a little better than those figures would show yesterday. He certainly kept the runs down, but you know, it felt as though it was at a stage where, you know, just add one more wicket to it and it might reflect slightly better. But yeah, I think even though his figures of 1 for 77 look fairly similar to the first couple, it's the rate that it's happened as well. He has controlled the scoreboard, but it's Van Buren again, as it has been through the first 2 games, that these two have been the spin options, the main spin options for Gloucestershire. It's Van Buren who's picked up the wickets, 3 for 63.
Yeah, he's going to continue as well. There's Hartley on strike. Cut away off the back foot. Charlesworth down below us on the point boundary to field. Hartley moves to 31. 374 for 8. Yeah, I thought Murphy did a terrific job yesterday. Got him into the attack early on. And on the first day, just kind of tied one end down, didn't he? And able to chip away in and around Murphy. Did a super job for Gloucestershire. Van Buren picked up 3. And from around the wicket to Green, that's flat and quick and left. And taken by Bracey.
I think that was the ball that got Bohannon, but Green didn't decide to come down.
In comes Van Buren, and Green pushes it through mid-on for a single. Yes, I thought there was a little bit more air on the one that Bohannon came dancing down to, but yeah, it was thrown up and wide, wasn't it? Bohannon looking to go after it, missed it, and Bracey did the rest. 375 for 8. Swept by Hartley, and swept for 4. There's 2 on the leg side boundary, 1 behind square and 1 at deep mid wicket. And nice looking sweep shot by Hartley. Finds the gap between them both pretty perfectly. Lancashire moved to 379 for 8. Hartley moves on to 35. And looking out towards the leg side, there's a slight tweak to the field, so they had 2 short straight mid wickets in place. One has now gone to square leg and cut off that sweep shot, so instead Hartley off the back foot sends it nicely away through the offside and gets 4 actually. It's Charlesworth sprinting around to his left from backward, or from cover point or deep point, maybe 30 yards or so to try and make up, but it is a short boundary. Square for the left-hander when the bowling is coming from that chapel end. Couldn't get round in time to stop back-to-back 4s for Hartley. That's dabbed away into the onside for no run. It's the end of the over. 383 for 8 with that additional 4 to be included. I reckon that's pushed Hartley on to 39. Green's on 80 as well. So 383 for 8. Lancashire, 115 overs gone of their first innings. A reminder for you that this morning they resumed on 290 for 6. Chris Green was on 28. He's now on to 80 alongside Tom Hartley. And these two have pushed their partnership along to 81 runs.
Here's Murphy whirling in. Green drives hard, and that is a tremendous piece of fielding from Ollie Price to save another boundary. Launching away to his left, and it was on the half volley as well, which, given that it was a fizzing drive from Green, makes an even better start. There's no run. Murphy in now. back foot punch, and another smart piece of fielding, this time from Bancroft, sliding across from mid-wicket. So just getting a little bit of that energy back in to the field. Gloucestershire, that maybe is what they need collectively. Murphy in now and turned into the onside. Green sets off, hopefully thinking about a second run, but the square boundaries are so short really that so few twos available to that part of the ground. 384 for 8, but that sort of admittedly fairly arbitrary 390 mark that I mentioned for the totals that Gloucestershire have conceded first innings wise, they're going to do it again, all but, unless two very quick wickets occur. 383 for 8. Just the Leicestershire match where Gloucestershire have limited a side to under 390 in the first innings. Murphy around the wicket to Hartley, the left-hander, tall left-hander, cuts away in the air. It'll just fall short of Singdale at backward point. That was nearly the Matty Hurst dismissal in reverse, and Singdale, I don't think he's really fancying these bounces off the outfield. He ended up wearing it, but it was almost again facing the other way as he stopped the ball. No chance of a catch, just another one that doesn't really fall for Todd Murphy. He bowls now, and Hartley cuts that one away, and that's going to go fine of Singdale at backward point, and that'll be 4 runs. That's well controlled by Hartley. I don't know whether Murphy thought about trying to get him to cut again deliberately, but he didn't miss out. Second time of asking. Hartley into the 40s. Lancashire 388 for 8. So those first innings scores I'll maybe run down at the end of the over, because I feel from having looked through them before the start of the game that quite a lot of them were about that sort of mark. Not a huge number, massively more so than that 390. Just sort of quite consistently around that mark. End of the over at 388 for 8. So it was 391 against Derbyshire, 385 against Glamorgan. He says, remembering that it was 385 was the mark, not 390. Kent got 393 at Canterbury. The Leicestershire game, that was a very low scoring game. Leicestershire just about chasing down 146 with 2 wickets in hand at Bristol. A rare, quick, fast-moving game there. Lancashire got 450 at Old Trafford. Kent 424 at Bristol, thanks to Grant Stewart's 182. So there nearly always seems to be somebody that manufactures something. Northamptonshire 469. Derbyshire 398, so there's another one around that mark. Glamorgan 528 at Cardiff.
Yeah, there's only one team with more bowling bonus points than Gloucestershire
exactly.
this season.
There's things happening.
Singdale replacing that spell from Van Buren. Bowling to Green, that's driven. Phillips is at mid-on to field and there's no run.
But in terms of the ball of Baz, that's what they want, isn't it? You know,
yes.
They want these fast-moving games where sides score 400 very quickly and then 400 back, and then there's enough time to actually secure a result. The danger is if you're batting for 150 overs for your 400, not much time left.
Singdale in, balls, Green drives again, but picks out Phillips once again at mid-on, and there's no run.
And I don't think, as I say, this isn't a danger for Lancashire unless they can't bowl Gloucestershire out quickly. And you know, 3.3 and over, it's not the slowest, and actually it's accelerated a little bit thanks to Green, especially this morning. Hartley's batted at a good tempo as well for his 43. But yeah, there is always that balance of a little bit of how long do you want to bat for, because you still only have 4 days, and it's hard to see the pitch really becoming immensely tricky.
Green this time again finding the onside, but they've reinforced that. Cameron Bancroft now with a short straight mid-on. He picks out Bancroft. And there's no run. 388 for 8. Well, Matthew Hurst said last night during the interview that they felt that the pitch would probably turn as it went on. And batting last could be tricky. Flashed away by Green towards deep backward point. He's hurtled through the first, turns and wants to at least consider the second. But there isn't two there, so Green has to settle for 182 to him now. 389 for 8.
Yeah, it's tricky to know, isn't it? Because, you know, in the recency bias, when you've had a side score 592 in the final innings of the most recent match that's taken place on this ground.
Yes.
But then, you know, it's not always completely like that. So
that was that very odd game where it was low scores in the first innings,
yes,
and then big scores in the second innings.
Because the first two innings were got out of the way of so quickly,
yes,
it allowed
yes,
allowed for what happened to happen. Because that was one of the many things that made it such a unique game. It just unlikely to see a game quite like that again because of the contrast between the first and the second innings. It was doing all sorts on the first couple of days, and then it just did nothing at all after that.
389 for 8. And comes Singdale and balls to Tom Hartley, and that's tapped back towards him. And there's no addition to the score. 389 for 8. So pretty much half an hour left of the morning session at 20 to 1. Tom Hartley's on 43, Chris Green's on 82. Singdale trying to prize away to open up this partnership. I'm going to change the field. Oh, no, they're not. Oh, yes, they are. Surprised he was at cover. Started to move to mid-wicket and then stopped and went back and then went back again to that short, straight mid-wicket. There's also a short leg, and that's a short from Singdale and pulled by Hartley. Down towards the boundary, deep backward square leg, pushing Lancashire into the 390s, so 400 now, very much within reach. As indeed is a half century for Tom Hartley. That 4 takes him on to 47, and it's 392 for 8. Oh, 393, isn't it, for 8, with that 4 now for Hartley. And he's on to 47. End of the over, boundary in the end, spoiling what was up until that point a pretty tight over, just a single coming off it prior to that final ball, which Hartley latched onto. And the partnership between these two is 91 now. Best partnership of the innings, highest partnership.
There was a smile on Singdale's face after that over of no mirth at all, and there certainly won't be any mirth about that either, because that's an outside edge which is going to bring 4 runs. There's no slip in place. I think that probably wouldn't have gone wide of a slip had there been one. Green looking to drive a ball that wasn't full enough, gets a thick edge, and it flashes down for 4 more runs. 397 for 8 as Green is on to 86. Murphy bowling round the wicket, angling it across Green, who now plays onside, and it's picked up by Bancroft at mid-wicket. So it's turned into what looked as if it was going to be a fine morning for Gloucestershire after what was it, 3 overs.
Yeah.
It's developed into a deeply frustrating one for them, becoming possibly more so than that quite troubling as Green defends into the onside. Bancroft picks up at mid-wicket, so we've got another one of these short periods where it's only the Aussies playing amongst themselves. Murphy to Green to Bancroft. Back to Murphy to Green to Bancroft. And oh no, we're just going to go with Murphy himself that time. Tap straight back to him.
Yeah, it's turned into a very, very good session, hasn't it? Lancashire scored over 100 runs in still with half an hour left to go before lunch. So it's not just the runs of the partnership, it's the pace in which they've scored them too. It's been a great morning for Lancashire.
Murphy bowls and Green tidily back in to his crease into line and defending to Ollie Price. That short extra cover. They've got their boundary off the over in terms of thinking in those terms anyway. Now, as Green goes back, forces it through point, Charlesworth will get across. Gets the long barrier out. Single will keep Green the strike at the end of that over. 398 for 8, Green 87. Lancashire won't add another batting point as we're a long way past that, but in terms of building a score that gives them really plenty of options when it comes to time to bowl, they've got that on the board.
Yes, they have. Yep. First innings runs, which has been a challenge at times for Lancashire in the last season or two. And they've got them here. Singdale will continue. Wicketless actually, but I thought he bowled pretty well yesterday. Wasn't a great deal in the pitch for him. He bowled predominantly from the opposite end that he is now, from the college lawn end. Yet to get any rewards, he's got Chris Green on strike, Singdale in and balls to Green. That's driven back towards him. High left elbow from Green as he strikes it firmly on the bounce back to the bowler. He is a tall man, Green, and stood up as tall as he could be in the crease there to play that back to Singdale. Wandering back to his mark. He's got a mid-off and a mid-on either side of him.
He's actually bowled the most overs, Singdale, of any Gloucestershire bowler this season. So that includes spinners.
Tearing back in, bowling to Green. And Green drives. Singdale does really well off his own bowling to stop that, because that was hit firmly by Chris Green. And he made it look rather easy, didn't he, Singdale? A nonchalant little pick-up off his own bowling, but goodness me, Green hit that firmly.
Second time he's gone up to one of the umpires and wants a little sort of shaving of wood, I think, removed from the toe of his bat, but he's obviously determined not to have this bat replaced because it's working rather well for him.
Yes, yes. He's produced 87 runs in this innings. He's defended to cover and there's no run.
But yeah, Singdale has bowled, actually, I mean, I never know exactly when this is updating, because this particular website tends to update at some point throughout the game or possibly even throughout the day. But he's bowled roughly 30 more overs than Graham van Buren. Singdale, so he's been a real workhorse, and he's bowling these overs at pace as well. You know, it's not as though he's bowling within himself and just relying on accuracy. He is pretty accurate, but he's doing it at good pace, and hence why Singdale's name has certainly been in the rumour mill recently.
Muscled out by Green, out towards the pavilion again, over the temporary stand, dropping just short of reaching the balcony, but 6 for Green. Takes him into the 90s, it pushes Lancashire beyond 400 as well. Pulled with a great deal of force over the square leg umpire, over the temporary stand below or in front of the pavilion. That's disappeared somewhere behind the supporters. 6 for Green. I think that might be his fourth of his innings. Thanks, Ed. Takes him to 93, not out. 404 for 8. And And we're still looking to try and relocate the ball.
It's not the easiest to keep your eye on the ball when you're in the gap between the temporary stand and the pavilion, but I suppose what you need to do is make sure that you time your walk there, so that you know. Yeah. So I think the ball did go in that.
I think he did.
Area,
behind the
down
stand.
there.
There's like a temporary stand that she's constructed in front of the pavilion, and then it's kind of found its way over the top of that and rattled its way on the little path that creeps behind it. So green into the 90s, Lancashire beyond 400, and the Century partnership as well. Brought up with that 6. Singdale into green. Green drives to mid-off. There's no run, and tucks his bat under his arm and has a little flick around with his gloves. 404 for 8, Lancashire. 20 minutes left until lunch. This has proved to be a very good session. It started with successive wickets, really, in the first 3 overs of the day. But then since then, over 100 runs added between Hartley and Green. Singdale to Green. He drives. Awkward bounce for cover fielder. Manages to successfully stop the ball. It's the end of the over. Dots all around it, and then that big muscled pull shot for 6. And with the penultimate ball of the over. 404 for 8 at the end of it. Green on 93, Hartley on 47.
93 on his back as well, and I think it's one of those easier ones to work out why Chris Green has got 93 on his back. Much as it is thoroughly depressing that Chris Green was born in the same year as me, and he looks like looks like that, and I look like this. Oh dear. Todd Murphy into a 35th over. Into Hartley, and Hartley forward reaching for that one and defending straight along the floor out to mid-wicket. They're playing in the test match.
Well, of course they are. Well, why would
That's
that be
a cloudy Old Trafford.
Why would that be a surprise?
It's a cloudy Old Trafford. Murphy bowls. This is pounded into the ground off the back foot by Hartley towards backward point. Splits 2 fielders enough for a single. 405 for 8. India put into bat. 63 without loss. In comes Murphy to Green, who nudges it into the onside, fielded at short mid-wicket. Derbyshire have come storming back a little bit in the championship match at Derby. 3 centuries, and nobody else made double figures for Leicestershire. They've been bowled out for 398. Murphy bowls, loopy delivery, which is driven down to long on by Green for a single.
That's a magnificent looking scorecard.
It's great, isn't it? Hill 151, Ahmed 115, Hanscom 101, and then actually it's a bit like the England test card from
last week. Was it last week?
No, I don't know. Headingley, I think, wasn't it?
Okay.
Was it second innings at Headingley?
Right.
Green is forward and defending into the onside, where there were 4 ducks and then a naught not out for Leicestershire, and then 300s.
Brilliant.
Lewis Rees, 6 for 56. Murphy bowls right up to the bat, driven, gets underneath Bancroft at short extra. He slows it down though, so may have saved an extra run. And Hartley will, yes, keep the strike at the end of that over. He's on 49, Green on 94. Lancashire 407 for 8. So Derbyshire replying to that 398. They're 2 for 1. They lost David Lloyd in the first over. Kent in deep trouble against Glamorgan. Glamorgan are 242 for 4. Ingram and Kellaway have not had their partnership broken. They were together first thing this morning. 85 for Ingram, 79 for Kellaway. And that's a lead already of 87 runs for Glamorgan over Kent. And Joe Denley appears to have picked up an injury for Kent as well, adding to their troubles.
He's just back from injury, isn't he?
Retired hurt
Right.
in Kent's batting innings and hasn't come back out again. Middlesex piling up the runs at Merchant Taylor's School. They're 457 for 5. Max Holden out for 151. Kane Williamson 114. And Ben Geddes, is that for a golden duck?
Here's Singdale for Gloucestershire, bowling to Tom Hartley. Clips that away off his pads to bring up 50 for Hartley. 50 not out. 78 balls and 8 fours. And he's shared a partnership which has produced 106 runs for Lancashire. 50 to Hartley.
It was always a concern, I think, for Gloucestershire having Hartley still lurking, especially with how well he defied them at Old Trafford. You think that would give somebody quite a lot of confidence in terms of then going out and facing that same side and that same attack in another game. And it hasn't mattered the fact that he's come in at 10 because he's had Green for company. He's not had to worry at all about, well, running out of partners or the number 11 because Green's kept in company so well.
Singdale to Green, he's on 94. That's defended to Phillips with extra cover, and there's no run.
Still looks as if it's raining at Scarborough.
Oh.
Yorkshire 282 for 4. I don't think they've had any. Have they had any play there today? They haven't had much if they have.
Not sure.
86 overs
Right.
bowled in the game so far.
Sounds like not much today then, if anything. Singdale sets off again. 408 for 8 Lancashire. In and balls to Green. Cuts it out through the offside for a single. Takes him to 95. 409 for 8.
Warwickshire against Worcestershire. That's an interesting one. Warwickshire are 11 for 3, replying to Worcestershire's 333. Khurram Shahzad, the Pakistan test bowler, has all 3 of them, Yates, Davies and Mosley, all out, with Warwickshire trailing by 322.
Hartley's back on strike. Singdale into Hartley, defends it back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Worcestershire trying to stave off relegation, and Warwickshire, who was still just about within reach of the title chase, but with a lot of work to do, have certainly increased that workload with that one. Essex going well against Sussex, 293 for 4, replying to Sussex's 204 all out. Jordan Cox has 100.
409 for 8 here, Lancashire. Oh, short ball from Singdale has Hartley swaying back and just bending his knees. Through it goes to Bracey. Oh, and there's no run. Ed's done well to stop the brolly from taking off.
Gosh, that really that had my heart in my mouth because that was going to go over again. I think if you complete the rest of this over, I might just have to let somebody know that we're going to need to get something for that, because otherwise, especially if we're not up here, it could be quite nasty.
Singdale bowls. It's short and pulled by Hartley. It's 2 behind square on the leg side boundary, so it doesn't reach the rope. Hartley, however, gets a single, and as Dan rightly relays on the PA, that single pushes Lancashire to a record 9th wicket partnership for Lancashire against Gloucestershire, dating back to 19 1914. In fact,
Oh.
it was previously shared in
Yes, I was gonna say
1914 and 1951.
There we go. That was what was announced around the ground anyway. So 2
Yes.
partnerships erased.
Yes, Tilsley and Huddleston at the Spa Ground in 1914, and Wharton and Hilton at Stanley Park in Blackpool in 1951. So, record-breaking 9th wicket partnership for Lancashire against Gloucestershire. You want me to carry on while you deal with the brolly problem?
Or actually, even better,
Just hold on
could
to
you
it.
hold on to that
Yes.
for a second, and I
Yes.
can finish my text message a little bit quicker. Forward goes Hartley and plays the ball to extra cover.
I'll carry on. You tap the message out. 4-10 for 8.
Yeah.
There's Murphy in past the umpire around the wicket and balls. Hartley going back, trying to cut the ball away. Could stop it. Kind of short backward punt, really. He's not quite regular backward point. Not quite slip. He's not quite gully. He's kind of just behind square on the offside, but quite close in. There's also a short third man. A slip as well. Short mid wicket, mid on. As Murphy's into Hartley forward and defending. And there's no addition to the score. 410 for 8. Long off drops that back towards the boundary in front of this quite sizable marquee, which is split into at least 3 sections. Murphy balls, Hartley off the front foot, smothering the ball away into the offside. And again, there's no addition to the score. Gathered by Cameron Bancroft, who flicks it up with the outside of his right boot, catches it, gives it a polish and lobs it back to Murphy. To Hartley. On the defensive, just dropping it away into the onside. Ollie Price coming forward from mid-wicket to field. So 4-10 for 8, it remains. With around about, just actually a fraction over 10 minutes left before the lunch break. They find a gap in the offside. Just picking out Bancroft at cover. That's the end of the over. It's a maiden, I reckon. It is, yeah, maiden for Todd Murphy. So he's now bowled 36 overs in the innings, 6 maidens, 1 for 90. Lancashire 410 for 8. Hartley on 51 and Green is on 95.
Still 10 minutes to go until lunch, although, oh no. If a wicket falls in the 10 minutes,
yeah,
we could have a 2-hour, 40-minute long session.
What's not to look forward to?
Well, I'm sure from a Lancashire supporting point of view, they'd rather enjoy that. So, it almost gets to the stage where actually, maybe not now, but the Gloucestershire sort of think, well, maybe let's just not quite take this wicket, hang on for a bit and come back out after lunch. We've got another change. One of the things that hasn't been tried yet. In fact, he's only bowled 2 overs in the innings. Ollie Price is going to come on and bowl. They put him on at the end of yesterday to try and get Matty Hurst to go big and complete his 100, or maybe get a bit itchy for completing his 100 that evening, but Price did get struck for a 6 and a 4. I think he's bowled 2 one-over spells, so he might have possibly 2 overs, I suppose, here. Round the wicket he comes to Green with his off breaks, and Green flicks this one into the onside. And that will move Green on to 96. 411 for 8. I imagine that Green will be in a great deal of hurry as far as this milestone. Hartley waiting with his slip in, and ring field really mid-on is relatively deep. That's driven firmly back to Ollie Price. He's done extremely well to cut that ball off in his follow-through. I fancy Murphy might have got there from mid-off, but Price certainly not wanting to take that chance. Hartley waiting, Price bowling on the back foot, run with an on push by Hartley back to the bowler. There's no run. Skies still haven't really parted all morning. Just had the vaguest hint of some sunshine, but I think in terms of spectators in today, pretty much the same as yesterday, I would have said. Price bowls up to the bat, and that's defended with a big stride from Hartley. Be surprised if it's much less than the, I think it was 2,400 and something that we had on day one, in terms of where each area of the ground is populated. Looks to be pretty similar to me. Price in now. Oh, cut and a miss from Hartley. He's done that a few times. It's been the one way that Gloucestershire have looked like getting Tom Hartley out. He had a cut shot that went on the bounce to Singdale at backward point not so long ago, and I think that's at least the third, maybe even the fourth time that he's cut and missed side the off stump. Price bowls, and this time Hartley, in almost exaggerated fashion, just has absolutely nothing to do with it. So 411 for 8, and Hartley to his milestone. Green approaching his. I sometimes do wonder, perhaps it might have been better to mention this in a few runs' time, but I think back to when Bo Webster came over to Gloucestershire last season. He didn't have a single 5-wicket haul in his career, and he left his was it 5-match Gloucestershire stint with 2 of them. And you do start to wonder, is there a bit of a message in here? Chris Green comes over to the UK with no professional centuries, and he's approaching 3 now with Lancashire. Is there a message in there? I don't know.
Yes, a career that started over a decade ago. He's yielded a list A century for Lancashire and a first-class century for Lancashire. But of course, his career has been dominated almost entirely with T20 cricket.
Miles Hammond onto bowl.
Into Green, who cracks it away through the offside. Just be a single though, beats Ollie Price at short extra cover, picked up by Van Buren, who comes round from mid-off. So Green moves on to 97, and the score to 412 for 8.
So 5 in every 6 matches basically that Green's played in his career have been T20s.
There is Hammond to Hartley. It's defended, no run. He's played exactly 250 T20 games,
and it's, well, 53 first-class plus List A games before this one.
And 1 solitary T20 international.
Who was that against?
Hammond in bowls, Hartley forward in defence, and there's no run.
India in December 2023 at Raipur, which I think is one of the venues for the Women's 50 over World Cup coming up in October.
In comes Hammond bowls, defended again by Hartley, no run. Someone who's played 250 T20 matches, taken 224 wickets and scored almost 2,000 runs. Surprising, he's only managed 1 T20 international. Forward again, Hartley in defence, no run. Such a wonderfully kind of modern career, that, isn't it? All those T20 games and a handful of first-class games and a handful of List A games. Bowls again Hammond, and hit firmly away through the offside by Hartley for 1. He keeps the strike as well. And that is the end of the over. 413 for 3. 7 minutes past 1, so we're going to get obviously at least one more. It might only be just one, however. It might just, unless of course there's a wicket.
Yes.
That,
I don't think Gloucestershire will be desperate to get through any more overs, to be honest. How many have they bowled this session? I think they've bowled 31. Have they?
I'll have a look.
No, more than that. That's been let go by Hartley. 33, I think. This is the 34th over of the morning, if I've got that right.
Yeah, 91 overs yesterday. So, yeah. Plenty of spin.
Price into Hartley, driven hard, straight to Bancroft. Extra cover. And there is no run. Hartley also, I think, not particularly keen to have to face too many more deliveries. He's got to, just backing away there. As Price bowls, driven again. Bancroft maybe gets a fingertip on that at extra cover, and such is the short nature of that offside boundary that they are only able to take 1. So 414 for 8. Mid-off, who is Tom Smith, just being asked to come in a few steps. Long on, still back. Green on 97. Price bowls to him. Oh, he's gone for a booming drive and skews it into the onside backward of square for a single. He shoves away at mid-air with his glove and gives himself a punch on the thigh as well in frustration. He nearly gave it away there. 98 to him with a single. 415 for 8. Price bowling. Hartley goes back and defends straight back up the pitch. In fact, no, Gloucestershire do want to get this over in, because Ollie Price has suddenly jogged back to his mark. Bowls the next one. Hartley forward to defend, and they decide against the single, which was probably there, but I think given that there's looking likely to be one more over, Hartley's probably thinking, let's give Green the opportunity to get to his 100, but there won't be one more over because the clock has moved over to 10 past 1 and the umpires were not in position yet. They were walking at normal pace, as they should be, and they only got about halfway. So that is the end of the session, and after 2 sessions that belonged to Gloucestershire, really, in the first 2, it's 2 sessions that have belonged, you'd probably say, more squarely to Lancashire, because whilst it might be 2-all in terms of sessions, it's Lancashire who are at 415 for 8 at lunch. There's a few consoling hugs for Ajit Singh Dale, who's now charged through 26 overs without taking a wicket, and Zaman Akhtar, who took 4 wickets yesterday, hasn't taken a wicket today. The only wicket taker for Gloucestershire is Graham van Buren, who has 3 for 73. Those wickets falling in what? 2.5 overs of the day. Hurst out for 106, just adding 1 to his overnight score, and then Blatherwick hoiking one up in the air. Hurst cut one straight to backward point off Van Buren. Blatherwick going for a big shot straight up in the air and caught an extra cover for 1, but Gloucestershire have not been able to break what is a record 9th wicket stand for Lancashire against Gloucestershire. Green's still there on 98, Hartley on 53. Lancashire will still come out and bat some more after lunch, build this position up. It's turning into a fine position for them. We'll be back in about 40 minutes' time. Scott Reed and myself, Ed Seaborn, on the BBC Sport website and the app and on the Gloucestershire live stream. We will take our pick of our array of sandwiches and rejoin you soon. Good afternoon, welcome back to Cheltenham College, where Lancashire 415 for 8 in their first innings and are still looking to pile the hurt on Gloucestershire after just 2.5 overs into the day's play. They were 302 for 8 from their overnight position of 290 for 6, but Lancashire have already broken a record against Gloucestershire as far as a 9th wicket stand is concerned, and who knows, they may even head on to further things. But for now, we've got a few drops of rain just starting to fall, but it's Todd Murphy to bowl to Chris Green, who is on 98, and he thought about going for it all in one go, I think, there, and then just pulled himself back, reined himself in, reach for the ball, and will take a single through point to move on to 99 and the score to 416 for 8. As it's Scott Reed and Ed Seaborn with you for the early part of this session, as Tom Hartley faces up. There's a fielder in at close at backward point, but he's certainly not going to be brought into play there, as that delivery is just defended out into the offside. And Gloucestershire, I guess, I don't know, I nearly said avoided having to bowl the extra half hour before lunch, but having not taken that 9th wicket. But yes, it's a bit of a double-edged sword, that, as Hartley gets his first run of the afternoon session, just flicking the ball through square leg. 417 for 8. And Green, who's on 99, looking to become the second Centurion of this innings. Matty Hurst getting to that mark yesterday evening. They're going to do what they did with Hurst and leave deep mid-wicket back, but everybody else is up, as Murphy bowls over the wicket to Green, who drives to mid-off, and they decide against the single. Centurion doing the fielding. Hit hard, but straight to the fielder. Murphy in his 37th over. Up he comes, bowls Green, whacks that one high in the air over mid-wicket, and it's going to be one bounce over the rope for 4, and that is a cracking way to bring up a cracking 100 from Chris Green. 156 deliveries in the end, with 9 4s and 4 6s, and he has completely changed the complexion of at least the innings, if not the match. As the last ball of this Murphy over will be bowled, long on goes back now. Green drives hard into the hands of Price at extra cover. There is no run, and Lancashire 421 for 8. That will be at the end of that over.
Yeah, that's his 3rd century of his career, and all 3 have come while playing for Lancashire. 2 first-class centuries now. His first one, he came a few weeks ago. So we had back-to-back first-class centuries. And his previous career ton came last year in the Metrobank One Day Cup. So yeah, he's got a fabulous record in the last couple of seasons for Lancashire. He's a fabulous cricketer. He's played some lovely shots, hasn't he? You mentioned how hard he hit that ball that went to mid-off. I mean, timing's been outstanding, hasn't it, through the course of things? And I think, as you said, Ed, he's kind of changed the feel of the day, hasn't it, and potentially of the game with this century. Van Buren bowls. That's turned into the onside by Hartley. There's no run. And 2 wickets inside the first couple of overs this morning, getting rid of the unbeaten Centurion from last night, and then Jack Blatherwick trying to play positively on the attack, and he was dismissed shortly after. And then these two have come together as Hartley comes down the pitch, has whipped away in the air and over the rope for a 4. There's a fielder out on that long on boundary. Is that Tom Smith?
Yes.
And well, he went hurtling after it and did his best to try and get something on it. It was a fabulous, fabulous effort to try and stop it. In the end, he may have gone for 6 without Smith's intervention. It did go for 4 anyway. And it pushes Hartley on to 54, not out. That's going to bring Smith back into the game again as Hartley drives it through mid-on for a single.
I don't think it was far off a catch, but it was really a pretty much forlorn hope for Tom Smith down there at long on.
Indeed. It's a great name, that, isn't it? It'd be an ideal name for a quiz team.
It would be a great name for a quiz team, especially one that came last, having lost all their points in the final round.
Van Buren bowling green, going back to cut it, playing a miss through to Bracey. And there is no run. 426 for 8 then. Hartley 59, Green on 103. Looking to add to it here, Chris Green carves us out through the offside. And I think of 2, Hartley sent back as the throw comes in. Single pushes Green onto 104. And Lancashire at the end of the over of 427 for 8. Oh no, I've overshot the mark. Sorry, I've been a bit too keen there. I think there's one ball left, isn't there? There is. In comes Van Buren, balls again. There we go. Just as I said before, 427 for 8 at the end of the over.
Almost could have ignored that delivery,
yeah.
but you know, every ball of every county championship game, etc.
Every ball counts.
Every ball does count.
Every ball does count.
Unless the Wi-Fi is just not that good on the scoreboard, in which case well, every ball counts, but not necessarily right as it's been bowled. Maybe with a little bit of a delay. So, a partnership now worth 125 for this 9th wicket. And field scattering as Murphy moves in now, bowls to Green. He's forward and driving to a deep set mid-off, and Murphy's got his hands out to his side, almost as if he's saying, well, are we really just going to allow that to happen? Green on to 105. But they certainly looked in the last couple of overs, Lancashire, as though they've had a bit of a chat and they've decided it's time to start really going for it. Hartley drives, it's hit hard to deep mid-off. And again, it's just a single. 429 for 8, but Hartley certainly seems to be winding up for some bigger shots. They weren't batting slowly at all before lunch, but I wonder if Lancashire might be starting to think about getting bowling, as this is steered off the back foot by Green through point. And another single, so runs off every ball this over. Kept Gloucestershire in the field now into the 128th over, but 128th over without one of their seam bowlers for the vast majority. It's a long haul, that. Murphy into Hartley, and this is defended back to the bowler. Ben Charlesworth has bowled 6 overs, Ollie Price 4, Miles Hammond 2, but it's really nicely been the 4 bowlers, the 2 remaining quick men in Singdale and Actor, and then the spin of Murphy and Van Buren. Murphy bowls, Hartley back and defending, so just as I say, he's really looking to move things along now. No, but he had been, I think, but still, from a Lancashire perspective, they would still be thinking, well, there's not much absolute immediate hurry, and still got Gloucestershire to come up with quite an answer for this total as it stands already at 430 for 8. Murphy, who's bowling now over the wicket to the left-handed Hartley, is reaching forward and defending the ball back to the bowler. So 3 singles from the over as Lancashire are 430 for 8. Scott Reed has stepped out to do an update, and I'm very pleased to say we're joined by Christian Brain, who is the curator here. How are you?
I'm
nice
fine,
to see you.
You too, Ed. Thank you for having me on, and afternoon, everybody.
So, in terms of the challenges of the festival, when do you get to work on the square to start with, as in the square that we're playing on?
Yeah, sure. It's a very unique environment and a unique challenge, having a square to itself just for the festival.
Van Buren in, this is cuts edged, and that will go, I think, for 4 runs. It's spinning away towards the boundary and over it goes. 4 more to green, is on to 110.
So yeah, we look after the square in the whole year round, as you would do any other square, and obviously this is in the outfield for our summer term, which is another sort of challenge, and it's unique to it. But yeah, well, straight after term, usually depends on when the festival's going to start. It's like a 2-week process, getting the water into it and starting to roll them out and drying them from there. So yeah, that's usually how it sort of pans out for the year.
There is going to be a slip in place now. Too late to do anything about the previous delivery. 434 for 8 from Buren into green. It's a low full toss, I think, just flicked through deep square. Charlesworth will cut it off and keep it to 1. 435 for 8. Yeah, because I mean, that was the thing that, well, there were lots of things I want to ask, but it was the one thing in particular that I was thinking in terms of, you see the college square and you think, well, the festival square is in play for their games, just as the college square is in play for the festival games. So Buren bowls, cut and a miss from Hartley.
Yeah, that's right. It's like I say, it's very unique. There can't be any grounds that have that sort of setup. That makes sense.
Van Buren, slow left arm from around the wicket to the left-handed Hartley, who steps down, hits it way up in the air towards long on, but that's going to be into the cider tent. Over his head for 6. It's Hartley's first 6, and yeah, Lancashire definitely are looking to get a bit of a move on here. 441 for 8. As Hartley is on to 66. Well, Van Buren must be feeling as if he's in the game, but at the same time, Hartley's going to keep going for the big ones. He might take a bit of tapping, trying to take these last 2 wickets. Slog sweep out to deep mid-wicket, and there's a single. And as always happens when you get a guest on, there's spin from both ends, absolutely rattling through the overs, and it makes it a little bit hard to follow a train of thought along. But we've had 12 runs from this over already, and Green will face the last ball of this Van Buren over on 111 and make that 112 as it's driven through the covers for 1. 443 for 8. So in terms of this year, quite a variety of cricket on here. What sort of a challenge does that present in terms of, are you looking mostly to prepare the same surface across formats, or is there a bit of a difference?
In general, the preparation of your pitch for any type of first class game or any type of any game really, it's very similar. You do your amount of rolling, you put your amount of moisture back into pitch, and you prepare it as you would for anything else. Yeah, there's a few little tweaks that we tried to help the spinners out a bit more on this pitch, helping them obviously where they're going to be bowling into, roughing that up a little bit and trying to give them a bit of encouragement.
Here's Murphy into green, who's playing a shot towards deep mid-wicket and having a thought of 2, which is just going to be 1 in the end.
So in general here, they're just good cricket pitches. There's a bit there for everybody. That's how they play. And there's a few little tweaks, but in general, it's the preparation of of a pitch for any game is very similar.
We'll just mention, by the way, that I believe that has now equalled a 9th wicket county record for Lancashire for the 9th wicket. So one more run to own that record themselves for Hartley and for Green, as it's 444 on the board. Murphy over the wicket to Hartley, who is forward and just defending into the onside, as there is no run. But I guess when you're putting that help into the spinners, or when you're trying to encourage that, as Murphy bowls quicker and again it's defended, how do you manage that?
Just by brushing it up a little bit more, just trying to thin the grass out a little bit, trying to rough it up, so just obviously it will deteriorate a little bit quicker is the idea behind it.
Murphy in over the wicket, bowls, holds that one back a bit, but Hartley's back to defending.
Hence why there was a little bit more spin bowled yesterday, because there was that encouragement there. It's been a lot more spin bowled in this game that in my time here, really, which is great to see. And it was gripping a little bit, and that will go on through the game.
Murphy in now, and Hartley drives out through the covers. Just a straightforward single, but that does move the score to 445 for 8. There are a few people applauding down below, and I think there are a few Lancashire supporters down there who possibly will have been studying their record books, because I think that is the county record 9th wicket stand for Lancashire versus Gloucestershire. There's quite a few more layers of interest beyond that, which we may get to when Scott returns a bit later on, as Green defends into the leg side for no run, and that's the end of the over at 445 for 8. It's been a conversation topic a lot around the country recently, I guess, in terms of the fact that pitches don't deteriorate as much as well, maybe as much as they used to. But you know, it's I guess as somebody managing that, it's as so many things are, is it a case of balancing up, you know, how much you want it to do, and you know how much you can get it to do depending on atmospheric conditions, that sort of thing.
That's it. All this comes into it. Yeah. You know, the quality materials we use now are obviously so much better than they were in the past.
Van Buren round the wicket to Hartley, who cuts that away through backward point. That's not going to be stopped. Spins away from deep cover. Once he beaten backward point, that was heading for the boundary. Hartley into the 70s.
Yeah, you're just trying to do everything in your power, just to produce the best pitch as possible. Yeah, obviously, like I say, they're just good, decent cricket wickets here. And like you say, we're trying to encourage the spinners there. The pitch was a little bit behind where I wanted to start of the game. There's a little bit more moisture in it than I wanted. Unfortunately, the sun had gone in a little bit the last couple of days. So hopefully it will get a little bit quicker as the game goes on.
Van Buren over the wicket now to Hartley. Flicks this down to long on. Trots through for 1. And that will bring up the 450 for Lancashire. The scoreboard's got stuck again, hence the slight lack of enthusiasm. I don't think that it's just the fact that Gloucestershire supporters have had enough of watching Messrs Green and Hartley bat, but there it is. It's on the board now. 450 up. A couple of balls into the 131st over, as Van Buren is now bowling left arm over to the right-hander. That's been left down the leg side, and the regulations mean that has to be a wide, which James Treadwell signals. So 451 for 8. Van Buren in once more and beats Green. Bracey appeals for a stumping, which yes, I don't think that was ever going to be entertained too much by Richard Illingworth. So Van Buren continues this charge through his over. Bowls now to Green, who's back and steering it to cover, and there is no run. So this is the middle strip. when it comes to, as Van Buren is in, and slicing drive will bring Green a single to backward point. Has there ever been much difference, do you feel, across the square in terms of that sort of thing?
What, different pitches?
Yeah.
Not really, no. We would say that it's probably this number 3 would be the best on the square. But really, there's very little difference, if anything, between them.
Van Buren in now. Hartley back and punching to extra cover at the end of the over. Oh, gosh, what on earth is the score? 452 for 8? Just trying to remember what there's been. Yes, 452, thank you. It's got stuck again. And that is the end of that over. So remind me, when did you take over?
2014, it's off my head. So yeah, good over a good 10 years now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been great. You know, it's Cheltenham's a special place. Yeah, obviously I'll come in for the school environment. I used to come here as a young lad, playing on the outfield with my father and my brother back in the day. So it's obviously somewhere I knew of quite well.
Is Murphy in now, and Green plays that one like a quite hot potato, but as if he didn't really want to touch the ball too much with his bat, and plays it into the offside for no run. And over the course of a whole season, how many pitches are you preparing?
Oh, quite a lot.
Murphy in, swept high and handsome over mid-wicket. That might be on the Sanford Road. No, it's on the top of one of the marquees. The ball is rolling back down the roof and is going to be caught by somebody on the rebound. Another 6 to Green, his 5th. Moves him to 120, and that is the 150 stand for this 9th wicket. And Gloucestershire look as though they're unfortunately rather sort of waiting for the wicket to fall by now. Murphy in, another slog sweep. This has been top edge, there's nobody there. It's going to land right where a short fine leg would be. Hammond races back and keeps it to 2, but Green opening his shoulders again and quite getting it, but getting away with it. 460 for 8.
Yeah, just really thought those fall of the 2 wickets early this morning. I thought, oh, here we go. But yeah, they've really stuck to the task and got themselves in and playing very well.
Yeah, indeed. Here's Murphy in. Green, slog sweep again, 6 more. That's right towards the back of the temporary stand over square leg. And Todd Murphy's figures, which were tidy coming into the day, and in fact really about halfway through the morning session as well, but he's taking some tap now from his fellow Australian, and that's his 6th 6 for Chris Green. He's on to 128, 466 for 8. How much of a challenge has this summer's weather been in general? I mean, I know there's started to be a little bit more moisture about recently, but
yeah,
how dry it's been.
I know, it's been incredible. Spring and summer really, just very dry since really March time. Yeah, it all brings its own challenges. The last couple of years it's been quite wet summers. This one's just gone completely the other way. I mean, just throws up different challenges all the time.
Murphy in. Green, oh, slog sweep, and good grief, how on earth has he got that there? He slog swept it on the bounce to short extra cover. Wow. Toe end of the bat, I think, and then yeah, I think it's just straight off the toe end. Murphy in absolute disbelief that he's got away with another one. And the last ball of this over is a shorter delivery, which Green rocks onto the back foot to and turns it down to long on, and he'll have the strike at the end of the over. And this innings goes on. It's threatening to go on towards 500. Chris Green's highest first-class score now, and Tom Hartley's highest first-class score as well. So records are tumbling, which is, well, it's pretty all in a day's work at Cheltenham, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, just look at last year on that remarkable game we had here at Glamorgan with the tie in the end. You know, it's a remarkable win cricket. Cheltenham's it's something about the place. You know, just special things happen. You just think when you think you know the game's going one way, it suddenly can twist and turn, and it's just remarkable, really.
Van Buren in, and a flatter ball whipped into the onside by Green to deep mid-wicket, where Tom Smith is still out there on the field. Yeah, and it's, you know, no matter what the format, I mean, we've had 3 games in the festival so far, the 2 in the doubleheader and the women's match on Sunday, and 2 of them coming down to the last ball.
That's it.
Thrilling finishes, but you just expect it, don't you?
Yeah, like I say, so strange things happen, and keeps you on the edge of the seat.
Van Buren into Hartley, cracks that away, down to long off, and another single, and that will move Hartley on to 74. And I'm starting to wonder what I'm missing as far as that extra round of applause. Slower delivery and defended back to the bowler. I see now. I thought that the 73 not out was because it was Hartley's best in this innings, but that's beaten a previous 73 not out that he made. So that's what that's about. So he's now set his first-class career best. Tom Hartley as Green defends into the onside. They're certainly keeping me on my toes, this pair. Van Buren goes in, slog swept hard and flat, and 1 bounce for 4 between deep mid-wicket and deep square. Every time Green goes down on one knee for that shot, you know what's coming. That was hit really only a matter of about 5-6 feet off the floor. Hit fearsomely hard, and for 73 now for 8. Green to 134. Van Buren in, holds that one right back and trying to gently work it into the onside as Green playing it back to the bowler to end the over as Lancashire continued to pile on the runs. In terms of obviously the outfield's very brown, and I think everybody knows why that is. We talk a lot about pitches, but you know, when it comes to an outfield, I guess to a certain extent it is what it is.
Yeah, well, we don't have any irrigation system here or anything like that, so it's with the summer we've had as well, it's just more important to get the water, any moisture we can into the pitches for them really, and the outfields have to sort of just go by the wayside a little bit.
Murphy into Hartley. This is forced away down to deep mid-off. 1 more run.
But we will be hoping for some rain after this festival finishes, because we've obviously got rugby pitches to prepare on here. People forget this is actually just a school field at the end of the day. You know, we settle this up and it's wonderful. But yeah, when everyone rolls out of town, it's like, by September, you want to be playing with the oval ball and getting on with that. So yeah, it's another challenge.
Murphy in Green. There's the slog sweep. There's a fielder out at deep mid-wicket, but he can't get there. 1 bounce for, I think, we'll just confirm that once umpire Illingworth signals, but I think that it did bounce the once over the rope. No, 6. It's gone all the way. It's another 6. This is 7th 6. Chris Green, and he's got Murphy again.
He's liking that slog sweep.
It's usually a good idea to hit square here. Murphy in now, and this is whacked to mid-wicket where Bancroft gets down and stops the ball. So you involved in preparing the rugby pitches as well?
Yeah, I'm here for all year around. Yeah, so yeah, all the sports.
Murphy bowls, cut by Green through extra cover. Charlesworth won't get there. Placed it well, and he's approaching 150 is Green. He's also, by the way, passed 1,000 first-class runs in this innings. As we discussed, he's just played so little. He's actually check when his birthday was in 1993. As he hits that one high in the air, over mid-wicket. Fielder turns, watches, it's into the marquee again at mid-wicket, and that is 150 for Chris Green. What a spectacular innings this has turned into. Really, from a position where Lancashire were struggling for 250, he has led them to basically doubling that mark that it looked as if they were going to get to, and he came out at 209 for 6, and now it's 490 for 8, and he's got there to his 150 with his 8th 6. And well, again, Murphy's figures now 1 for 133, and not so long ago he was going at about, well, in fact, he was going less than 2.5 and over, I think, when the day began. Really spectacular onslaught now from Green. Murphy switches back to over the wicket, and this is another full ball, which is pushed to mid-wicket. But you could see so early on, he seemed to have the measure of the surface.
That's it.
Green.
Yeah. Amazing when you just play yourself in at Cheltenham, and the runs when you're in, the runs just flowed, and it's very difficult to stop, as we're watching now. So it's been a lovely innings by him, and yeah, it's Gloucestershire right under the bit of the cosh at the moment. I
think, you know, when I think of Cheltenham, especially as we get to watch from square on, and the way that batters can almost just wait for the ball to come and then time the ball, especially down that slope.
That's right. Yeah, it runs away pretty quick, doesn't it? Yeah.
In terms of the slope, what does that present as a challenge, if any?
Yeah, you know, it's something to do, especially on the cricket squares, obviously with water flow.
From Buren to Hartley, reverse sweep misses it.
So you obviously got to think about where you position your pitches, because obviously your water, you don't want, because the water will run down the slope and take out water you don't want on the other pitches, if that makes sense. But yeah, generally apart from that, yeah, it helps because the water runs away off the slope a little bit, especially for the winter.
From Buren in a shorter ball, Hartley cracks a pull shot away, and fielders barely move at long on and deep mid wicket. It's away for another boundary. Lancashire are on to 494 for 8, and starting to wonder whether this partnership will be broken at all, and whether actually it might be more a case of whether Jimmy pulls out, whether he actually fancies a bat. I don't know. Van Buren in, left alone by Hartley.
Yeah, I think quite a number of today's crowd are waiting for Jimmy to get the ball in hand, which is great. I'd say with the last 2 days there was some great crowds here, and it's great to see.
Yeah, but I can't think there's many fewer than yesterday, about 2,500. Quicker delivery, and that's run off the back foot. Murphy will stop it at backward point, but one more run. Speaking of dealing with the wet stuff and water running, etc., the college square during the festival, it must be a challenging thing to cover that square when your first priority is that pitch.
Definitely, that's right, definitely.
Van Buren in green drives will pick up a single through cover.
Yeah, because obviously if that gets wet, then obviously that starts as a wet outfield then, and that causes an issue and delay and everything else. So yeah, well, if it does rain, it's all hands to the pump, running around just to get as much covered as quickly as possible, and hope the rain does not really fall too hard. Because yeah, like I say, especially because the ends get bare, and we can't really get them back very quick enough for the festival.
Van Buren in now, and that's played down towards long on by Hartley off the back foot. It will only be a single.
Yeah, so there's lots of sheets, getting it on in there, yeah, and then obviously we'll have to get the blotter out to get all the water off before we can move them off, you know. So yeah, we probably do a lot more covering than the most grounds do during play, and then you've got the run-ups and that as well, you know. It's always got to be taken into consideration. So yeah, it's just another added challenge. It makes it again unique to this place. But yeah, it works, and but hopefully, look at the forecast long range. It looks pretty settled going through the weekend, and hopefully into next week. So it'll be nice.
It looks as though we've hopefully got through the slightly, I mean, everything's relative, but slightly more unsettled patch, doesn't it?
It looks like it. Yeah. Hopefully, we might get a bit of sunshine today breakthrough, which would be nice at some point.
Yes, it's on the chillier end of things.
Chillier, yeah.
But I noticed in dare I say, in true True ground star fashion, you're still toughing it out in shorts.
Oh God, yeah. It's been on since March. Now stay on until October, I expect. Yeah, and the first frost.
It's almost oh gosh. I think it's almost mandatory, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, that's right. It's a rite of passage.
Dear. 4.97 for 8 is the score at the end of that over, and well, Gloucestershire have gone back to Ben Charlesworth, who's only bowled 6 overs in this innings, 6 overs for 26. Keeper up to the stumps, 2 short extra covers, and Hartley plays that, I think, maybe off the toe end of the bat into the ground. It'll be fielded by Bancroft from short extra cover, and there is no run there. And Hartley into the 80s. He certainly won't be pulling out whilst he is in that sort of a position. It might force Jimmy to come out. Not that it looks as though Green is in any rush to get anywhere. Ooh. That's been edged for 4 by Hartley. It's a good delivery from Charlesworth. He's staring into his left palm and thinking, well, what can you do? But Lancashire have brought up the 500. 501 for 8. What a remarkable recovery this has been from 209 for 6. And even from 302 for 8 this morning, because I don't know what you would feel about even 320, 330. It was
poised. Yeah. It was evens all through to yesterday, wasn't it? You know, a bit nick and tuck. You know, we bowled pretty well, get them under.
Charlesworth to Hartley, who drives and misses. He's taken a little bit of ground with that shot, but no ball, as Bracey takes well up to the stumps. As Charlesworth continues into his 7th over. And Hartley edging ever closer. There is a slip in place now, quite a deep slip, as Hartley's behind that one and playing the ball defensively up to mid-off. So how many have you got on the staff, and are they how many are permanent, and do you get some, I don't know, are there some students that help out as well?
That's correct. Yep. So there's 5 of us on here on the ground, I would say college ground staff, including myself, all year round. And for the festival,
Charlesworth in now, and Hartley plays that close to his body and defends into the offside.
We get a couple of college lads come and help us. They're looking for a bit extra money, so they come and help us.
Oh, they get paid for their
dues,
do they?
They do, yeah. So we pay well, the county pay them to come along, and so they help us with the sheets. They also help in the marquees, you know, setting up tables and chairs and all that sort of stuff as well. So they do all the running around and bits and pieces that need doing. So, and then the rest of the time they were under me, just giving us a hand, especially when we get some of the moisture, you know, pushing sheets around.
Yeah. Charlesworth bowls. This is driven and well watched by Phillips up at mid-off, and there's no run. So after a typical day's play, what's the routine? How long are you here for after the day's play, and then what time are you turning up the next morning? Just give me a sort of a routine.
Sure. So at the end of the day's play, obviously we've just got to just repair some of the pitch, especially if there's some foot ends that need filling in, give them a brush up and tidy up. And then again, it depends on the forecast overnight, depending on what we're going to do with covering. Obviously we coverage the festival square completely. Sometimes we might just put a sheet on where the 2 net batting pitches are on the college square. But if it looks dicey, it's a whole cover up with the run-ups, and the whole square has to be covered up. So we could be on the ground for a good hour afterwards. Got to cut the outfield as well. We do it in the evenings here, and because of the height of the summer, so it makes it easier. And then once we're all cleared and everyone's happy, we'll usually end up wandering down to the beer tent and have a couple of drinks.
Quite right. Yeah. From peering in, and stroked off the back foot, beats extra cover, and once it's done that, there's no catching it. Away for 4 more for Chris Green, who's moved his score to 155. The 6s were catching up with the 4s, but it's the 4 column that's been added to their 13th four to go with 8 sixes. That is the 200-run partnership for the 9th wicket for Lancashire. And I don't know, is it worth looking at around some more counties? It's got to be up there. Van Buren in, and Green defends that ball into the leg side.
Yeah, back to that. Yeah, we're back in the morning for 8 o'clock, depending on the weather. It depends if it's rained. Got to come a bit earlier, but generally it's 8 o'clock.
Van Buren to Green, prods into the offside.
And by the time we got the covers off and the net set up, the players are starting to turn up to start the practice, and then the whole going ground again. So, yeah, and it will depend on the weather of how busy we are and what happens, really.
Van Buren in now, a little bit more bounce though. Green rides that and pushes it to Price at extra cover. So I mean, we know that when the festival rolls around, as Van Buren is in, this is defended off the inner part of the bat into the onside, but comfortable single is added. And as we've been saying, we know the reputation of pitches at Cheltenham. They rightly have that reputation. How much do you have conversations with the powers that be at Gloucestershire in terms of, you know, we want such and such? Is it a direction? Do they tend to leave it be, really knowing that the pitches here are going to tend to produce good games, as Van Buren bowls Hartley won't get a run into the leg side? Yeah,
well, generally they let me just produce the best possible. Obviously, I'm in constant dialogue with Sean down at Bristol, as head groundsman there. Obviously, he has under the contract, he is obviously above me. His sole responsibility to make sure that what we're doing here is right. So yeah, I'll have chats with him and make sure everything's hunky-dory. But yeah, generally, as any direction from the county as it comes, yeah, I just prepare, keep preparing as I would do. And if there's any tweaks they ask for, again, as we talked about earlier, about trying to help the spinners out a little bit, trying to create a little bit of rough there in front of on the length there. But generally, they just sort of just want the best possible, and they know how Cheltenham plays. Yeah, it's very little I can do to tweak it to make it anything other than what it is. But yeah, I would say generally it's a good cricket wicket. Everyone's in the game, you know. Yeah, perhaps we can get in and score runs. Bowlers, they bowl well, can get some wickets. So it's just how it rolls.
Charlesworth in, and this is played towards mid-off by Green on 156 for no run. We'll get Scott back in fairly shortly, but you mentioned rolls. I want to get your take on this, because this is something that we end up talking a fair bit about, which is the heavy roller. Do you have views on the heavy roller? Do you think it's something that actually captains should have the choice of being able to use in terms of managing a game? As Green goes for a quick single here, he'll just make it in the end because the stumps missed, but gosh, Van Buren got rid of that quickly. I didn't think he actually had a chance in the end of affecting the run out, but I think if that had hit, it might actually have been the 9th wicket.
Bit close. Yeah.
But it just missed. Or, I don't know. I've got to say, amongst some of the commentary sort of group, there's several people who are starting to wonder about the merits of the heavy roller. As Hartley will wait here for Charlesworth round the wicket. He's in and bowls, and that's driven and missed by Hartley through to the wicketkeeper. Tell me your views.
Yeah. I think the captain should have the options, but I don't see why not. Again, it's the more you're going to heavy roll it, the more the pitch is going to deaden and flatten. You know, that's the way it is. In different times of the year, you know, with the championship being mostly played in early season and late season, you know, not having a heavy roller.
Charlesworth bowls, and it's nicely guided through point by Hartley, but just for a single. 508 for 8.
Yeah, would probably make the wickets a little bit maybe a little bit sporting, especially in those times of the year. Yeah, the height of the summer. Yeah, you probably want to back off it a little bit, but yeah, again, you've got to look at your game plans and what you want the pitch to do. And yeah, I'm for it. I don't think you need to keep whacking heavy roller on it all the time, which they generally don't.
Charlesworth in now, and this is clipped into the leg side. No is the call, but then the ball just hops over Hammond at mid-wicket, and they'll take a single to the sweeper on that leg side boundary. And the score, in fact, will, yes, no, it's already at 508.
You've also got to bear in fact that where the pitch is, where it started the game. If it's got to say like this one I said here, obviously had a little bit more moisture in it than I hoped because of obviously the dryness. Yeah, you probably want to roll that out a bit.
Charlesworth in now, and that's played back to the bowler by Hartley. That will end the over at 509 for 8. Scott throws one of his phones on the floor. Presumably it's the company one rather than his own one. Yes, it is. Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, I'd say especially early season, late season, you know, when there is a lot more moisture around in the atmosphere and in the ground, you know. Yeah, you just got to maybe roll that out during the game, you know. But yeah, yeah, it's probably no hard and fast real answer to that really. But I think as long as you've got the option there, I think that, yeah, we've got to let it down to the players. They're playing on these pitches and they know what they want to do and all that, how it wants to go through the game, the way the game progresses. But just to certainly throw out the heavy roller is not an option as he did so many years ago. I don't really think that's really, from my point of view anyway, is the right way to go.
Oh, and one last question, just the mundane one. So we've played on the two pitches to R, as we look at it from the pavilion side of things.
Yep.
Next one over would be the Middlesex.
That is one for Middlesex,
pitch.
yeah. So we got Middlesex and then on to Derby, then for the 50 over
game.
Yeah, after that on the end.
Closest to the Sanford Road.
That's it, yeah.
Ollie Price into the attack, low full toss, and that's played on the ground down to long on. And there is a single. Well, Christian, thank you so much for your time. Hopefully, and I'm sure people will have found it very interesting. So, thank you for providing an insight into what is a slightly unique challenge, but also, you know, for giving us the entertainment that we get year after year as cricket lovers and followers at Cheltenham. So, yeah, thank you for that, and thank you for your time up here, and welcome back whenever you want. So,
thank you very much. Lovely, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So thank you, Ed, and so thank you out there, and enjoy the rest of the game.
Thank you very much, Christian Brain, who is the head groundsman here at Cheltenham. So single as Hartley drives the ball out through the covers, and that moves this score along to 511 for 8. Hartley to 87. Green on to 159. As Price bowls through, this is cut in the air, and it's going to be one bounce and fielded at backward point. And any slight moment that Gloucestershire think maybe this is the chance to break this partnership, it just fizzles out somehow. Either falls short or there's no fielder quite where the ball lands. Very quick delivery from Price, which has worked leg side. Bancroft slows it down a bit, sort of slide tackles the ball really. But he may well have slowed that down enough to allow Murphy to field from deep mid-wicket. And so it is 512 for 8. Green on to 160. Scott is back to my right.
Hello.
That was a half hour. just flocking the ball to all parts. It's a bit Green especially, goodness me.
It's a bit brutal, isn't it? Or isn't it?
Price bowls, and that's dug out towards Van Buren, who'll throw at the non-striker's end. There's probably going to be an extra run now. It's got past Ollie Price at the bowler's end, and really alert to that. The batter's through for 2, which, I mean, Hartley retains the strike. He's on to 89 with 1 ball to go in this over. We'll just defend it into the covers. So 514 on the board, long since breaking Lancashire's 9th wicket record, which I think I'll let you pronounce that name, actually. As the Lancashire commentator, I think it's your...
Just dates back to 1907, but I have been looking
duty.
on the list, because you did mention about the partnerships, 9th wicket partnerships.
All time.
Yeah, I mean, they're not in that territory just yet.
Right.
The highest 9th wicket partnership in the county championship was 283, which dates back to 1910. Charlesworth in bowling. It's defended by Green. There's no run, but there's quite a few in the county championship that are, for the 9th wicket, have gone beyond 200. The highest being that game, 1910. Warren and Chapman for Derbyshire against Warwickshire. Putting on 283. Most recent partnership to get beyond 200 for the 9th wicket as Charlesworth's in. And I think Green has been bowled. He has. Went for an almighty swing, did Chris Green. May have just dragged it back onto his stumps potentially, but he's been bowled. Relief for Gloucestershire that they've seen the back of Green, but a absolutely fabulous innings by Chris Green. A career best score, back-to-back centuries, 3rd ton of his season. He really has transformed the state of the game and has put Lancashire into an utterly commanding position. It's a fabulous knock, 160 and out for Chris Green. Lancashire are 514 for 9.
There's a beaming smile from Green as he walked off. Well, why not? That is an absolutely spectacular knock. I think it may have been just an off-cutting slower ball actually from Charlesworth. I had a feeling looking at it from side on first up that he'd taken some pace off, and looking at the replay as well, I think it has just gripped a little bit, and that's why one of the reasons that Green has missed it. I think he's been bowled basically top of middle.
Oh yeah,
in the end.
Hasn't he? Yep.
But well, again, Charlesworth has been used sparingly, and I think he's going to be used sparingly because of his shoulder issues back in the past. Gloucestershire really want him to be fit. They want him to be a key part of the batting lineup. But yet again, when really nothing else was working, not for the first time this season, back to him, Bancroft has gone and Charlesworth has got a breakthrough. But well, it's an amazing knock from Green. It really is. I mean, from a point it looked like they were going to fall short of 250.
In comes Charlesworth and balls to Anderson. They played that late and runs it down to 3rd man for a single. To get Anderson off the mark. He got a fabulous reception as he came out to bat, and has a role to play here because he's got Tom Hartley on 89. This is uncharted territory for Tom Hartley, his best score, and within reach of 3 figures for the first time in his career. Charlesworth in and bowls to Hartley, who clobbers it back over the bowler's head down towards the boundary. A couple of bouncers and over the rope for 4, and that pushes Hartley into the 90s. And with his captain at the other end, maybe thinks this is the time to try and see if I can do something I've not done before. 93 not out is Tom Hartley with that 4, which was absolutely mullered down the ground.
It's the first time that Anderson has batted at the Cheltenham Festival. Not the first time he's played at Cheltenham or played at the Cheltenham Festival, but it's the first time that he's batted at the festival.
Okay. First run of the festival at the non-striker's end. He did get an absolutely magnificent reception. He came out to bat.
It was louder than the reception Green got going off.
Did you the reception he got coming out to bat in the Roses T20 match? I'd never seen anything like it. As Hartley waits as Charlesworth is in and goes again. Does Hartley out towards the leg side for 6? 4 and a 6 for Hartley will push him on to 98 not out. In fact, 99 not out, isn't he? Yeah, he was on 93, 99 not out. So he's made his mind up as Tom Hartley that if he's going to get it done, he's going to get it done potentially in this over. As soon as he got back on strike after Anderson took a single, he hits the next delivery back over the bowler's head for 4, and then the following one for 6. He's on 99, Hartley. Here's Charlesworth in, bowls, goes again, gets it away! And Hartley comes back for 2. And for the first time, Tom Hartley reaches 3 figures for Lancashire. Fabulous moment for Tom Hartley. 6, 4, a single he got there in style in the end. Unbeaten on 3 figures, 101 not out. And a maiden first-class century for Tom Hartley, and Lancashire are 525 for 9.
Just for a moment, because I thought maybe he'd just try and, you know, tap and run or something, or find a gap, but he was in swing mode and still swung hard, and it just looped between extra cover and mid-off. Heart was in a mouth for him a little bit for a moment there, but he's got there, and in some ways, I remember actually the bowler himself there, Ben Charlesworth, saying getting to his first class 100, there was one way that he was going to do it, and it was a fairly similar passage through the 90s that Charlesworth had last season at Grace Road to Hartley. Just back yourself, swing, and hope that you get it, and he has done. Congratulations to Tom Hartley, a century from number 10. As Ollie Price bowls to Anderson, who's tapping and running to point all. They loved that. Down below us especially.
Yes, they did. Yes, last week, last Thursday, he came out to bat in a Roses match, full house at Headingley, and the Yorkshire fans gave him a standing ovation.
Yeah, he really does transcend.
Lancashire player.
Yes, he does though, doesn't he? I mean, he's got some of the loudest receptions of anybody, even amongst the Yorkshire players in Headingley tests in recent times, hasn't he? Ollie Price in, Hartley slog sweeps way up into the air. That's going to go all the way as well. Duck for cover in the stands. 6 more. Third 6 for Hartley. And 534 for 9. Just body blow after body blow that Gloucestershire are taking out there.
Yep. That innings by Chris Greenswell was the best score by a Lancashire number 8.
Right.
Previous highest score for a Lancashire player batting at 8. Wasim Akram and Glenn Chappell both made 155.
Price bowls, takes a bit of pace off that, but there's plenty of pace put on it. That's a mighty 6. Back over the bowler's head, over the sight screen, out towards the ambulance. $540 for 9.
What was the lunch? The score at lunch was
415. And we've had 15 overs plus. They've scored 118, I think. Reverse swept and missed by Hartley. Bracey takes off the bails, but Hartley going nowhere. 540, yeah, so no, it's 125 in 15 and a half overs, I think, since lunch. Price bowls a straight swat slog from Hartley, and that'll be a single to log off. Get Anderson back on strike, much to everybody's enjoyment. They seem to be sort of settling in, spectators. In fact, I'm noticing that so many more people have stood up over by the beer tent. They weren't too interested when Hartley and Green were smacking 6s. I had enough of that, but everybody now has queued up to watch Jimmy face. Price in, a quicker ball beats him. Through it goes to Bracey. And the end of the over, as Lancashire keep batting, and why wouldn't they now, really? You know, so if there was one thing that you might have suggested was, well, there's some time being taken out of the game, and is the score big enough that time out of the game, if Gloucestershire do bat well in the reply, actually may not slightly hinder Lancashire, but that whole discussion is just blown out of the water with what Green and Hartley have done and the pace that they've done it at. Now it's a massive score, and you know, really, you'd think Gloucestershire have been pretty much battered out of the game.
Yeah, 212 runs was the partnership between Green and Hartley. At lunch, the partnership was 113, so they put on 100 in the session, in that little short session after lunch, those two. And Charlesworth in 2. Hartley goes again, back over the bowler's head, down the ground, bouncing over the rope and over the advertising board. And 4 more for Hartley. Moves on to 118, not out. So yeah, just quite a lot of records tend to whiz by at a rapid rate when things happen as quickly as that. Record partnership for the 9th wicket. Well, that was comprehensively kind of bashed out of town, wasn't it? That's flicked away high, leg side. It's in the air and it's over the rope and towards the temporary stand on that this shorter boundary below us here for 6 more. Just kind of almost like a little chip shot, wasn't it, by Hartley?
Just measured it, didn't he? We realised that was all the bat that he needed really to clear what is a very short boundary, and didn't. Well, yes, he didn't overhit it. Sometimes the danger is that you say he didn't try to overhit it. I don't think anybody tries to overhit. They just overhit, don't they? But never mind. 550 up.
Hartley moves on to 124 with that. Charlesworth bowls again. Hartley goes again, hits it straight down the ground and over the rope for 6. Over long on. Goodness. 4, 6 and a 6 to start this over.
Check on drive. it's a remarkable shot. Chipped the previous one, and to be honest, that was almost a bit of a chip as well, but it was an on drive. It was nothing at all resembling a slog about that.
And again, Hartley in the air, could be going this time, and is good catch. And that ends an absolutely scintillating knock from Tom Hartley. He's finished on 130 from 152 deliveries. Anderson running off the pitch in front of him because he'll open the bowling. Hartley just a few paces behind, raising his bat. A special moment for Hartley. First class century. And shared an absolutely breathless partnership with Chris Green. And then when Green got out, he just went again, didn't he, Tom Hartley? Maybe feared that maybe if I'm going to get to 3 figures, I better get on with it rapidly. With his captain at the other end, and he did that. He got to 3 figures with a 4 and then a 6, and then just kept going, finishing in the end on 130. And Lancashire all out for 557. And I mentioned Chris Green. That was the best score by a Lancashire number 8. Well, Hartley's score is the best score by a Lancashire number 10 in all first-class cricket, beating Peter Martin's 117 in 2002. So best scores by number 8, best scores by number 10, highest partnership as well for the 9th wicket in all first-class matches by Green and by Hartley. So 5-7 all out.
It's an absurd-looking card as well, because despite the fact that Anderson's 2 not out and Blatherwick from number 9 made 1, you've got effectively it's one of those cards where it almost looks as if it should be the other way up. You've lost a couple of early wickets, but 2 of your top order players have got 130 and 160, and then there's a 100 from somebody in the lower middle order, and then you've got lower scores at the top of it. In terms of the bowling figures in the end, Actor 4 for 85. Got those 4 wickets yesterday. Van Buren, his figures got slightly ruined, 3 for 117, when it really looked as though he had been the pick of the bowlers today. Murphy 1 for 133. His figures completely shattered by Chris Green especially. And in the end, it took Ben Charlesworth coming on to take those last 2 wickets. Charlesworth 2 for 62, albeit in 9.4 overs, but he's got the wickets where others haven't, and those, I think, his 11th and 12th wickets of the season, meaning that Charlesworth has got 12 wickets at 30.4. And in terms of those who've bowled more than 60 overs this innings, Ben Charlesworth is leading the bowling averages. He's going to have to bat pretty soon, assuming that the order that was on the bit of information that I saw is right. It's going to be Charlesworth and Bancroft to open the batting and Phillips at 3, but we'll just see. May still be Phillips to open as he did in June, but either way, whoever it is opening the batting along with Bancroft have a huge task ahead of them now. Lancashire 5:57 all out. We'll see Gloucestershire's reply and be back with you for that in about 5 minutes or so. Well, James Anderson is leading the Lancashire side, at least into the huddle. And it is indeed Bancroft and Charlesworth, as advertised, who are opening the innings for Gloucestershire. So another little shuffle as Joe Phillips opened the batting in the 2 Kookaburra fixtures in June. But Charlesworth back, restored to the top of the order alongside Cameron Bancroft, and going out under slightly gloomy skies with, I think, again, another little mini sprinkling of rain, but it's not. It's really only just the odd drop, and again the clouds look relatively high, and there's nothing like yesterday where you could see some fairly sizable shower clouds moving about. So I don't think we're going to see any interruptions of play, and Gloucestershire will have basically an hour to negotiate in this period before the tea break, which is scheduled for 4 o'clock. And Bancroft will face with Charlesworth at the non-strikers end, and from the college lawn end it will be James Anderson. So straight into the attack for Anderson, who will have an attacking field as you'd expect. The brand new Kookaburra currently in his left hand as he's pointing with his right to his fine leg to move to more of a long leg. There are 3 slips and a gully. Then here comes Anderson in now, bowling to Bancroft, who is forward and defending the ball solidly to mid-off. And there's no run. Lancashire, I think it's fair to say, one of the loudest sides in my experience in the country. They will certainly be loud in this situation. And in Bancroft, Anderson has a man in his sights who he did a decent job on in his test career. But he's in now and bowling to Bancroft, who steers this one to backward point, and a terrific diving stop to his left from Superman himself. I was just going to say, pick your superhero. He looks like a Disney prince, but he, in terms of his cricketing exploits, Chris Green, to take your pick for whatever superhero you want, because he's done such things today, and he's kept Bancroft on naught. Anderson goes in and bowls. Bancroft squeezes that off the inner part of the bat down to backward square and gets a run. So Gloucestershire underway in pursuit of this first innings score of Lancashire of 557. It's an incredible partnership between Hartley and Green, and then wasn't even over when Green was out. Hartley then went on a one-man
rampage,
wrecking mission, yes, ruining every marquee around the ground, and every Gloucestershire bowling figure even further, as Charlesworth facing Anderson, and that's left through to the keeper.
Yes.
So, last time Anderson played first-class cricket against Gloucestershire at Old Trafford back in 2022, his first ball was a wide. So none of those shenanigans today. Up he comes over the wicket to the left-handed Charlesworth, who is forward. Tidy defence as the ball is sent to mid-off. Josh Bohannon hurls the ball into the keeper as though his life depended on it. And there's no run.
Yeah, well, it's fair to say that understandably Lancashire are feeling pretty chipper about things at the minute. It's well, but it's kind of beyond what you could even possibly begin to imagine, I guess, coming into the back end of the innings, where your number 8 gets 160, number 10 gets 130.
Anderson goes in, he bowls. Charlesworth, oh, he's beaten by that one, and it zips through to the keeper, Phil Salt, and the end of the first over from Anderson with 1 run from it. But a little warning shot fired there by Anderson as the ball angles across the left-handed Charlesworth, with plenty of waiting hands for an outside edge, but not that time. 1 without loss.
Great chance here for Jack Blathwick. He will have not taken the new ball for Lancashire that often before. But wonderful chance to open the bowling alongside Anderson. Lancashire's attack. Well, Anderson and Blatherwick, and then, well, coming into this round of fixtures, George Balderson, I think, was the Division 2's top wicket taker. So it'd be Anderson, Blatherwick and Balderson, and then Green and Hartley and Wells with left arm spin, off spin and leg spin. So here's Blatherwick, the Chapel end, bowling to Bancroft. It's tapped away into the offside. There's no run. Starts with 3 slips, 4 slips. Wells at the minute is kind of chatting to Harris and to Jennings. Maybe Wells might just shift a few paces away to his right into a gully position, but looks like Hurst at first, Jennings at second, Harris at third. Yeah, Wells just goes a little bit wider at that 4th slip. As Blatherwick comes in and bowls, left alone by Bancroft. Awkward bounce for Salt, the keeper. And they get through for a bye. The score moves on to 2 without loss. So 557 all out. Lancashire, they resumed this morning on 290 for 6. Green was on 28 this morning. Finished on 160. And Gloucestershire just beginning what it needs to be. Plenty of batting. Blatherwick sets off, balls again, defended by Charlesworth, pushing it back towards Jack Blatherwick off his own bowling, and there's no addition to the score.
I thought Charlesworth at least might, if nobody else, come into this innings with a bit more of a spring, having at least been the one to wrap the innings up a couple of wickets to his tally.
Blatherwick bowls again, forward in defence, bouncing up towards Bohannon at mid-off, and there's no run.
Centurion and Lace, who were trying to defy Lancashire on that final day, and then Jared Warner for number 10 trying to bat that game out. Anderson into Charlesworth, who taps that away. It'll be picked up by Luke Wells in the gully. And there's no run. I mean, the final margin of an innings and 57 runs for Lancashire, it sort of doesn't really tell the story of what a dramatic game that one was, with Gloucestershire coming up about a quarter of an hour shy of batting the game out against a absolutely stacked attack, including Anderson. In now bowling, left by Charlesworth, well left. Anderson in that second innings, on 25 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 25. Oh dear. And of course, I've forgotten this, of course, he got Marcus Harris out in that second innings. I can't remember exactly how he got him as well. It was a short wide ball that Harris cut away to the boundary as Anderson is in, and Charlesworth will tuck this one down to fine leg, and he will add a single and pinch the strike at the end of over number 3. Lancashire still searching for their first breakthrough, but Gloucestershire still with best part of 550 runs to knock off their 8 without loss. But he bowled him a short wide one, which he cut Harris, and then next delivery was just that little bit closer, and eventually got him to nick off, looking for another one of those cut shots. So I think the next one he cut to backward point because it was just that bit closer, so he couldn't get it to the boundary, and then it was the one that was that bit further in, and yeah, he just thought, well, you've been jimmied.
Yes. Yeah, it's a good game, wasn't it? That it was a very good game, as indeed was the fixture back in Manchester a few months ago. There's been some decent games between these two sides in the last few years. Jack Blatherwick sets off to start his second over. It's a lovely shot by Charlesworth. He's timed that beautifully off the back foot, punched away through extra cover for 4 runs. Lovely looking shot. Gloucestershire, who on to 12 without loss.
That's kind of the shot I was talking with Christian Brain, the head groundsman here, about an hour ago. That's the sort of shot that I associate with you being able to play at Cheltenham in a way that you can't play on a lot of surfaces. Just wait for it to come, punch, there it goes.
Balls, plays and misses this time. Through to Salt. No addition to the score. Waft from Charlesworth, that last delivery. But a lovely stroke, the previous one, to bring him 4. So he's on 9, and Gloucestershire 12 for no wicket.
I think there's a definite distinction between a waft and a waft as well.
There's Blatherwick, he's into Charlesworth. Balls, again, that's nudged into the onside. Green comes round from square leg to field. And there's no addition to the score.
Speaking of Old Trafford, India are 134 for 2. Liam Dawson has taken his first wicket, got rid of Jaiswal for 58. KL Rahul made 46. Siddharthan recalled to 3, is on 20, and Shubman Gill 11 not out. Chris Wokes got the other wicket.
Blatherwick again to Charlesworth, who turns it to the leg side where Green fields at square leg and there's no run.
Frankly absurd game of cricket at Taunton.
What's going on now?
Continues. So Durham in their second innings were bowled out for 190 in the end, thanks to a little bit of late resistance from the lower order. Somerset, they need 63 more to win. They're 23 for 2.
Blustery wind picks up here as Blatherwick comes in again off the back foot. That might be 4 more. It will be 4 more. It's a lovely shot again by Charlesworth. Just guides the ball away through extra cover. The score moves on to 16 without loss. Charlesworth on to 13. Not too dissimilar to the boundary from the first ball of the over. Just leaning a fraction back onto the back foot and punching away through extra cover. Change of line here from Jack Blatherwick. He's going to bowl around the wicket to Charlesworth, who pulls it in towards the leg side. And the third boundary of the over. 2 punch through cover, 1 which was short from Blatherwick was pulled out towards deep mid wicket. So a very profitable first over. Sorry, second over sent down by Jack Blatherwick. 3 boundaries in that. Gloucestershire 20 without loss. Bancroft 2 and Charlesworth on 17.
Anderson to take up the bowling. So the last time that he played at the festival, 2004. When you hear some of the names that were playing, as Anderson is in now to Bancroft, and onto the front foot he comes, and it blocks this one out to mid-off. So in that game, Lancashire teammates included the likes of well, Glenn Chappell, obviously, you'd have thought for that time. Mark Chilton, Mal Loy, Dominic Cork, Peter Martin, Captain Carl Hooper. So that takes you back a fair bit. In goes Anderson, and Bancroft again right behind that and defending. The game ended up being a draw, but it was a draw that Lancashire had by far the better of. Lancashire made 375 in their first innings, a paltry 375 really, compared with 557 here. But Dinesh Mongia, the Indian left-hander, got 111. Anderson in now. Oh, Bancroft struck on the pad. This looks close and out. LBW. Even from side on, that looked very, very tight. And Richard Illingworth raises that finger. And there is the prize wicket. Bancroft trapped on the crease. And Anderson has struck. He's got a big scalp of Bancroft squared up. Not for the first time in that short innings, it has to be said. Charlesworth 17 off 17, but Bancroft out for 2, and Anderson has struck in his 3rd over.
Yes, well, right on the money, wasn't he, Jimmy Anderson? As you would come to expect. Contrast from the first 2 overs. Jack Blatherwick's 2nd over, conceding 3 boundaries, but at the other end, Anderson doing what he's done for a while, including all the way back in 2004 on his last appearance here. It was also another wonderful, quirky fact involving Jimmy Anderson from this season, which I guess you tend to get when players had such a long career. There was a T20 hat-trick for Saqib Mahmood this season. And he was the first Lancashire player to get a T20 hat-trick since a game in 2004, and guess who was playing in that game as well? So Dominic Cork took a T20 hat-trick, and Anderson was playing in that game, and he was playing in the T20 match when Mahmood did it. So it is difficult not to kind of dwell on the fact of just how remarkable it is that he's still going and bowling beautifully, and gets the first wicket.
Yeah, it's looking at the replay. I mean, you'd think, well, break off, because Joe Phillips is out in the middle, and his first ball from Anderson is played in defence into the offside. So look at the replay, and I don't know, it looks very straight, and it looked straight from side on, and almost, if you looked front on, you'd think, well, was height maybe the only issue, but we're side on. Height wasn't an issue at all. No. And it's just, you know, that's it certainly didn't bounce over. Anderson to Phillips, who clips it into the onside, and a good one-handed stop from Hartley at mid-wicket. Keeps the youngster on naught. There's Phillips, who's tended to be shuffled about a bit in his first-class career. He's at number 3, which I think he batted at the festival a couple of years ago, as this is pushed away to point by Phillips. There is no run. Wicket maiden from Anderson. He's gone for 3 runs in 3 overs and taken that important scalp of a Gloucestershire captain. Bancroft trapped LBW for 2, and it's brought 21-year-old Joe Phillips out to number 3, and just in his 7th match in first-class cricket. And as far as this season goes, Phillips' 3rd appearance. He came into the side really as a sort of Cameron Green replacement, but not directly in terms of the batting order, because he went into open, and then Charlesworth actually dropped down the order into the Green slot.
It's Charlesworth on strike. It's Blatherwick from around the wicket bowling. It's off the back foot. He's managed to find a gap through the offside, as he did so on a couple of occasions in the previous over. Just for a single this time. They've reinforced cover for when Charlesworth was on strike, having played the 2 lovely back foot punches in the previous over. Put Hurst in at extra cover. And they go back to strengthen the slips with Joe Phillips on strike. So Hurst in at first slip, Jennings at 2nd, Wells at gully, Balderson is backward of point. Anderson's at mid-on, Bohannon's at mid-off, Green's at mid-wicket. Hartley at fine leg. Here's Blatherwick to Phillips. Just dabs that away down towards the offside, bouncing out towards George Balderson, backward point, no addition to the score. So 21 for 1. Gloucestershire Phillips having faced just a handful of deliveries so far, having replaced his captain, who is LBW, to James Anderson for 2, Cameron Bancroft. And Charlesworth at the non-striker's end. It's Jack Blatherwick for Lancashire. Back in balls again. Down the leg side, there's kind of a muted appeal from Jennings at second slip and a little from Green at mid-wicket, but nothing from Sol to the bowler. Just brushing something on its way down the leg side. Phillips comes down the pitch, as indeed does Charlesworth at the non-strikers end. Both batters with yellow grips, wearing short sleeves. Blatherwick wandering back to his mark, starting on those college pitches, with the 2 chapels behind him. He's in past the umpire again. Balls to Phillips. It's wide of off stump and left. And it nestles neatly enough in the gloves of Phil Salt, and there is no run.
Yes, the 2 chapels.
Yes.
Eventually, it has to be got onto why there are
yes
2. The first one wasn't big enough.
Okay.
The acoustics were terrible, apparently, and they also built it facing the wrong way. Apart from that, great job.
21 for 1. Blatherwick in. Balls defended by Phillips. Tapped it up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, so one is presumably running kind of north-south.
Yes.
And the other east-west.
Yes.
The newer one's east-west.
Yes, where it should be.
Right.
You know, facing Jerusalem. So I don't know why the original one was built north-south, perhaps.
21 for 1. Blatherwick in balls again. Oh, and jabbing at that one is Phillips. It's gone into and I think out of the gloves of Sol. Certainly got out of the gloves of Sol if it went in there in the first place, which I think it did.
Yeah.
Again, it took a horrible bounce, I think, in front of Phil Salt. And I'll come back to add 2 more to the total for Gloucestershire. And that is the end of the 6 over. 2 buys, 23 for 1. So Charlesworth 18 and Phillips remains on naught. When we came in 2019, I recall we had lunch in one of those buildings, one of the chapels.
Really?
Yeah. That's where they provided, not just for us, but spectators went in there too. And they provided kind of, it's quite a big long tables, maybe 15 or so tables, and food was served up in there.
Anderson over the wicket. Charlesworth edges it, but along the ground and between gully and backward point, and that will be 4 more. So Charlesworth is on the sort of Green Hartley pace at the moment, on 22 from just 19 balls, and he's scored 22 of the 27 runs that Gloucestershire have scored. But well, I don't think Anderson's going to mind seeing that too much, but equally the ball did stay down, and as happened very quickly in Gloucestershire's innings as well, what was 3 slips in a gully has become 2 slips in a gully and a short extra cover. Anderson bowls. Charlesworth tries to lay into a drive and doesn't time it. It's on the bounce back to Anderson, who has a brief feign at throwing the ball towards Charlesworth stumps, but not much of one. So actually, going back, I didn't finish about Anderson's only previous festival experience, because he did play in that game in 2019 in May, was it?
It was, right at the back end of May.
Yeah. Without the full-on festivities. Anderson over the wicket. Charlesworth lets that one go, coming back in, I fancy, from the way that Salt took that towards the left-hander, but not enough that he had to play. So Anderson actually wasn't in the original 11 for that game. There was a test match between England and the West Indies taking place at Lord's. Remember when the West Indies used to be the highlight of the summer? Even in 2004, it was still, I suppose what the previous time they'd come was the Sort of NASA leads England to famous Wisden Trophy victory, driven on the back foot by Charlesworth, and a really smart piece of fielding by Bohannon, who's so quick from mid-off. I thought there might have been two there, but not to be, because of the quickness of Bohannon throwing it off balance, and Charlesworth has to get back into his ground at the non-strikers end. But it's another single. He's on to 23. It's 28 for 1. So Anderson wasn't selected for that test at Lords, and then made his way to Cheltenham, I think sort of a little bit into day 2, as Phillips waits. Anderson into him. Phillips is forward and defending to mid-off, and no run. So Anderson actually replaced Peter Martin in that game. Can you imagine? Just imagine, you know, Peter Martin, who's also played Test cricket for England, gets replaced by this whippersnapper who's just jollied in from Lords. I mean, we're left out of the Test, and he's straight in, is he? Anderson in, back of a length delivery is worked into the onside by Phillips. As much as, oh, there's a mix-up. Phillips is halfway down at the non-strikers end, but he will get back. Well, I was about to say that there could well be 2 there, but Hartley again gets to the ball quickly, and maybe if they'd just really gone for it, they might have got 2, but I can see why Charlesworth didn't want to come back for the second. And Phillips does get off the mark, and Gloucestershire to 29 for 1. So Anderson was, in the end, part of an attack which I think, in terms of the seam attack, you had Martin, Chappell, Cork, Sajid Mahmood and Anderson. So all Test cricketers.
Yes, yeah. Chappell.
No. Oh, it was Chappell one day.
Yes. Here's Blatherwick bowling. Oh, that's pulled out towards the leg side in front of Green at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah.
Yes, he's one day against Ireland, I think.
Yeah, yes.
Did well
That's
not
right.
to play Test
Yeah,
cricket.
well, I think that's right, isn't he? So he's normally listed as one of the
ones
the best.
Yeah, that didn't.
Yeah, one ODI against Ireland at Belfast in 2006. That's right. There you go. And then Gary Keady was the spinner.
29 for 1. There's Jack Blatherwick. To Joe Phillips in and bowls. Phillips back and dabbing the ball away. There's no run.
James Franklin was playing his first county championship match. He took 7 for 60 for Gloucestershire in the first innings of that game, and he would go on here to do something rather Proctor-esque and take a hat-trick and score 100 in the same game. I think maybe about 3 years later, but the hat-trick was across 2 innings.
Blatherwick in, bowling to Phillips. Works it off his pad through the onside. And this time they will come back comfortably for 2. At the time that Green has caught up with it, running out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Phillips moves on to 3. And the score moves on to 31 for 1.
So Cork 5 for 54. As Lancashire got a first innings lead of 141. Lancashire piled on the runs in the second innings, 354 for 2 in 66 overs to set the game up, but then Gloucestershire batted for 143.4 overs to save the game.
And Blatherwick in to Phillips. And that'll be 4. A little short and wide from Blatherwick and put away by Phillips. Just eased it out through extra cover. 35 for 1.
And Mike Hussey was Gloucestershire's overseas, the second overseas with Franklin back in 2004. In fact, what is it? 21 years ago to the day. It was day 3 of that game.
Blatherwick bowls and Phillips takes a single, just dropped into the offside. through for 1. Phillips moves on to 8, 36 for 1 now.
Yeah, that was quite a vigil from Gloucestershire overall. They sort of did it by committee, really. Steve Adshead batted for 201 deliveries, but Chris Taylor, Mike Hussey, Phil Weston all batted for over 100. Ian Fisher as well batted for 113 deliveries for 31. Martin Ball, 84 balls. So yeah,
superb. Blathwick around the wicket, bowling, defended by Charlesworth. Back to Blathwick. He ends with a dot ball. 8 overs gone of the Gloucestershire first innings. 36 for 1 with Charlesworth on 23. Phillips on 8.
Is it? Is tea set at 4:10? I thought it was 4 o'clock.
Well, if that's what Dan says, I'm going
to.
Well,
that's what we're going to have to carry on until 4:10 now. Anyway, right. The other thing about actually that I mentioned that the test that Jimmy was in the squad for, but ended up not getting selected for. That test match was possibly best remembered whilst it was the game. I can just about remember this. Rob Key scoring a double 100, and Michael Vaughan got twin hundreds, but it's probably over the years best remembered for the actions of another former Lancashire player, neither with bat nor with ball nor strictly in the field. Here's Anderson, and he's there now. He bowls to Phillips, full delivery. Phillips head over the ball and keeping that one out. Bohannon fields at mid-off.
Go on.
So the batter was Tino Best. So the West Indies.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
It was that test match.
That one, okay, right, yep. So that's 2004?
Yeah. As it was winding down towards its inevitable conclusion. Anderson in now. Phillips forward looking for a single. They decide against it to backward points right. Getting across quickly enough there, Blathwick, to dissuade them. Mind the windows, Tino.
Couldn't 2004 that?
Yeah, I believe so. Anderson was about to start, then stopped and started again. Here he comes to Phillips. Again, he's well forward to play the ball into the offside. Again, there is no run. There's a bit of a kick away at the landing area there. Anderson sends a puff of dust up from the crease line. Charlesworth down to do some inspecting. Phillips doing some bat twirling. Here is Anderson to Phillips, and that's clipped away through mid-wicket. It's going down the hill, but I'm not sure has it got quite enough on it to go to the boundary. Yes, it does. Green running round from fine leg, but the ball just beating him, and Phillips is into double figures as he's on to 12, and is Phillips half Anderson's age?
Far off.
Well, it's always great when you get this sort of thing, isn't it? It's pretty close. I mean, we'll take it. I mean, 42-year-old Anderson bowling to 21-year-old Phillips. We'll take it, even if it's to the month, may not be exact. Anderson goes in now to Phillips, and this is pushed defensively to cover. And there's no run. And I'm not going to do the... And since Anderson last played at the festival, there have been 25,000 prime ministers. That sort of thing. You know what I mean? Yes, I get it. 42 years, or in that case, 21 years is quite a long time. Phillips facing up. Anderson bowling and squeezed to backward point. by Phillips, but another over ticks by. Anderson is through 5 overs. And 5 overs, 1 for 13. You'd have thought that probably whilst this ball is new, Anderson might be inclined to keep hold of it, but we'll see. There will be a change from the Chapel end, and Blatherwick out of the attack, but not Balderson replacing him. I don't know whether that means a double change, but we're getting some spin.
Yeah, yes. Tom Hartley. Blatherwick bowled 4 overs for 24. Anderson's just completed his 5th over, 1 for 13. A big surprise that Lancashire will get spinning, really. They did this both at Derbyshire and against Kent at Blackpool in previous rounds of Guckerborough, with Anderson captain going early to spin. I think it was Chris Green on both those occasions, but left arm spin of Hartley first up is the first bowling change. So what's he got in place here, Tom Hartley? He's going to have a short leg. It'll be Keaton Jennings who's strapping on all the protective gear, carefully placing some items. And the slip in place, short fine leg. Anderson's at short mid wicket, Bahannon's at short cover. Mid off, mid on, a little deeper than mid off. And there's a deep square leg as well. So Hartley having the back of that 130. He's into bowl for the first time. Driven on the bounce to Bahannon.
Was that a crowd catch in the field, or were they just messing about? Probably the latter.
Messing about a little. Hartley left arm over bowls, worked away into the onside by Charlesworth. He's managed to steer it to the right of short leg and the left of short mid wicket. Picked about on the boundary by George Balderson. Charlesworth gets a single. Moves on to 24, 41 for 1. Brings Phillips on strike. Yeah, Balderson just at kind of short third. He's doing a few gentle loosening exercises, so maybe the end of Anderson's spell as well. It's defended by Phillips into the onside. Bahannon fields, no run. 41 for 1. So plenty of spin. And, Gloucestershire were bowling, and probably likewise for Lancashire too. It's chapped away through the offside by Phillips for a single. He moves on to 13, 42 for 1. A bright start to this Gloucestershire innings. They lost Bancroft early, but Charlesworth has got himself to 24 from 25 deliveries. Oh, Phillips forward off the inner half of the bat. It bounces to the left of Jennings at short leg. Get through for a single. Charlesworth moves on to 25 with that, and the score moves on to 43 for 1. Brings Phillips back on strike. Hartley into Phillips. Again, just rocking back and tapping the ball out into the offside. End of Hartley's opening over. 3 coming off it. Phillips on 13, Charlesworth on 25. Gloucestershire replying to Lancashire's score of 557 of 43 for 1.
Wicket just before tea at Old Trafford, where Shubman Gill is LBW to Ben Stokes for 12, so important wicket there. Siddharthan on 26 and Pant on 3. We'll see whether the wicket of Gill can spark something for England in the evening session. In terms of Div 2 of the Championship, Derbyshire have recovered from that loss in the first over of David Lloyd. So it's been a pretty good day for them. 115 for 2, replying to Leicestershire's 398. And considering that they were staring down a pretty mighty Leicestershire score when Hill and Hanscom were there on centuries, collapsing from 360 for 3 to 398 all out. So 7 for 38 Leicestershire lost. Change of bowling. Balderson is replacing Anderson, and Charlesworth just gently turns this one to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Caleb Jewell is 51 not out for Derbyshire. They have just lost Harry Kane to Rehan Ahmed for 56, but it's a good tussle between the current top 2 sides in Division 2. Balderson over the wicket to Charlesworth, who drives fluently and beats a fielder, Matty Hurst, who's in pretty close at short mid-off, and pushed wide is Bohannon at a more conventional mid-off depth, so that allows the boundary for Charlesworth. Another shot easy on the eye as he's on to 29. Gloucestershire to 47 for 1. Doesn't waste much time, Balderson. Barely got the ball in his hand before he started running in again. He's been driven for 4 more. Down the hill it goes, not timed quite so well by Charlesworth as the previous one, but it doesn't have to be because it's hit down the hill and square of the wicket. Charlesworth continues to race along. He's 33 off 29 balls. And the 50 is up for Gloucestershire with that boundary. 51 for 1. Hot on the heels, though, of Derbyshire, Glamorgan, who continue to be very much in the ascendancy against Kent. It's tea time there. Kent just starting their second innings at 14 for no wicket, but trailing by 158 runs. Glamorgan eventually bowled out for 327. Balderson into Charlesworth, driven for 4 more. He's hit 3 drives, he did them all in different places. That one's between cover and backward point, a bit squarer. I don't know what's going off out there. It's 55 for 1.
I'm trying to work it out.
I remember in that match at Old Trafford, Balderson had a spell on against the Gloucestershire batters, and all of a sudden Ollie Price started doing that to Balderson, absolutely out of nowhere. Of course, it's all very well doing it for a bit, you've got to sustain it, but 3 consecutive boundaries, and Charlesworth just well, in fact, I say retaking, he might be taking a fresh guard because Balderson has switched to around the wicket. In now to Charlesworth, who is forward and playing a firm-looking defence, to Anderson mid-on. There's no run. Ingram and Kellaway, by the way, for Glamorgan just fell shy of hundreds. Ingram 87, Kellaway 90. And Matt Parkinson 4 for 103 for Kent, and 4 wickets for Wes Agar as well. But Kent have a long way to go to get back into that one. Balderson in now. Charlesworth drives it firmly. It's knocked down by Balderson, and his follow-through deflects away from the stumps, but Phillips was careful to ground his bat at the non-striker's end anyway, and the end of the over.
Change of plan.
Tea will be taken.
Change of plan.
We've had a bit of a rethink and
back to 4 o'clock.
Decided 4 o'clock is a good time.
It's a lovely time.
Middlesex are still batting at
What?
Merchant Taylor School. 597 for 8. And they've kept Northamptonshire out there now for 142 overs.
Sounds like fun.
Deploy is approaching 100 as well, with Williamson and Holden having already got there. Cracknell got some runs as well as 73.
As Tom Hartley sets off for his second over. Forward goes Phillips in defence. And there's no run.
Raining again at Scarborough. They've had some play, but rain stopped play at the Yorkshire. 376 for 5 in Surrey.
Hartley to Phillips on the front foot, pushing back down the pitch, gathered by Hartley. Polishing the ball on the bottom of his Lancashire shirt, pulls up his sleeves. stands at the top of his mark and swings his way back in and bowls to Phillips, who's on the front foot again in defence. And there's no run. Gathered by Hartley low down to his right and flicks the ball up. Again, same routine, little polish. Stands and clutches the ball towards his chest, arm swinging around, left arm spinner from around the wicket. Forward goes Phillips and defends. And then creeping up from cover to field the ball is James Anderson. Hands it back to Hartley. Forward short leg and a slip. And the keeper all crouching down, Tom Hartley. And past umpire Treadwell bowls to Phillips, who's kind of half forward and jabbing the ball away. Anderson's there at cover again to field, and there's no addition to the score. 55 for 1. Phillips remains on 13. Tom Hartley twirling in, bowls forward again. Phillips back down the pitch, gathered by Hartley off his own bowling. That will be a maiden over for Tom Hartley. His first maiden, second over. In for plenty of bowling, you would think, Hartley, and I suspect Green, through the course of the next day or so. 55 for 1, Gloucestershire, 12 overs into their first innings. Phillips on 13 and Charlesworth on 37.
Warwickshire still banging trouble against Worcestershire at 122 for 6. 4 wickets for Khurram Shahzad. And Bo Webster, formerly of this parish, made 57 for Warwickshire, as in goes Balderson, and this is played respectfully by Charlesworth to extra cover. Webster, though, has become a victim of Bertie Foreman, who's on loan from Sussex to Worcestershire. So trailing by 211 there, Warwickshire. Balderson shuffles in round the wicket, bowls, and Charlesworth has flicked this past square leg. They'll take one and they will respect the shortness of the boundary, although it's not the kindest throw from Blatherwick for Salt to deal with, but it does keep the scoring to 1, 56 for 1. Essex 445 for 7 at Hove against Sussex. That's a lead of 241 runs after Sussex were rattled out for 204. Jamie Porter taking 4 wickets. And centuries for Jordan Cox and Matt Critchley for Essex in their reply. Balderson to Phillips for the first time. Phillips is defending neatly into the onside. Somerset will win at Taunton. They're 71 for 5, requiring another 15 runs to win.
Deary me.
Callum Parkinson 4 wickets. George Drissell, formerly of this parish, who took a 5-for in the first innings, as the other wicket to fall. They haven't bowled any seam in the second innings, Durham. Balderson goes in now, bowls a full delivery, and Phillips once again forward and playing carefully into the offside. Yes. Good game is a short game. Nottinghamshire 563 for 8 against Hampshire in contrast. Lyndon James is 189 not out. Balderson to Phillips, that's clipped to deep backward square by Phillips for another run. On he goes to 14, 57 for 1. Good grief, somebody's launching a tennis ball off into the distance there. Careful with that. Just suddenly looked up at the scoreboard and saw a tennis ball flying halfway up those trees. No idea what's going on over there, but somebody's either delivered a mighty hit with their cricket bat to a tennis ball, or they're playing a different game. Balderson in, Charlesworth big stride into the ball, plays it back to the bowler, and that completes Balderson's over. So 5 minutes left until tea. So we'll get 2 more overs in, and then 33 overs in the evening session, and scheduled close is 6:20, so a million miles beyond that, as probably get a fair bit of Hartley and Green, I'd guess, in the evening session.
There's quite a few kids, aren't there, in the ground there on the far side playing cricket or chucking a ball around, kicking a football around. There's lots of kids buzzing around. Quite a lot of space, isn't there, behind the stands to occupy yourself if you don't want to watch the cricket. Phillips just defending this first delivery from Hartley, starting his third over. 57 for 1. Phillips on 14. Hartley left arm spin round the wicket, bowls. Then back, just runs it away through the offside for a single. Moves on to 15, not out. 58 for 1. Plenty still gathered in front of the beer tent. Quite as big a queues as we had on the first day. But, still plenty of people mingling around in front of the beer tent. Watching as Hartley comes in and bowls once more, this time to Ben Charlesworth. It's worked through mid-on for a single. Charlesworth moves on to 39. Not out, the score moves on to 59 for 1.
Breeze has certainly got a little stronger throughout the day. Trees are doing a bit of swaying, and the Gloucestershire flag was limp this morning, certainly isn't now.
Phillips dropping it into the offside. They agree that there isn't a single there.
Does look good though, actually. I think somebody did some repair work to it, so it was getting a little bit faded and maybe slightly frayed, but it's looking good now, I've got to say.
Looks good odour. No sign of the Lancashire flag. Hartley into Phillips for thickish edge. Squats down towards short third. There's no run. 59 for 1. We've got 2 flag balls in front of the pavilion, but only 1 flag. Being battered around at the minute. 59 for 1, Gloucestershire. Phillips on 15. Short leg goes to Silly Point. Slip in place, short third man. Tweak the field again, maybe an extra catcher around the bat. Yeah, it's going to be Anderson in at second slip, so 2 slips, Silly Point. It's Hartley. He's in and bowling. Phillips getting forward and pushing the ball away into the offside. And bouncing into the hands of Keaton Jennings at Silly Point. End of the over. We're almost at tea. Gloucestershire 59 for 1. And permission has officially been granted for supporters to walk out on the outfield at tea, but you can't take your dog.
And you must remove your footwear before going on as well. Can't stress that enough.
What about an ice cream? You take an ice cream? Did he say?
Only if I get one as well.
No ice
That's
cream.
the rule.
Okay.
Mind you, I'm not sure I'd want an ice cream with the way that this wind is kicking up. Oh, it's getting a bit parky up on the balcony. Did bring an extra layer, but I don't really quite want to go there.
No,
We've got
it's a bit early.
No, there's still 34 overs left. I'm hoping that the sun might have broken through by now, but I don't think we're going to see that for today. I don't know. The forecast is still suggesting there might be a possibility that a little bit more breaks through, but Chris Green on to bowl. Off breaks from round the wicket, and Charlesworth leaves that alone. Green with one of the more individual ways of starting to bowl. Sets his feet, and then actually he doesn't do it quite as much as I've seen him do it maybe in T20 cricket. That's let go again by Charlesworth. I'm going to keep an eye on this massive intake of breath that he does. He draws himself up fully with the breath in, and then exhales, and then is in and bowls. But it wasn't quite as marked as I've seen it there. He sets his feet, does a bit of a stare. It's more like a sort of inclination of the shoulders. It's not quite as deep a breath as it might be. And again, can't tempt Charlesworth into a drive outside the off stump. There's a deep cover back, deep backward square, then a silly mid-off and a slip. Anderson, yeah, he's going to go into second slip. If Green is going to bowl wide of the off stump like that, not a bad move to get Anderson in there. There's a backward point as well who could come into play. False start from Green. He stalks in, bowls now, and that's over pitched, and that has been whacked by Charlesworth straight back at Green. He put everything into that to Charlesworth, and it's almost as if he's still staring off thinking, why hasn't that gone to the boundary? Green picked it up like it was nothing. Next ball comes in, sways away does Charlesworth. Phil Salt rather pointlessly removes a bail, and to be honest, James Treadwell, I don't even know why he's walking forward there. If you're going to take the bails off there, then you can put them back on yourself. Green to Charlesworth. Oh, he cuts at it and he misses. That was what Green was bowling for. And Charlesworth nearly succumbed, but it's a maiden over to end the second session of play on day 2 between Lancashire and Gloucestershire. Another session that has been dominated by Lancashire. They started on 415 for 8, which was already a remarkable recovery, but Green and Hartley breaking Lancashire 9th wicket record and extending it by quite a distance as well. They've broken that record by 69 runs, I think, in the end, and then 43 runs put on by Hartley and Anderson in 2.2 overs, with Anderson adding 2 of them. And it's been Anderson who has struck at the start of this Gloucestershire reply as well. Bancroft, the big wicket, LBW to Anderson for 2, but Charlesworth, who is on 39, and Joe Phillips at 3 on 15, looking to lead a Gloucestershire fight back. And at least by the end of the day, with still 33 overs remaining to be bowled, reduce this deficit somewhat, but they still trail by 498 runs at tea. We'll be back in just under 20 minutes time for the evening session. Welcome back to Cheltenham for the final session of the second day between Lancashire and Gloucestershire, as Gloucestershire look to continue to overcome this gigantic pile of runs that Lancashire have placed before them. 557 of them to be precise, and Gloucestershire 59 for 1, having lost Bancroft, LBW, Anderson for 2. Have Phillips and Charlesworth try and defy Lancashire for this evening session. Tom Hartley to bowl the first over of this session. 33 overs to be bowled in it, and there's no run off the first ball as it's turned away to mid-wicket. Slightly chilly feel to things. It would be quite nice if the skies were just to clear a little bit, but it's mostly this now fairly stiff breeze, I think, from the north and the west, and Phillips has got the scoring underway after the tea break with a really beautiful shot, just shimmying down, and they're not really fully driving it, but just allowing the ball to come to him, and just an on drive with a checked follow through down to the boundary. 63 for 1. Scott Reed alongside myself, Ed Seaborn, as Tom Hartley, with 2 slips and a silly mid-off, is into bowl to the right-handed Phillips, who gets a big strider and then just deadens the ball in front of silly mid-off. You figure that there's quite likely to be a fair amount of spin bowled in this evening session, as the ball's still only in its 16th over, but as Hartley bowls round the wicket, Phillips stretches into a defence. You sort of feel that sides tend to believe that the Kookaburra stops doing very much after about 20 overs or so, so spinners tend to get hold of it for quite a bit. Phillips shimmies down the pitch and clips the ball off Hartley. It loops in the air and then goes off towards extra cover, and Phillips has to get back into his ground. I'm happy to come down, so Hartley seen that. Lancashire still bringing the energy in the field. Lots of applause, if nothing else, just to try and keep the hands warm. That's a bit short from Hartley. Maybe he thought Phillips might come again, but Hartley just a little bit of a slight dismissal of that ball as not being quite where he wanted it to be. It's allowed Phillips to drive off the back foot for 1 run through the covers, so Charlesworth will be kept off strike. Charlesworth 39, Phillips has advanced his score to 20, and Gloucestershire 64 for 1.
We had spin from both ends just leading into the tea break, and we're going to start with spin from both ends. Chris Greenball 1 over before tea, and he's going to get us going from the College lawn end straight after tea. So we've seen Anderson with a short opening burst of 5 overs, 1 for 13. Jack Blatherwick 4 overs with the new ball for 24. A couple of overs from George Balderson, but Lancashire quickly turning to spin in the afternoon. Hartley's left arm spin and Green's off spin. And it was spin that kind of dominated quite a bit of that Lancashire innings. There's 27 overs of Van Buren. There was 41 overs of Murphy. In for a lengthy bowl, these two players, Hartley and Green. They added 212 runs for the 9th wicket, and it's the first double century partnership for the 8th, 9th or 10th wicket in Lancashire's history. So they enjoyed a good day with the bat, these two. Looking for some success with the ball. Here is Green in and bowling. It's on the leg side and taken by Phil Salt, just dancing away a pace or 2 to his left hand side, and gathers the ball, shapes to flick off the bails. He's a slip and a forward short leg. Green over the wicket, balls, that's turned into the onside beyond Jennings, low to his right at short leg, and the ball disappearing behind square on the leg side for a single to Phillips. He moves on to 21, 65 for 1.
Does have to be a little bit careful with that. shot Phillips, just that clip. It's what got him out in the second innings at Cardiff against Ben Kellaway. He hit a couple in the air. I think it was one between leg slip and short leg, and he ended up being caught off the face of the bat with a blinding catch at short leg by Asa Tribe off Kellaway. Just be a little bit careful with Green turning the ball into him.
Charlesworth's on strike off the back foot. Played nicely away through point for a single. Charlesworth moves on to 40, 66 for one to bring Phillips back on strike. Jennings goes from one side of the pitch to the other to position himself at short leg to Phillips. Wells at slip. There's Green over the wicket bowling back. Dabs the ball back beyond, back down the pitch. Gathered by Chris Green. And there's no run. Stands at the top of his mark, feet together, up onto his toes, and then almost tiptoes his way in. And balls down the pitch is Phillips. And pushing it back towards Green. And there's no addition to the score. There's a mid-off and a long on. Deep square leg. Dotted around the edge of the boundary. Green in again. But down the leg side to Phillips, who doesn't offer a shot, just allows that to roll off his thigh pad and deflects down towards the keeper. End of the over. Just a couple of runs coming off the first over from Chris Green after the tea break. And Gloucestershire 66 for 1. The end of the over. Charlesworth on 40, Phillips on 21.
I wonder if Green and Hartley just keep rattling through overs, are we actually going to end up going on close time rather than overs as quickly as they can get through them? Hartley to Charlesworth, who's forward steering defensively, picked up by Josh Bohannon at extra cover. 30 overs in an hour 50. If these two are going to bowl nearly all of it, I think they could do more than that. Hartley left arm wrist spin from over the wicket. Charlesworth back into his crease and getting behind that one. And no run as Jennings just adjusts the shin pads. Quite thick shin pads on there, don't blame him. Hartley bowls, and that's turned past Jennings, not past Anderson though, who will arrest the ball's progress at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Imagine it's the sort of day where the coffee stall on one side of the beer tent will be doing possibly slightly better trade than the ice cream stall. I didn't see anybody attempt to bring an ice cream on the field at tea this time. Good. Well done, everyone.
Everyone's very well behaved.
Yes. Again, Charlesworth defends, nudges it to Bohannon at extra cover. I did actually have one security person on the field to stop people from walking on the square. And thankfully nobody was trying to run in and bowl quick deliveries in the middle of all that as Charlesworth plays it to short leg. Jennings stops it. Yeah. Like Will Williams yesterday, who was trying to do a bit of, just innocently going about his business, trying to do a bit of bowling during the lunch break, and ended up almost colliding with a spectator. Thankfully, he was able to pull out of his delivery in time. Hartley in, Charlesworth down the pitch, smacking that one away. He's hit that straight of mid-on, a couple of bounces over the rope for 4. But in some ways, Hartley and Green may need a bit of that, because I don't think the pitch is really appreciably turning more than it was yesterday. And the footmarks guess it'll have been the heavy roller as well. The footmarks don't look as though they developed yet any more than yesterday, really. There's still plenty of time left in the match for them to be a factor, and I think they're still appreciably there enough that they ought to be, but you may need the batter to make a bit of a misjudgment as a spinner in terms of getting the breakthrough. But 4 runs to Charlesworth to 44, Gloucestershire 70 for 1, and the 50 partnership up between Charlesworth and Phillips. So at least a start of something of a recovery after losing Bancroft early for 2.
Yes, LBW to James Anderson, Cameron Bancroft, Green into Phillips. Guy just went away through the leg side for a single. He's on to 22. 71 for 1 to bring Charlesworth back on strike. Well, that's one aspect of Lancashire's first innings. I mean, obviously the double century partnership is the one that kind of blew everything else out the water. But I think every partnership got to double figures. It was the 20s, 30s, and 40s through the way.
Blatherwick this morning.
Yes,
out
that was
2 overs. I think that's the only one. Yeah. Other than that, so steady.
It was
until it got blown out of the water by 2 successive partnerships.
Green to Charlesworth. He's off spin from around the wicket. Charlesworth just lunging forward, and the ball's sliding on past into the gloves of Phil Salt. And there's no run. 71 for 1. Here comes Green again. Balls going back as Charlesworth. He's played it a little late, but played it safely enough off the back foot. Ooh. Chopping it into the offside. Throw comes in from Anderson.
They threw it into the non-strikers end there. It's why at the strikers end. Just a little throw into the next pitch along. You're not going to give Anderson a glare, that's for sure.
72 for 1. A single takes Charlesworth to 45. Phillips back on strike, tapped back down the pitch towards Green. And there's no run.
There are plenty of singles on offer for both these batters. Are they patient enough to pick them off and then the bad delivery?
Green to Phillips, full face of the bat, pushes defensively back to Green. Again, there's no run. Two close catches around the bat, the short leg and the slip. Couple dotted out towards the boundary, deep mid-wicket, long on, deep backward point. Turned into the onside by Phillips. Gathered by Anderson at mid-wicket, and there's no run, just 2 off that over. 72 for 1. Charlesworth 45, Phillips on 22, not out. These two, as Ed mentioned, out of 52 now for this second wicket. And Gloucestershire still trailed by 485. So awful lot of batting ahead of Gloucestershire, but this is a good response to losing that early wicket.
Yeah, and it's going to have to be the young players in Gloucestershire's top order, having lost the experience of Bancroft. Hartley into Charlesworth, who's reaching forward and defending again. 24 years of age, Charlesworth. 21, Joe Phillips, and then 24-year-old Ollie Price due in next for the experience of Hammond and Bracey and Van Buren. Hartley in down the pitch. Charlesworth, he's hit that one high and handsome and straight, and that is going to be off the covers. Hartley hit one of those himself, maybe even off that very same cover, and that's a fine way to bring up a 50 for Charlesworth of only 53 balls, 9 fours, and that his first 6. And something that has really developed in Charlesworth's game in the last couple of years, his ability to use his feet against the spinners and hit big. Turned himself into a really destructive T20 player over the last, I suppose, 3 seasons now. As Hartley is in, Charlesworth skips down but then adjusts, works the ball away, and not quite far enough away from Hartley, the bowler, who ends up jogging off towards mid-on. At no stage could they quite trust themselves to take a single. 51 out of 78 for Charlesworth. Tall left-hander, still stands quite tall even when facing the spinners, and then has to be quick with a delivery like that where he doesn't move forward to a full ball. So from that high position he then has to lunge down late. Gets bat on it, but Lancashire letting him know about the fact that was a bit of a late adjustment. Hartley bowls. Again Charlesworth back, clipping the ball to backward square, and they can't, Lancashire, keep Charlesworth from rotating the strike. 79 for 1. The goal is perched on top of the scoreboard again. He likes that spot. Pride of place. Centre of attention. Standing to attention itself on whatever that is on top of the scoreboard.
It's kind of platform, isn't it?
Hartley starts and stops. There are 2 slips and a silly mid-off for Phillips. Hartley round the wicket. Phillips is forward to that one and rather nonchalantly blocking out the last ball of that over. 79 for 1 after 20 overs. Gloucestershire, so scored at a decent rate, mostly because of Charlesworth, who got to his 50 off nearly a runner ball. It's been a flowing innings from
That's lovely, isn't it?
Charlesworth, and well, he is very easy on the eye, as I've mentioned countless times before, as a lot of tall left-handers are, and he's always been somebody who's got that foundation of a solid-looking technique, able to play those flowing drives. Sort of 3 in a row off Balderson, all in different areas.
There's Green around the wicket too. Charlesworth left alone through to Salt, and there's no run. Yeah, the 2 through cover of the back foot punched away with the, I think that was the second over by Blatherwick with the new ball. 2 glorious shots. Really nice start to the reply here, led by Charlesworth as he defends his next delivery. So I think that's Matthew Hurst under the helmet at City Point. Keaton Jennings at short leg. Luke Wells at slip. Chris Green in balls forward, goes Charlesworth in defence. Ball bounces into the pitch and then taken one-handed to his left by Hurst on the bounce. Used to having the gloves, Matthew Hurst, as he has done up until this point this season. Salt back for Lancashire. Salt there, taking that as it was left alone by Charlesworth.
Really is patience, isn't it, with Green bowling this line, that the trap is very much set.
Off spinner to the left-hander. In and bowling. Played nicely away through the offside by Charlesworth. Ball bouncing out towards deep point for a single. Charlesworth moves on to 53. Not out. The score ticks along to 80 for 1. Bringing Phillips back on strike. 1 ball remaining of the over. If it's spin for the large portion of this evening session, we are going to rattle through these overs pretty quickly. Hang around Hartley and Green. Might be another burst of some seam from Blatherwick or from Anderson or from Balderson. Green in to Phillips, going back and turning it into the onside. And there's no run, just that single coming off the over. Gloucestershire 80 for 1, Phillips on 22, Charlesworth on 53.
It's a good job that we got these umbrellas tied up. We've got about 4 ties ensuring that this umbrella isn't going to go flying. I've gone down securing each umbrella along the line up on the balcony.
If the brolly's going and the tables are going, everything's going. That'll to be one heck of a win.
Well, that's true. That's true. Yes. All this extraordinary equipment that we've got here. Sort of an electronics workshop in front of us. 4 phones, 3 laptops, so it's not quite that many, but extraordinary amount of kit. This field is scattering. There's a deep forward square, long on, and a fairly deep mid-wicket. Being sent back, mid-off's quite deep as well. There's a fielder back on the leg side. Charlesworth goes for a reverse sweep. Misses it. He's got his front pad way outside the line of off stump, so it's not, in that regard, a particularly dangerous shot, but then that's not the only way that you could be outplaying it. But I guess there's nobody at backward point. Hartley in, and Charlesworth knocks this one to Anderson at short mid-wicket. There's no run, but I mean, you just think all Charlesworth has got to do is defend the ball into the offside, and he's got a single everywhere. The only people who can save the single on that offside are the bowler and the wicket-keeper. Hartley trying to access that rough, and that's been tickled by Charlesworth to short fine leg, but unable to find a run as Hurst fields a short fine leg. He's got shin pads on as well. Wells, the imposing figure at slip. Hartley in now, riding the bounce there is Charlesworth, playing it to short leg and then almost presenting the bat to Keaton Jennings, who's standing there. I can't imagine he's the quietest short leg ever, Keaton Jennings. Certainly be plenty of chat with Salt behind the stumps, you know that, as that's dug out by Charlesworth back to the bowler. There's no run.
He must be one of the tallest short leg fielders.
Yeah. It's normally you'd think you'd want to be fairly low slung at short leg, but he's good in there, Jennings. Hartley in now. Oh, is there some edge involved there? There's an appeal for LBW, but a couple of things were immediately possibly in concern there. The ball rattled about a little bit with bat and pad, so I'm not sure whether, you know, which one came first. And then Charlesworth's getting a stride forward and across, and as much as the ball threatened to come back to that off stump, I'm not sure if it quite did. Probably was turning on to hit the stumps, and there is turn there for Tom Hartley, so that's the encouraging sign there. He's not outside the line by much, but
enough.
Yes, I think it probably was. 80 for 1.
Not been much though, has there? Not been kind of since the Bancroft dismissal, the LBW, not kind of many chances kind of created. There was a little bit of gentle turn. It's not doing an awful lot, which it didn't do. There's Greens in and bowling. It's turned into the onside by Phillips, and there's no run. Much for Gloucestershire, and to Gloucestershire's credit, up until the start of play today, they've chipped away really well. Lancashire 6 down at 290 on the board overnight. It's all right.
I think 350 would have been short on this.
Turned into the onside by Phillips. Almost got through. Anderson picked up by Marcus Harris, who's come up from the long on boundary. Phillips moves to 23, 81 for 1.
I mean, even still in, 370, 380, I think Gloucestershire would have fancied having a chance of at least you get to Lancashire's first innings score, and then it's over to Lancashire to set a score, set a game up.
Green in to Charlesworth. He wants at least one, but will just be a single. He's pushed that away through straight mid off, and then he's keeping a close eye on Marcus Harris, who's coming up to field. just to see if there was a possibility of a second. Just one. Charlesworth moves to 54. 82 for one.
He's hard to score off though, is Green. It doesn't matter what the format is. Only 7 in 4.5 overs conceded.
That's a dot ball there. Deflected back towards him by Joe Phillips. There's no run. 82 for one. Phillips taps the bat well as it settles in at first slip. And Jennings crouching down at short square leg. And Phillips cuts this one out through the offside. Bolton coming up from the point boundary to field. Phillips moves on to 24. Looks like the scoreboard's back to full speed. It's quickly adding the runs now.
Yeah, the gnomes have got to work in there.
83 for one. Phillips up to 24, bringing Charlesworth back on stride. Extra catcher around the bat with a left-hander on strike as that's a foolish delivery from Green, driven away through the offside by Charlesworth. It's worth one more run. Charlesworth moves on to 55, not out. That is the end of the over as well. 84 for one. Phillips on 24 and Charlesworth on 55.
Made his debut on this ground to Phillips just a couple of years ago against Glamorgan in one of probably the less memorable matches that have happened at Cheltenham in recent times. 450 for 6 declared, played 402 for 6 declared, and 62 without loss. There was some rain involved as well. Hartley in, clipped away, and that was not a chance really, because it's off the face of the bat, but I think that has hit Jennings on the full, and he just couldn't really quite get his hands to it as quickly as it came and as low as it came. Another one of those that, you know, a freak dismissal could have ricocheted anywhere. At that time, Charlesworth is very careful about playing it into the ground short of Jennings and actually wide of him in the end, so they take one. 85 for one. Phillips was out for 17 in his maiden first-class innings, batting at 5. Out to the demon nibblers of Andy Gorvin. Hartley round the wicket. Phillips clips it and has got a leading edge that loops over the fielder at silly mid-off. There's a hurl in at the stumps, which I'm not sure that Hartley would appreciate too much with those spinning fingers, given that Phillips was well home, but such is the aggression of Hurst in that instance that there was that throw, a single taken, but a really fortuitous one. It looped away and just cleared the fielder in close. So he's been teased a bit in this over as Jennings. Hartley in, Charlesworth back and sort of hunchback style defends that one into the onside. And so just in the last couple of overs, Hartley starting to look a little more dangerous, the OBW shout, and then a couple of near misses in this over as well. Oh, we saw him coming there, Hartley, advancing Charlesworth, and then dragged it in a little bit shorter and quicker. Charlesworth having come down early, able then to make what was another quick adjustment, but Hartley starting to get it on top here. Last ball of the over, bowls, and back Charlesworth just in defence. So a couple of really good overs in a row from Hartley, and 86 for one. So we've had 24 overs of this Gloucestershire innings, and there are 24 overs remaining in the day's play. In fact, Phillips's, a high proportion of Phillips's games have been played here, I guess now. 3 of his 7 games now at Cheltenham, and I'm sure he'll be hoping to make it 4 out of 8 against Middlesex in the next one. Highest score still the 80 that he made against Worcestershire in this second game of the 2023 festival. That was opening the batting, so he made his debut at 5 and then up to open. alongside Chris Dent, 80 in the first innings and 26 in the second innings, so he made a fairly immediate impression. It certainly looks like a well-organised young player.
On strike here, playing forward as Green continues. Deflected back to a tall Australian off-spinner, and there is no run.
So the youngsters starting to come through. We saw a bit of Tommy Borman, who made his T20 debut the other evening against Somerset. He smashed Craig Overton for 6 over square leg, and then was out 2 balls later.
Whipped away by Phillips through straight mid-on for a single. 26 to Phillips, 87 ball on that.
Sort of sums up the young player of today, really, though, doesn't he? You've got Craig Overton running at you with all his aggression and his snarl, and just send him high in the air towards the Taunton car park, and he was looking to back away and slap him over extra cover, and was one-handedly caught by Gregory at extra cover. Stunning catch. But there's no quarter given.
No, not a lot of trepidation, is there? Young players get given the chance, especially in that format. Charles Worthy waits as Green comes around the wicket. Let's punch through mid-on this time for a single. He's on to 57, 88 for 1.
Has been forced to slow up a bit, Charles Worthy, since reaching his 50. I think some of it is the quality of the spin bowling, but also just as soon as that ball gets that bit softer, it's much harder to score.
A bit flatter this time from Green. Phillips rocking forward and defending. And there's no run.
Abrasive nature of this outfield, and the pitch as well. It's going to get soft even quicker.
Yeah, it's a brown, dry, firm outfield. Much green grass poking through. Green's in, and Phillips shaping just to try and manoeuvre it away through the leg side. Ball just runs off the top of his pad and falls dead in front of Jennings at short leg. 88 for 1. Green in, balls again, forward once more, dabbed away by Joe Phillips. It's the end of the over. Again, just a couple coming off. It's pretty mean looking figures here for both spinners, but Green especially. 6 overs, 1 maiden for 11. Oakley's bowled 8 overs, 2 maidens for 23. Gloucestershire 88 for 1, 25 overs into their first innings. Phillips on 26, and Charles Worthy on 57. Whoever was speaking in the marquee at tea thought maybe have finished. To just start to drift back out from the marquee. A little bit late after the tea break.
Goes Hartley. Charlesworth to the pitch of that with a forward defence, which Hartley picks up himself. Just further to that breakdown of Phillips's career so far. Some of it is because of his studies in Cardiff, but he hasn't actually played a game of first-class cricket that's not been at Cheltenham, Bristol or Cardiff yet. hasn't travelled any further than that as Charlesworth defends into the onside. It's a bit like this, you know, you sort of hear about your great-grandmother who never set foot outside the village. I'm not sure it's quite the same for Phillips, but
just likes 3 grounds in particular.
Hartley bowls back of a length and flick just past tumbling Anderson at a shortish mid-wicket, and to that fielder who's floating between deep mid-wicket and mid-wicket. Charlesworth to 58, 89 for 1. But you'd figure that Phillips would get a pretty good chance at this side the rest of the season. There's that final game at Lord's, which would be one of I'm sure that everybody would want to be playing. And down the pitch, Phillips taking a good single there, although Harris juggled it at mid-on. I think even if he'd fielded it cleanly, because Phillips was halfway down the pitch anyway, he was the one that was running to the business end at the non-strikers. I think even if Harris had hurled in a throw, Phillips would have made it home, so it's a good call. And he has a single, 90 for 1. Phillips to 27. The breeze continues to flutter Hartley's shirt. Over the wicket, bowls, low full toss. It's driven square on the offside by Charlesworth. He's not timed it though. And again, Balderson's got quite a lot of ground to get to that ball, but because it's only a probably 50-metre boundary with the pitch being in the middle of the square, there's just never any interest from the batters in 2. Hartley to Phillips, who looked as if he was maybe going to be tempted into something slightly bigger there, and length wasn't quite there, had to wait a fraction of a second longer, and then just guided to safety behind square on the offside. So another good over from Hartley. Contest is keen between spinner and batter, and it's just a question of patience at the moment. Lancashire can afford to be patient because they've got plenty of time left. They've got plenty of runs in the bank. There's one of those bits of thistledown almost lands in my eye. Oh. It was slightly disturbing. I thought it might have been that spider that was on the umbrella. I don't mind spiders, but I don't particularly like them when they're crawling over my face.
No, it's not ideal.
91 for 1.
Wasp yesterday causing you problems, wasn't it?
No, it's just annoying.
Green into Charlesworthy. Starts wide. Gets a little wider and it's left alone by Charlesworthy. Through to Salt. 91 for 1. 59 for Ben Charlesworthy. Waiting here for Green. And left by Charlesworth, and there's no run. Left a couple. Should be wide outside off stump. Not interested in playing at the shot. Through to Salt. Has slowed down a bit, hasn't it, for Charlesworth since he got to 50, but as you said, Ed, it's plenty of time and patience the key. Charlesworth in defence, reaching forward and defending and pushing it back to Green, who feels low down to his left. There's no addition to the score. 59 of 82. He's played some very stylish shots, but this little period, it's more cautious and calm and more in defence by Charlesworth, who waits for Green, goes for a shot this time. It's thickish edge. It squirts out towards backward point. There's no run. Just floated that one up a little bit more, Chris Green, encouraging Charlesworth to try and have a go, which he did. Bouncing out towards Hurst at backward point. Green in again. Gets that away. And that'll be runs out towards the backward point boundary. Oh, and maybe 4 of them it is. It's Tom Hartley actually gets across to stop it, and did manage to get there, but then the ball in the end spun behind Hartley, and then Charlesworth gets 4. First boundary for a little while.
His first boundary since the 6th that he brought up his 50 with, and that was off 53 balls, so 30 balls between boundaries.
Cuts again out towards the offside. Charlesworth gets a single, and Tom Hartley gets a rather sarcastic cheer from some of the supporters for collecting the ball cleanly on that occasion. End of the over. So Charlesworth on 64, Phillips on 27, and Gloucestershire 96 for 1.
2,457 people in today, which I think is about 50 more than yesterday. I think it was in the just early 2,400s. It's basically the same, and it looked practically identical to yesterday. So best part of 5,000 people through the gates. So the first 2 days of the festival, it has to be said, he's obviously under threat for multiple reasons as Hartley bowls. That's down the leg side. Charlesworth gets something on that, I think, and flicks it round the corner. Harris trying desperately to catch up with it. Hurst apologies, but he won't do so, and in fact it is leg byes, so no bat from Charlesworth, but 4 more onto the score. That brings up the Gloucestershire 100. So a couple of boundaries in the last couple of overs. 100 for 1. But yeah, whilst the threats are very real, and it's sad to be talking about it, we can still savour the number of people that have come through the gates to watch County Championship cricket for the first 2 days here. Hartley to Charlesworth, and that's turned forward of short leg just for the 1 run out to deep mid wicket. Leg slip having been put in place. Charlesworth to 65 for a terrible idea with the ball turning out of the rough, and sometimes if it just turns that bit more, maybe bounces as well, bring that leg slip into play. Hartley into Phillips, over pitched and clipped away through mid wicket. Fielder racing round from deep square, won't get there. Pings off the rope and into the covers down below us as Balderson gave it everything he could, but away it went, and well put away by Phillips, because it was a low full toss. It would be quite easy to have tried to hammer that somewhere, but he just flicked it into that sizable gap on the leg side, and he is on to 31. Hartley to Phillips, that's a little bit short, allows Phillips to rock onto the back foot, stroke it through the covers to the sweeper on the offside boundary for a single. So 106 for 1, and some of the pressure that Hartley had built up from that end in the last few overs, he has slightly let it off in this over. 10 off it so far. Hartley in, again it's a bit short and flicked through mid-wicket. They might fancy 2 here, even to the short boundary, but yeah, caution is probably for the best when it comes to those quick second runs to the shortest side, and also when Superman himself is at deep mid-wicket as well. Really want to take Chris Green on doing anything today. 107 for 1. Hartley in, Phillips stretching forward and plays it very straight. Never leaves the cut strip. So the only ball in the over that wasn't scored from. And Gloucestershire back, moving forward in terms of the rate. Not that it's really about that, but important to be scoring runs and just getting on top of this spin duo that Lancashire would quite like to be bowling for the majority of the rest of the session. We've seen 5 overs of Anderson, 4 overs of Blatherwick, only the 2 overs from Balderson. At what point does Lancashire skipper Anderson go back to one of his seam bowlers? 107 for 1.
Or maybe, yeah, maybe these two might just try and force Anderson's hand here, left alone. This next delivery from Chris Green by Charlesworth through to the keeper Salt has just been a little bit more kind of proactive, isn't it, the last over or 2, pushing forward a little bit quicker, creeping the run rate up. Well, he's got runs here, Charlesworth. It's quite timed as he was hoping for. He managed to squirt it away through extra cover. Might just be a little bit of turn there for Green away from Charlesworth, but he does get 1. Moves on to 67, brings Phillips back on strike. 108 for 1. Phillips on 32. Twirls the bat a little, gets himself ready. Forward short leg and slip as well. Green's off spin over the wicket to Phillips. It's turned into the onside behind square, but there's Matthew Hurst quickly around to it. Sends it in right over the top of the stumps. Phillips can't get through for one. 108 for one. Collection of goals now, all becking away.
Yes, as much as eat at each other, I think, than than the ground.
Bit of a squabble going on, isn't there? Yeah. Pushed away by Phillips. Gathered by Bohannon. There's no run.
There's some serious indigestion, I think, over there as well.
From the goals, I presume.
Yes, no, well, I'm sure not from anybody in the hospitality tents.
The middle of the very large hospitality tent is split into kind of thirds. Green's in and bowling. Forward goes Phillips and defends. No run. It appears to be blue shirt there.
Yes, I just even before you said that, I just noticed how everybody there was wearing blue.
Everyone got the memo. Dig out your pale blue shirt.
On Wednesdays we wear pink, but it's blue this Wednesday.
Very smart. And Green in bowls. And Phillips going right back and defending. Just dabs the ball down into the onside. And there is no run. Just a single coming off the over. It's 108 for one. Gloucestershire, 29 overs gone. And Ben Charlesworth has 67 and Joe Phillips has 32. They're still trailed by 449. Feels like maybe just an extra little increase in tempo in the last over or two, but there was a sign prior to that Hartley was just starting to get maybe just a little bit of uncertainty into this what has been so far a very calm partnership. Maybe spin to continue from both ends.
Yeah, I suppose you got a test spinner in Hartley, so give him an over, just whip him out of the attack after one expensive over. But one other thing I suppose Anderson could do is change it up a bit but still keep spin on if he can give Wells a twirl perhaps. Always provide something a little bit different.
In these situations that are just starting to develop a little bit in terms of a partnership and not a great deal happening with the ball, it tends to be Balderson as being the kind of key man.
Hartley in back Charlesworth and then suddenly realises there's basically nobody on the offside. Ball ended up quite close to the umpire who's standing at point, and then Salt and Wells, who sprinted from keeper and from first slip, barging each other out of the way to try and field the ball. Oh, I do enjoy Phil Salt. Hartley bowls, short ball pulled in the air. Fielder hasn't seen it though, and it will spin away on 2 bounces for 4.
He just didn't spot it, did he? It's Chris Green that sat on the square leg bander, and you could see his arms waving. To indicate he just couldn't pick the ball. Pick the ball out. I mean, it's coming from the angle where the pavilion that we're in, which is kind of browny ready bricks, might just have lost it in that.
On 12 for 1 then with that boundary. Charlesworth forward and the ball loops in the air and just short of slip. I think there was maybe just off Pad. Threatened to sneak through though. Pad was well outside the line of off, but almost took maybe a bit of inside edge that could have made it carry. Hartley in down the pitch, Charlesworth hitting it high down the ground. Long on tries to get there and just won't be able to. 1 bounce and for 4. Well, they've done well to keep Hartley on, and he's nearly provided the breakthrough, but he's gone for 8 more runs in 4 balls this over. It doesn't really tell the full story. He really didn't get hold of that. Spectators don't seem best pleased.
Is he giving us a 4?
I think it was signalled as a 4. I thought it was a 4. 1 bounce, but perhaps not. Obviously some of that, obviously some of those, particularly over in that part of the ground, dare I say it, their vision might not be quite what it was at 11 o'clock this morning. 116 for 1. Hartley in bowls, turned on the bounce to Jennings, who fields well at short leg despite collapsing over backwards. There's something happening every ball from Hartley this over. It's all kicked off. Salt, even the first ball where basically nothing happened, Salt and Wells barging each other out of the way. Charlesworth is forward, running this one out to extra cover, Harris will jog across and keep it to a single, and that ends a very eventful over, which has seen 9 runs, groaning spectators, contact between Lancashire fielders,
and 2 kind of, oh,
and
maybe,
yes,
maybe there's a catch.
A ball completely not seen by Green, and then a ball seen by spectators that thought had carried over the boundary rope but hadn't. 117 for 1, end of the over. All of a sudden, everybody's on the edge of their seats.
Well, there's some pads being removed. Will Williams has come on to take some shin guards away. Whether they might just change tempo a little bit.
I'm not sure that Green would actually have caught that short ball from Charlesworth, even if he'd seen it.
No, me neither.
But he would have got pretty close to it.
It's kind of high to his left, wasn't it? Quite a few yards to his left. We're playing a miss from Charlesworth. Taken by Salt. As Green comes around the wicket. There was a false shot in the previous over from Charlesworth, which he in the end, he got a run through cover. But not certainly out of the middle of the bat.
No, neither was the pull shot or the strike down the ground.
Green in balls. Rocking onto the front foot and leaving that. Through it goes to Salt.
It's a mark of Charlesworth's power these days, really, that straight 1 bounce 4, even though it kept long on interested for a bit, that it still nearly went for 6.
He's on 76. It's an impressive innings, this. Some lovely and powerful shots scored today. Charlesworth has produced a few beauties himself. 117 for 1. Oh, going back and playing and missing. And through to Salt. It has Jennings hopping up and down at forward short leg. What is he just? Can't quite make out if that's turned.
No, it's slid on. I think it's almost the opposite that's done him. It just continued to slide in on him, and he couldn't really quite create enough room for himself.
Into Charlesworth. That's wide and that's left. Yeah, he's angled that in, hasn't he, from around the wicket, and it's just gone on. He's played and missed, crucially, for Charlesworth.
It does seem to be feeling it a little bit last couple of overs.
Green bowls. It's chopped away through the offside. And we'll go dancing towards the other end for a moment or two. Having taken the single. 77 not out, 118 for 1. And Joe Phillips on strike.
Sorry, Scott, I guess it's where actually now at 24, Charlesworth's a senior partner, and previously in his career he might have been used to having somebody more experienced than him at the non-strikers end, delivering a few bon mots.
Phillips waits for Green, who's around the wicket and turned away through the onside by Phillips, just steered out through mid-wicket for a single. It's the end of the over. It felt like Anderson's decided to make a change because we saw Will Williams come and remove some shin guards, and the change actually is to bring himself into the attack for a little go. So Hartley's spell comes to an end. 119 for 1. Gloucestershire. Phillips on 33. Charlesworth is on 77. We've had quite a bit of spin there before tea and through the early part of the evening session since the tea break. But going to change it up now with Anderson to return.
Yeah, 17 overs to go and just over an hour, so we're actually going to end well. And just one of the things that the Kookaburra does do with all this spin is mean that actually spectators do get their money's worth in terms of overs that you get in. And despite the fact that we lost some overs yesterday, we've been able to make these up today. And whilst it's cloudy, I don't think there's any real danger as far as the light's concerned. The clouds actually, whilst it's not parted, it does seem to have got a little bit thinner. So I don't think we're in any danger of losing any time. And actually, to be honest, we could have played on even more on both days. But Anderson to have his first go from the Chapel end. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13 from the College lawn end. There's a slip in place, a short straight mid-on as Phillips plays that one just on the front foot into the offside. There's no run. He's somebody, Phillips, that does, you know, he's not like a Charlesworth who, which is actually even Charlesworth, like a lot of young batters now, there's not so much of that, you know, get the big stride in, but Phillips especially tends to stay fairly deep in his crease and then just shuffle his body weight forward. It works for him. Anderson to Phillips, inside edges, down to fine leg. Just about got some bat on that, because I could fully imagine that would have been plumb LBW if he hadn't got any bat on it, but he did, and certainly wasn't the most authoritative run in the partnership, but it is the 100th run of it, and boy did Gloucestershire need that. Losing Bancroft early, the thought was that they'd be under serious pressure, especially given what had happened to them earlier on in the day with Hartley and Green plundering the bowling to all parts of the ground. But Charlesworth and Phillips have started, and it's only a start. They still need 408 to avoid the follow-on. Well, they don't still need it. 408 is the target to avoid the follow-on, and they're only 120 on the board. But it's a good chunk of runs these two have scored. Anderson round the wicket to Charlesworth. A good length ball is played defensively back to Anderson, who tries a little back heel off towards Marcus Harris at cover. No run.
Yeah, because as you say, when Bancroft goes early, especially because he was on the back of what happened in the end of the Lancashire, is a pretty kind of brutal, destructive batting from Green and from Hartley. So that's a pretty demoralising little spell, isn't it, out in the field if you're Gloucestershire. Then you lose your captain off Anderson, and things could have unravelled. These two have done really well.
Anderson in bowls and clipped away by Charlesworth through mid-wicket, and that, I think, will run away down the hill despite the fact there are 3 fielders in pursuit. None of them can catch up with it. So 4 runs to Charlesworth. That moves him into the 80s. 81 to him. Anderson bowling quite wide of the crease and angling it in, but just angling that bit too much to allow Charlesworth to pick him off through the leg side. 124 for 1. Ball back in the hand of Anderson. Bowls now, and Charlesworth drives. That's a wonderful square drive out through backward point, and it whistles to the boundary through backward point, and Charlesworth with another flourish has moved on to 85 now.
He's a lovely player to watch, isn't he?
Just stepped into that one.
Well, both shots, weren't they? The last 2 40s hit, one through mid-wicket, just flecked off his pads. That one, which you say was pretty hammered firmly away for 4.
It's a little bend of the front leg, and he knew exactly where he was hitting that one. Anderson in now, and this is played back to the bowler, and a bit of a stare from Anderson, as you'd expect, but I think Charlesworth was looking down, and that's the end of the over, and 9 runs from it. Anderson just crosses in front of the path of Charlesworth there. You still might be having a word or two in Charlesworth's direction, but it's a great experience for Charlesworth and for Phillips. Some more words there. Tosses the ball off angrily to Green, and then walks back towards Charlesworth again. Still looking in his direction. I mean, especially that second. I mean, the first shot, okay, he's turned him off through the onside, but the second one, I mean, just, you know, slightly bent leg square drive.
Green in, forward goes Phillips, and there's no run.
You're not going to like that.
Yeah, still loves it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Still got that
great, isn't it?
Absolute desire to.
That's what people have turned up today for.
Green balls again. Phillips works it away out towards backward square leg, and there's no addition to the score. 128 for 1. Phillips on 34. So there's a slip, leg slip, forward short leg, short fine leg. Off spin of Chris Green continuing for Lancashire. Well, Phillips very carefully off the back foot, going down and deliberately steering it gently into the ground, just a fraction in front of Keaton Jennings, who is at forward short leg position. And there's no run. Green in, bowls again. Phillips on the move, just walking forward, just a half a pace, leaning into it and punching up towards Anderson. And there's no run. Lancashire got themselves a long on, got a wide mid-off in Jack Blatherwick. Green again to Phillips. Just tries to glance it away down towards short fine leg, where it's gathered by Josh Bohannon. And there's no addition to the score. 128 for 1, Gloucestershire. And Joe Phillips on 24. Lancashire trying to get underneath the skin maybe a little bit here of Phillips and Charlesworth. Find a breakthrough, but solid again from Phillips off the back foot in defence, working it out towards Anderson, and there is no run. End of the over. A maiden for Chris Green. 10 overs, 2 maidens for 19. And Gloucestershire are 128 for 1.
I think that's what most people wanted, really, that last ball, no run, and resume the Anderson Charlesworth dialogue, so to speak.
Yes.
Anderson continuing round the wicket. Is he certainly is putting the short ball in Charlesworth's mind now with this field. Deep mid-wicket, deep square, long leg, but then he's got 2 short extra covers, so this is very much a field, I think, set for getting in Charlesworth's head. Anderson round the wicket bowls a full ball, which is defended to one of the 2 short extra covers, 21 and 12, Hurst and Harris. And yeah, I do wonder if Anderson's really going to be banging too many in short here. When that field's set, you just think, oh, hang on. But then you see the 2 lurking short extras. They're not there for the short ball. Anderson bowls again, it's full and played to Harris at short extra. And so much space on the onside, but I wonder, is Anderson's plan here just to keep it on off stump and try and get Charlesworth to think about those leg side fielders and all that space out there, and actually he's only ever interested in you playing the ball to one of those 2 straight fielders on the offside. Anderson goes in, he bowls, and Charlesworth will flick it into the onside, so we'll get off strike as soon as he's made contact. Really, there's one there, only mid-on, saving the single. Charlesworth on to 86. So 129 for 1. Phillips, I think he's done well to maintain his own tempo, as Charlesworth has occasionally produced these flourishes of scoring. Hasn't really affected Phillips. Anderson into him and head over the ball and defending to Bohannon at mid-off.
Yeah, it's been a really nicely even partnership with that, hasn't it? I mean, Charlesworth has been more free-flowing with the way he scored, but Phillips has just kind of settled into his own little bubble, hasn't he, and just played his part, not tried to kind of match Charlesworth.
Tom Hartley just having a conversation with Richard Illingworth, and Anderson sends one of those what were mid-wickets for Phillips into a leg slip. Anderson in and bowls, and punched by Phillips to cover, and there's no run. It's quite strong Phillips through square on the offside. He hasn't really unleashed too many of those trademark square drives off the back foot and cuts, because Lancashire haven't given him an enormous amount of either width or shorter stuff to put away. Anderson goes in now, bowls to Phillips, who tries to clip into the leg side. There's an appeal for LBW, which is turned down pretty quickly, I think, by James Treadwell. But just a brief frisson at the end of that over. And yeah, I don't think that's straightened enough.
No.
And that's why it was a fairly short-lived LBW appeal. But Phillips actually might feel it. He's rather missed out on a rare scoring opportunity from Anderson there, really, as it was angled toward leg stump. But it's another over ticked off. 129 for 1. 86 for Charlesworth, 34 to Phillips.
It's wonderful, isn't it, when Anderson comes back into the attack? Not that most people in the ground are engrossed in the game, but then there's just that sense of extra.
You always get the feeling there's people in the marquees sort of shouting back, "Jimmy's bowling."
It is, yeah. You do get that impression. It's left by Charlesworth as Green twirls away from the Chapel College lone end of the ground. Sense of, oh, we better come out and watch here. Keep a close eye. Come away from the bar for a minute or two. 29 for 1. Green in, balls again left by Charlesworth. He's just gently pushing onto the front foot. Bat pulled high above the shoulder, allowing that to pitch and then just slide on. It started quite wide and spun a fraction further wider as it was gathered by Salt. Green in. Has to play at this delivery, a straighter ball angled in towards him and played up towards Anderson. He's at short cover, flicks it up with the outside of his right boot, captures the ball, lobs it back to Green. He's busy back to his mark. Short leg slip. Close catcher on the offside at square. Close catcher at cover as well, which is Anderson, and he's there away to his right to field as Charlesworth drives the ball firmly into the ground. Anderson scoops it up and with a bit of fizz sends it in towards Phil Salt. 129 for 1. 4 dot balls in the over, 2 to go. Green altering the field. So Balderson was at deep backward square leg. He's been asked to come inside the circle, as it would be in a one-day game. Backward square leg, there's a backward point, there's a short third, there's a short cover. Going back, oh, it's played beautifully down towards the wide third boundary by Ben Charlesworth. What a lovely shot for 4 to take him to 90. Playing it late and cutting it down towards the wide third man boundary. 133 for 1. He's done ever so well to pick the gap, because Lancashire have got plenty of fielders guarding that position at short backward point, short third. Played it so late with the open face of the bat, able to steer it away along the grass down to the boundary for 4. Moves on to 90 not out. There is Green in and bowls, and it's left and into the gloves of Phil Salt, who's just dangling his wicket-keeping glove with the ball in it, just hovering over the top of the bail, as if to just say, don't lift your back foot off the ground. Otherwise, I'm here to flick the bails off. End of the over, 133 for 1.
That is one of my pet peeves, which is why every keeper, not that I would have been out there for long enough, but if that ever got known, then every keeper would do it. But yes, that irritates me. That the ball's dead in your gloves. Anyway, here's Anderson in the Chapel end, bowling to Phillips. Phillips well forward, negotiates that one out into the covers. There's been a bit of a collapso at Derby, where in the top of the table clash.
Yes.
Derbyshire are now 187 for 7.
Oh.
responding to Leicestershire's 398, and Rehan Ahmed has 6 for 50 in his 15th over. He was the 7th bowler used. Phillips drive square on the offside. It may have not come out of the middle of the bat really, but it's down to the boundary and 4 runs. And a shot that was sort of expecting to see from Phillips, because he does like that sort of a shot, but it was a bit of a one-handed, almost toe of the bat.
Yeah.
I think it was meant to go a lot squarer than that, but it's flashed away, and the outfield really just does the rest.
It does, isn't it? It's been lightning quick.
Strange looking shot, because it wasn't really quite short enough or wide enough, but anyway, it's a boundary. 137 for 1. Anderson in, and Phillips is defending back to Anderson, who will certainly let the youngster know about his technical flaws or who knows what else. 1 for 27 in his 8th over, Anderson, and the partnership between Charlesworth and Phillips now worth 117. Come in decent time as well. Anderson gathers bowls, clipped away by Phillips, just not quite finding the gap at a wide-ish mid-wicket. Hartley getting across the field. Thought he might just have picked that gap, and it's a particularly brown patch up the hill through that mid-wicket area, and not to get too much on it to send it away. Anderson in now, and Phillips again is forward and positive movement towards the bowler. Stopped out in the covers for no run. Anderson has pointed to almost everybody seemingly to go to the boundary for the last ball of this over. Well, it's not everybody, but all of a sudden there seem to be a lot of people scattering toward the boundary. There's a fielder who's going to go in at deep third, long leg, deep square. There's nobody at point or at deep point. Anderson bowls to Phillips, and he's not looking to access point with that delivery, full and straight, targeting the pads, but Phillips is down in time and middling that defensive shot. So 137 for 1 at the end of third over of Anderson in this spell from the Chapel End, and the deficit 420 runs, and even just one late wicket to break this partnership would give Lancashire something, but they'd be thinking if they can break it quickly. It's not quite night watchman stage yet, but that's almost give you the opportunity to take a late wicket, and then who knows, maybe even you start to get them moving at the end of the day. You see it happen a lot at the end of days. It's just a different mindset coming out there. So these two, from a Gloucestershire perspective, must continue with what they've been doing.
Led by Charlesworth, who's on 90. Green setting off, stopping, and heading back to his mark with something not quite feeling right. Here he comes bouncing in on his tiptoes and balls. Cut by Charlesworth. Gathered by Bohannon. Short backward point, and there's no run. 137 for 1.
Did you do his sharp intake of breath? Maybe you forgot to do that.
Maybe he did. Yeah, he does have he very much has his routine. Flatter and quicker. Hit away through the covers for a single by Charlesworth. Moves to 91.
Something almost balletic about it.
Yeah, I think it's helped because he kind of goes up onto his tiptoes, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
Bounces on his toes.
And then actually, it almost reminds me a bit of, like, some of the pre-routines that the divers do, and that that sort of synchronized spinny thing, springboard. Is that the one?
It's
something like that.
Sounds like an Olympic sport, that, yeah. Into to Phillips this time. Into the onside, and there's no run.
Well, we ought to know, actually. We had the the Olympics question, didn't we? And the quiz last night. Which sport were men allowed to compete in for the first time at the Paris Olympics?
Synchronised swimming, wasn't
Yeah.
it? In comes Green, balls forward, goes Phillips. It's a nice shot, just punching it through mid-on. Takes a single, moves to 39, 139 for one. It's maybe not quite as pronounced as it is in certainly T20 cricket, but
Yeah.
he does have this very set routine before he comes in and bowls. Charlesworth turns it to the leg side. Green will be first to it. Sprinting away to his left. And there's no run. George Balderson was off the field just for a moment. Maybe a change of boots, maybe a chance for him to come and have a ball, potentially.
Yeah, might be. He's just done a bit of back rotating.
One ball left of the over. Green to Charlesworth. Again, just gently taking the single off the back foot. Worked through the offside for one. 92. It's a really stylish knock from Ben Charlesworth. And it's come with kind of not much fuss. He's kind of got to 50 in the blink of an eye, and yes, he was stuck in kind of in the 50s for a little while, wasn't he? But then since he got that boundary away to get him into the into the 60s, he's kind of again just carried on where he was when he first came out to bat. It's a really impressive knock, this.
Yeah, because he got to 50 off, what was it, 53 balls with that 6, and then there was a point between boundaries where I looked, and I'm sure I counted that he'd scored 9 off 30 balls. So since then, he's back to scoring at pretty close to a run a ball again. There was just like a regathering period after he got to 50, and whilst he's had occasional moments of slight fortune, those 2 boundaries in the over off Hartley where the pull shot was mistimed, Green didn't pick it up in the deep, but I don't think would quite have got there, and then long on almost getting to a charge down the pitch that turned into a 1 bounce 4. Neither of them were middled, but really apart from that, there's not been a great deal to shout about from a Lancashire point of view. And there is a change of bowling. Anderson's just had the 3 overs, and Balderson, who's only bowled 2 overs, will have a 3rd over. He's switching ends as well. Round the wicket he goes to Charlesworth. This is clipped down to fine leg, and there's another waltz through for 1. 93 to Charlesworth, 141 for 1. I'm sure that there will be nerves there for Ben Charlesworth. Looking to do a couple of things that he's not done before. But at this stage, he's happy to, well, if not happy to, he's being forced to move through the 90s gradually. Anderson and Balderson and Bohannon just setting this field. Harris offering his thoughts as well, doing a bit of pointing from short extra cover. Keeper up to the stumps, short extra cover, short mid wicket, 1 slip. Balderson to Phillips, who drives pleasantly to mid on, and Anderson flollops onto the ball at mid on, waiting for the bounce off the college square there.
Does have 3 first-class centuries, doesn't he, Ben Charlesworth?
He does.
It's not unfamiliar.
No. No, however. Balderson to Phillips. Short ball hammered away for 4 by Phillips. Strong pull shot. Balderson certainly on this pitch especially would be asking for a serious misjudgment from Phillips if he were going to get a wicket that way. And it's been whacked out through mid-wicket. Phillips on to 43, 145 for 1.
This is a ploy that Lancashire have used quite a bit. Balderson, who tends to be really kind of accurate. Keeper set up, top of off stump, just outside.
Balderson in, that's more like it, back to the bowler defensively.
And he'll kind of do that time and time again. Yeah, I think he's Lancashire's leading wicket taker. He's bowled more than any other Lancashire bowler this season, and his economy rate is outstanding. So he kind of constantly manages to find a little groove. Not quite found it just yet, but it's a ploy that Lancashire have used a lot. Catches in front of the batter, keeper stood up.
Balderson bowls. It's back of a length enough, and Phillips dabs it away. Almost beats Green at backward point, and actually down the hill. That could have been even a boundary if Green hadn't got across. It's a no ball, which is the first no ball of the match. So 3 runs onto the total, which takes it to 148 for 1. Gloucestershire still only conceded the 2 extras in their innings. Balderson to Charlesworth, and this is pushed away to extra cover for no run. 2 extras in 141.4 overs, but
and a score of 560.
Exactly, score 557, and Lancashire, that's now 9 extras in a total of 145. But there we go. I suppose you can focus on extras sometimes. In comes Balderson to Charlesworth on 93, and there's hesitation, and eventually it doesn't matter because Hurst ends up having to half wear that ball at cover. But just for a moment, it looked as though there might be the kind of mix-up that would have led to calamity from a Gloucestershire perspective. But that's the end of. The end of Balderson's over? Yeah, it is, yeah. The ball's just gradually catching up. With the no ball, I wasn't quite sure whether we'd quite got there, but we have. 149 for 1, so Charlesworth will keep the strike on 94. Phillips 44. Still plenty of time left in the day, 10 overs remaining. And plenty could happen from both sides' point of view, whilst at this stage it feels like a run fest. It only takes a couple of overs, and it feels much tougher.
In comes Green, bowls. Charlesworth drive down the ground. Green went low to his right, trying to stop it. He gets 4. That's the 150 up for Gloucestershire. Also takes Ben Charlesworth to within 2 of his 4th first-class century. Not sure if that would even be constituted chance or not.
No. Oh, gosh, it's fizzed back, isn't it? But he's sort of middled it, but then he also seemed to put a bit of slice on it that just took it away from Green, but it was not far off.
153 for 1. Charlesworth on 98. Green in bowls off the back foot. These runs here through extra cover. It is cut off on the boundary, but they'll come back for 2. Oh, it's a really, really stylish century by Ben Charlesworth. He's 100 not out from 123 deliveries, 16 fours and a 6. His 4th first-class century. That's a really, really handsome innings to watch. Some terrific shots all around the ground. An important innings for Gloucestershire on the back of that early wicket of Cameron Bancroft. 100 not out, and Gloucestershire 155 for 1.
And it's his first Cheltenham 100 Championship cricket. He had 100 at Derby earlier this season, had 100 at Bristol, a double 100 in fact at Bristol against Leicestershire, and 100 at Grace Road last year as well, but that is his first 100 on this ground. And against an attack including the likes of Anderson and Hartley and Green, yeah, that will be valued.
It's off the back foot and just pushed away, and they think about taking one as Anderson goes tumbling down to his right to field and then fizzes the ball in towards the keeper. 155 for 1. Charlesworth 100 not out. Green in bowling. Pushed away to Anderson again. Gives it the double fist bump as he picks it up and feels cleanly. Thought that was the end of the over too. Oh no, it's not. We're not done yet. I better go back and get myself back into extra cover. In comes Green, balls once more. Play back towards Chris Green, and there's no run. 155 for one. Charlesworth, little tap of the bat. Green in and bowls and left alone by Charlesworth. End of the over. 6 coming off it, the 4 and then the 2 that got Charlesworth to 3 figures. And Gloucestershire are 155 for 1. 9 overs remaining in the day's play. Partnership going along nicely here for Gloucestershire too. There's 135 added for this second wicket between Phillips and Charlesworth. And so far so good after the dismissal of Bancroft early on. LBW off Anderson for 2. Charlesworth hitting 2 beautiful back foot punches through the covers to get his innings going, and he's not looked back since then. 155 for 1.
Yeah, and you call it perfectly in terms of the adjectives to describe the innings. And the other thing I think that he has done well, with very few exceptions, is that when Green has dangled it wide of his off stump, he's not gone chasing after it too much. Balderson into Phillips, keeper back now, and this is played away into the offside for no run. Yeah, so I mean, I think, well, you know, in terms of it being against one of the, I suppose, I was going to say bigger counties, if that's a thing. I don't know. Leicestershire certainly weren't the side that they are this year. To take absolutely nothing away from the runs he scored against them, as there's a full ball played back to the bowler. But I just mean in terms of how, you know, maybe even in terms of stacking up that double 100 last year, I'm sure that would have been a great milestone for him. But I think this one, because it's at Cheltenham, because of the attack and the team that he's playing against, and also because of the fact that he has just again moved back to the top of the order. He wasn't opening in June. Balderson in, that's clipped by Phillips to the leg side. Hurst gets on his horse and is able to cut it off before it has a chance of getting to that mid-wicket boundary, so there's no run. So I think for a lot of reasons, that's one that will be right up there for Ben Charlesworth, but he'll certainly have designs on kicking on, especially with 8.5 overs left in the day. Balderson to Phillips, who edges that one, and it's short of Jennings at slip, and he does very well actually to save what would have been a boundary. And that really is the problem. We haven't even had 40 overs of this ball. It's not even quite at middle age. Well, it's at middle age, but it's not quite halfway through its life. And the ball is not carrying to the slips. Balderson into Phillips. Just go back and try and target those stumps again. Phillips comes down in defence, and whilst he may not be the senior player out there, Phillips, I'm sure that the steadiness that Phillips has batted with has been appreciated by Charlesworth at the non-striker's end. Balderson in now, and Phillips tapping into the covers. And there's no run, and that's a more Balderson-like over, that one. A maiden over, offering absolutely nothing, finding the outside edge, but still Lancashire searching for this second wicket. And we've seen, today we've seen about 400 runs for 5 wickets in
yes,
total.
That might tell a bit of a story. Yes. Indeed. Been an enjoyable day for the batters. Enjoyable game, largely, hasn't it, for the batters? What's that now? Century number 4, isn't it, in the match? 3 for Lancashire. Hurst, Green and Hartley. As Green continues to Charlesworth, that's pushed away into the offside. There is no run. And now Ben Charlesworth with a century for Gloucestershire. 155 for 1. This is, I think, the 13th over on the spin this for Green since the tea break. Just work back towards him. And there's no addition to the score. Lancashire have used Tom Hartley. Short burst from Anderson, and then this Balderson spell from the Chapel end. Green is occupied to other end. Edged, ooh, beyond just then landing on the knee, I think, of Josh Bohannon. There's a thickish edge that looped up to Bohannon, who's just backward of point, but quite tight in. And I think Bohannon, I think his left knee may have landed on the ball as he went kind of leaping forward. The ball was dropping short of him pretty much all the time. Left again by Charlesworth. He's not really gone at anything that's just been wide of his off stump, and content to leave that delivery alone as well. Green to Charlesworth, reaching right forward, stretching out those hamstrings as he pushes it back towards Green.
That's where those lunges that he was doing this morning pay off,
yes.
I suppose.
Very, very good lunger. 155 for 1. Green in, balls. He just dropped a bit short, and that's off the back foot this time, and that's thumped away through the offside for a single. And oh, he's nicked the strike, hasn't he? It's the last ball of the over, so he moves on to 101. Not out. Gloucestershire to 156 for 1. And we have just about half an hour left in the day, don't we? With 7 overs left. A little bit less than half an hour to go. And there we go.
Yeah, I think everybody knows the score, so to speak. Derbyshire's subsidence continues. They're 188 for 9. Now, trailing Leicestershire by 210. Could have forced the follow-on if they wanted to. It probably won't, but yeah, Leicestershire, after a blip against Middlesex, the first loss that Leicestershire had sustained this season, because they may be moving to 6 out of 10. Rumour has it that they're signing Ben Green permanently for next season. Possibly also Josh Davey moving to Leicestershire as well, as they look to stock up a bit for life in whatever the top division looks like next year. Balderson goes in and bowls to Charlesworth, who's blocking into the covers.
Yeah, might not be a top division.
Top conference, whatever it is. Anyway,
is that even? Oh yeah, that is one of an option, isn't it, to continue with a kind of a top level.
Charlesworth pretty deep in his crease as he stands, and just a little flick to mid-on, but won't bring him a run as the ball is knocked down there. And Jack Blatherwick down at deep point is doing some stretching as well, so he might get a little go at the back end of the day. He's not going to get a huge spell. It's only going to be 3 overs if he comes on next over. Balderson in, and that's driven out through the covers by Charlesworth. There may only be a single. In fact, there is. He played that through a deep cover, and Blatherwick was standing at least on point, if not just behind point. But such is the shortness again of that side that with a good bit of fielding can keep it to 157 for 1. Kent are offering Glamorgan some resistance at Cardiff, as Balderson bowls a fuller ball, which Phillips push drives as far as mid-off. There's no run. Kent 106 for 1 in their second innings. Glamorgan made 327 earlier on. Kent behind by 66 runs, but competent. Ben, that is trying to do what he does. 38 from 107.
Lovely.
And Chris Benjamin promoted to 3 in the absence of Joe Denley. Balderson bowls. This is down the leg side. Heard a little noise there. I'm not sure whether that was leg buys. Salt went sprawling, couldn't quite bring it in, but maybe slowed it down a bit. And in fact, it is a leg by as Jennings back from slips a couple of times. Phillips has got one on his pads and he's just missed out, but also had Lancashire a little bit interested as well. 158 then for 1. Balderson completes the over, and Charlesworth is rock solid there defensively. So a couple of runs from the over brought the deficit just under 400. 158 for 1 for all the hard work that's been done by Charlesworth and Phillips, but they have made good progress. Northamptonshire struggling against Middlesex, who finally had enough on 625 for 8. Merchant Taylor's school. And Northamptonshire 74 for 3, replying to that 625 for 8. A couple of wickets for Ryan Higgins, and the other one, just to cheer Gloucestershire supporters up even more, caught Higgins, bowled Zafar Gohar.
He's had a good season, hasn't he?
Yes, well,
He's had a good few seasons, hasn't he?
yeah, he's always going to be a handy signing. I think, well, there was some stat that since Zafar arrived at Gloucestershire, I think that only Simon Harmer among spinners had taken more wickets than Zafar in the county championship.
We will see Jack Blathwick returning. He had a 4-over opening spell, but from the chapel end and from the college lawn end of the ground this time. Yeah, will just be the 3 overs for Blathwick. 6 remaining in the day.
A few people heading for the exits, maybe thinking, well, we've seen the last of Anderson today.
That'll do.
We're
Off
off.
we go. Yeah, it's true, isn't it? They're kind of filing out.
Quite a few people leaving.
Yeah. Heading in towards Cheltenham for a night on the tiles. It's a Wednesday night in Cheltenham, like. Lively, I suspect. Gonna have a short leg, I think, in place. Where's Josh Bohannon going to go? No, he's not. He was... I think he may have kind of handed the responsibility of that to Matthew Hurst instead. So he did have the helmet for the time being. Josh Bohannon lobbed it back to Salt, who popped it behind him, and then retrieved another one for Matthew Hurst. So he is at a forward short leg position. Bohannon short fine leg, slip backward point, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, fine leg as well. So there's some catches in position for something that might be short with a bit of pace. Blathwick in, balls pushed away by Phillips out towards Balderson at backward point, and there is no run.
Sorry, you motioned to me to turn the sound off. No run. Terrible. In Division 1, meanwhile, close of play at Scarborough, where Yorkshire finished on 376 for 5. As Blathwick is into Phillips, pulled away, and I don't think deep square's getting there. No, short boundary. And Phillips sending it backward of square enough, and getting a good amount of bat on it. Just didn't really get up a great deal from Blathwick. Phillips on to 48, and also in the first innings, it was more from the chapel end where we saw the quicker bounce. Blatherwick is bowling from the College lawn end, although maybe sometimes the lack of bounce being an issue. That's a little bit more lively from Blatherwick, sending Phillips ducking down low, and you've got to make sure you do duck low with the occasional one just maybe not getting up quite as much as it might. Warwickshire versus Worcestershire. Worcestershire still way on top there. They're now batting again at 6 without loss in their second innings, effectively 155 without loss. Blatherwick in and bowls another short ball. Phillips gets on top of it, pulls it to deep mid-wicket, and that will move his score on to 49, 163 for 1. Warwickshire bowled out for 184 by Worcestershire, with Kuram Shahzad finishing with 6 for 42. And Adam Finch 3 for 40. Essex looking to pull off a mighty victory against Sussex. They're 460 for 8 now, with Critchley and Cox scoring hundreds. Sussex dismissed for only 204 on day one, so Essex leading by 256. Somerset wrapping up a 5-wicket win in 5 sessions against Durham, chasing down their target. 250 and 89 for 5, plays 145 and 190. Just a bit of time here as the field is being set for Charlesworth. Notts 5, 7, 8 for 8 declared. Hampshire 51 without loss. Blatherwick bowls a fuller ball, which is driven through the vacant cover area by Ben Charlesworth, and that will add another run. Charlesworth onto 103, so another of these slightly quieter periods for Charlesworth, but with 5 overs left in the day after this one, I wouldn't really mind too much if he didn't score very many more runs today. Gloucestershire, they just want him there tomorrow. Blatherwick, sorry, to finish the over, and Phillips taps, runs, and goes to 50 with a single to cover point. And as much as we've been talking about him being the perfect foil for Ben Charlesworth, for Phillips in a new position at 3 to score a 50 in his first innings, moving down from the opening spot, that represents a good start from him. He came out in the 5th over when Bancroft was trapped LBW by Anderson for 2, and there was a lot of pressure on Phillips. He defied Anderson early, battled against the spinners as well. It's been more of a battling innings from Phillips, 111 balls for his half-century. But again, it's been a well-organised innings from Joe Phillips, trusting his defensive technique as much as the attacking shots. 7 boundaries, though, still in that innings, so he's still sprinkled it with a little bit of a style and panache as well. But it is 165 for 1, and back comes Hartley.
Indeed he does. 5 to go. Hartley in, balls. Forward goes Phillips, forcing the ball away into the offside. There's no run, just a little 3-over dart from Balderson, having replaced a 3-over dart from Anderson. And before that it was this man, Tom Hartley, who's bowled his overs from that chapel end. That's an edge, thinnish edge off the bat of Phillips. It went disappearing down towards, or through gully, eventually stopped by Matthew Hurst. Phillips on 50 then. 145 run partnership between these two. Tom Hartley's left arm spin around the wicket, this time steered safely off the face of the bat down towards gully, where Hurst fields again. No run. 165 for 1. Phillips having got to a half century, resting his bat on his right shoulder, waiting for Hartley to be content with where the fielders are stood. Now he's in, twirling away, and forward again goes Phillips. Dropped into the offside. Jennings is right in front of Phillips, under the helmet. There's quite an imposing figure of the Keaton Jennings, crouching down right below you, staring at you. Hartley in. Phillips off the back foot, jabbed it away into the offside. There's no run. I mean, he's a lovely man, but he still stood right in front of you, glaring at you.
We had an opportunity to hit the big target there, did Phillips?
165 for 1. Hartley in, 2 Phillips. Makes us a run away to the left of Jennings. And he trots through for 1. Well, that's a brief over, wasn't it? 6 balls sent down pretty quickly from Hartley. Single coming off the last ball, so Phillips keeps the strike. 166 for 1. Oh, just for a moment, we had 2 goals perched on the top of the scoreboard. That was quite exciting.
Was there a squabble about prime position?
I think there was. There was a territory issue going on.
Yeah, I think one of them is steering off at the other goals, which are crowding the area where the coffee shack is. If somebody's left a cake out there, I don't know. The goal that was on the top of the scoreboard, glaring off at all of them. You dare come near me. And the helmets are being arranged by Salt and Jennings, who plonks Salt's cap on the wrong way on top of his head. And Jack Blatherwick will resume from the college lawn end. 4 overs left. Wonder whether, well, you'd guess it's quite likely that there is a night watchman padded up for Gloucestershire. Shouldn't imagine it will be Marchand de Lange. Would you use up Actor? In some ways, the most obvious night watchman candidate, I think, would be Todd Murphy. Whether he fancies doing it. Helped to bat out that game at Cardiff, did Murphy, with a composed knock at the end there. Blatherwick bowls, bangs it in very short. Loops over the head of Phillips, who at this stage really shouldn't be going after anything that isn't really obviously able to be controlled. So many fielders waiting on the leg side and so close to the end of play. Fine leg, deep square are several steps in off the boundary. There's a deep mid-wicket on the boundary. Forward square leg in the ring, short leg. Blatherwick bowls, back of a length, but Phillips doesn't really have to draw himself up to his full height to play in defence back to the bowler. Charlesworth crouched down at the non-striker's end, just seemingly taking a moment. Richard Illingworth going down the pitch just to have a little monitor of where Blatherwick is following through. There's a big gap at cover, but Blatherwick's not bowling very full. In he comes, there's another short one, doesn't get up a great deal. Salt does pretty well, actually, given that that bounces before it gets through to him. And there's not only the boundary to think about, but those 2 helmets as a bit of a target. I think we've seen a 5 penalties on this ground since 4 years ago, when Dan Worrell got called out for throwing a ball inappropriately at a batter. Short ball pulled away. That is a terrific shot from Phillips. Swiveled on it, kept it down, and even Josh Bohannon couldn't get there at that 45 position. And Phillips with 4 runs that bring up the 150-run partnership between Ben Charlesworth and Joe Phillips. It has been scoring-wise dominated by Charlesworth, but Phillips's contribution absolutely vital. Change of angle now for Blatherwick. Coming right arm round the wicket. Passes the umpire now. Bowls another short ball. On top of that is Phillips playing it right down into the floor. Balderson up energetically from backward point. And no run there, as Phillips, as he likes to do, is one of his routines in between each delivery. He's somebody that does like to take his gloves off. He'll often take the gloves off, tuck his bat under his arm, and then move back into position. Blatherwick in, and that's tucked away off the thigh to backward square. Phillips will keep the strike at the end of that over. He's made a lot of the strike of late is Phillips, but I can't imagine that Charlesworth is enormously bothered by that. 3 overs left in a second day that has been dominated by the bat, despite the fact that we had 2 wickets in the first 3 overs, with Graham van Buren removing the overnight Centurion Matty Hurst, adding just the 1 run. He was out for 106, and then Jack Blatherwick hitting one straight up in the air was caught by Ollie Price off Van Buren as well for 1. The score at that stage 302 for 8, but then a record 9th wicket stand for Lancashire between Chris Green and the man about to bowl now, Tom Hartley. Green 160, Hartley 130, first class 100 for Tom Hartley, and a highest first class score for Chris Green, and that record stand of 212. And then Hartley blasting more runs with Anderson to see Lancashire to 557 all out. Ben Charlesworth eventually taking the last 2 wickets as Hartley bowls a full ball, which is on-driven by Phillips, but not past Harris at mid-on, so there's no run. Charlesworth 2 for 62, his figures in the end, and it's been Charlesworth who's led the response to that 557 for Gloucestershire with his 103 not out, as Hartley is in, and a full ball, which Phillips gets on top of. Salt kicks the ball back to Tom Hartley. Such is the respect that the Kookaburra ball is treated by. Certainly not alone in thoughts that it doesn't particularly matter what you do with it after the early stages. Hartley round the wicket to Phillips, just short enough that Phillips can rock onto the back foot and drive a single through the covers. 172 for 1. Gloucestershire losing Bancroft in the 5th over for 2. Things looked rather alarming at that stage for Gloucestershire. 557 on the board, 20 for 1 in reply, but Phillips and Charlesworth have had a really attractive partnership here if you're a Gloucestershire supporter particularly, but as Scott said earlier, it's been a stylish innings from Charlesworth. Got to a 50 in basically a runner ball, and then after a little bit of a regather, scored pretty quickly up to his 100, but hasn't scored too many since, hasn't had a great deal of the strike. He'll be kept on strike there with a good bit of fielding from Bohannon until the throw, which then airmails Salt, but the backing up is done by Jack Blatherwick, so no run. A couple of balls left in this Hartley over. Bowls now to Charlesworth. He's back and defending, perhaps at another stage of his innings and of the day. Charlesworth may have had a thought of trying to score off that one, but there are only 13 deliveries remaining in the day's play. Hartley bowls, going back and missing that one down the leg side. I think Charlesworth, that's turned and beaten everybody. It'll be 2 byes, will it? No, Phillips wants a 3rd, and just for a moment it looks as if he was a little bit slow in realising that throw was coming in, but he does make it. So 3 byes, and Charlesworth will keep the strike. 175 for 1. The deficit's still 382, but now at 175, plenty of wickets left in hand for Gloucestershire. As long as they don't lose one late here, they can feel, feel pretty pleased with what they've done anyway in terms of the bat, but they'll feel as though there's still some sort of a chance of creating some sort of pressure later on in the game, albeit they're still going to have to bat for basically the whole of tomorrow.
Yeah.
175 for one. Blatherwick to have his last over of the day.
Had one result today as well. If you're just joining our coverage, whether it's via the BBC Sport website or on the live stream, Blatherwick sets off and bowls to Charlesworth. That's worked into the onside for no run. Inside 2 days, Somerset beating Durham by 5 wickets. At Taunton in Division 1. Close of play in a rain-affected game between Yorkshire and Surrey. Yorkshire 376 for 5. Batting first against the league leaders. There's reached the close of play in 2 of the 4 Division 2 games. There's Blatherwick in and bowls. Charlesworth from a full-length delivery pushes away into the offside. There's no run. Derbyshire all out for 189, replying to Leicestershire's 396 all out. There's a century for Riyad Ahmed batting for Leicestershire, and then he's picked up wickets bowling, 6 of them.
Yeah.
So he's had a pretty decent couple of days.
Flurries of wickets in that game as well. I mean, Leicestershire's collapsed, and then Derbyshire were 114 for 1.
Blatherwick bowls. That's driven square by Charlesworth for a single. 176 for 1. So
Derbyshire lost, what, 9 for 75, and Leicestershire in their first innings lost 7 for 38. But the problem for Derbyshire is that Ahmed, Hill and Hanscom all got hundreds as well.
That didn't help, did it? So there's a lead of 209 for Leicestershire on first innings. Kent 106 for 1 in their second innings. They trailed Glamorgan by 66. That's the close of play on day 2 as well in Cardiff. Jack Blatherwick in, ball short. Oh, and he goes tumbling over on his follow-through, Blatherwick.
He did it very stylishly, though.
He picked himself up, dusted himself off, wanders back to his mark. They've set Lancashire fielders on the leg side here. There's a Jennings under the helmet at a short square leg. Then about 10 yards over his left shoulder, there is Luke Wells. And then beyond Wells, there's a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg. There's also a fine leg and well, he's took a long leg and a fine leg down towards the boundary. Blatherwick in, goes short again. Oh, that rears up.
Good ball.
Phillips and kind of fended off, and Jennings going low down to his right to try and stop it. Running in hard and bowling the ball quickly into the pitch and trying to get some life here at the back end of the day and trying to just break this partnership.
It's a great length because Phillips has clearly set his stall out now pretty much to duck out of the way of it, but he couldn't really duck that one. It was just short enough and quick enough. He had to try and fend it off and could so easily have brought short leg in.
Into bowl again and worked away off the hip and to fine leg for a single. So he's negotiated the over. It's Blatherwick's last of this short spell. He's been brought back on really to try and do this, to run in hard, to bowl quickly, to try and see if he can bowl short and bring those leg side catches into play. So Phillips has got through the over. And we've got one left of the day. Gloucestershire 177 for 1. Phillips on 58 and Charlesworth on 104.
Yeah, Hartley will have the last over, and we'll not know who was padded up to come in next. Whilst you were over on the update, I was probably suggesting that actually the person that would make the most sense as a night watchman for Gloucestershire would be Todd Murphy. But, you know, whether you ask your overseas to go out and do that, I'm sure Murphy well, I'm sure, but you'd imagine Murphy would have been quite happy to go out and do it. Most of them are, but you know, because Actor is too good a bat really to use as a night watchman, and then De Lange would be had he not sustained a hamstring injury, would be the most curious choice of a night watchman, even probably outdoing Stuart Broad in the early Stokes-McCullum combination. So Murphy would possibly make the most sense. Anyway, we'll not find out because we're in the last over. Here's 2 slips, short leg, silly mid-off, and Phillips flicks this one past short leg. There'll be 2 runs. I think that's probably all, as Hurst tracks back all the way from short leg towards the boundary. But that's the short side, so no chance of a third. Phillips is on to 60. Gloucestershire to 179 for 1. It has been mostly Phillips really in about the last half hour. He's taken charge of facing the bowling, plays that one late into the ground. Anderson fields smartly from second slip. No punching of the air that time as he fielded that one.
That was terrific, that.
Hartley gathers, bowls. Phillips, big stride in forward. He didn't quite get to the pitch of that one, which is why Lancashire were gasping away. But still straight into the ground. Green for a word of advice to Hartley, almost because they're doing it right next to James Treadwell. Looks as though they're involving him in the discussions.
What do you reckon, umpire?
Yeah. James,
you bowled a bit.
James Treadwell was staring right ahead as though they just didn't exist at all. He's got laser focus in on those stumps, and the front foot mark. You're irrelevant to me. Not been kept too busy, the umpires. Bancroft's the only LBW decision, and all the court behinds have been pretty straightforward.
Yeah. That quirky thing with Keaton Jennings, wasn't it, in the first thing yesterday?
Yes, but that's probably about the highest they've got on the stress stress meter. James Treadwell asking Richard Illingworth, did it carry? Richard Illingworth saying yes. 3 balls to go. Hartley switches to over the wicket. This is clipped away by Phillips off short leg, but not far enough to even think about a quick single. I don't think Charlesworth was really giving off the body language that he was at all interested in a single at any point. He's leant on his bat at the non-striker's end. No, you take it. Going back. Phillips into his crease, rolling the ball back up the pitch, and 1 ball remains in this second day. We've barely seen the sun, but it's been the wind that's made it rather a chilly finish as Hartley bowls, padded away by Phillips as the ball pitches outside leg stump. We can just kick it away, and that partnership has certainly been enjoyed by those Gloucestershire supporters who I think would have been feeling as though, if not, their county were slightly doomed as Lancashire built up that score to 557, but they've seen 2 of their young academy products come through with vital knocks. Charlesworth 104, Phillips 60. They've put on 159 and will get the chance to go back tomorrow and add to their scores. Still very much Lancashire's day though, because of that record-breaking stand between Green and Hartley. But Gloucestershire, trailing by 378 runs, have given themselves a good chance of going big in their reply. And the Lancashire fielders walking off. Spin of Hartley and Green produced little half chances, but nothing particularly clear-cut. Anderson moving Bancroft with that newer ball. but just not quite able to chip away and prize out that Charlesworth-Phillips partnership, and then maybe try and get some jitters going at the end of the day. So still a lot of work to do for Gloucestershire tomorrow, but they will start on 179 for 1, replying to Lancashire's 557. It's been another good crowd today as they will file off towards the exits. 2,500 people in again, and hopefully a good crowd tomorrow as well, as a batting day awaits for Gloucestershire. Thank you very much for listening on the BBC Sport website and the app, and on the Gloucestershire live stream. Scott and myself will be back tomorrow. Nathan Johns will return alongside us as well. From all of us here, goodbye, and we'll speak to you again tomorrow.